Prologue. The ringing of the phone jerked me from my sleep. One clawed my eyes open and rolled off my bed. For some reason, someone had moved the floor several feet lower than I had expected, and I fell and crashed with a thud. A blonde head popped over the side of the bed, and a familiar male voice asked, "Are you okay down there?" Curran. The Beast Lord was in my bed. No, wait a minute. I didn't have a bed, because my insane aunt had destroyed my apartment. I was mated to the Beast Lord, which meant I was in the keep, in Curran's rooms, and in his bed. Our bed. Which was 4 feet high. Right. Kate. I'm fine. Would you like me to install one of those child playground slides for you? I flipped him off and picked up the phone. Yes. Good morning, consort, a female voice said. Consort? That was new. Usually the shapeshifters called me Alpha or Lady, and occasionally Mate. Being called Mate ranked somewhere between drinking sour milk and getting a root canal on my list of things I hated, so most people had learned to avoid that one. I have Assistant Principal Parker on the line. He says it's urgent. Julie? I'll take it. Julie was my ward. 9 months ago she hired me to find her missing mother. We found her mother's body instead, being eaten by Celtic sea demons who had decided to pop up in the middle of Atlanta and resurrect a wannabe god. It didn't go well for the demons. It didn't go well for Julie either, and I took her in, the way Greg, my now deceased guardian, had taken me in years ago, when my father passed away. People around me died, usually in horrible and bloody ways, so I'd sent Julie to the best boarding school I could find. Trouble was, Julie hated the school with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. She'd run away 3 times in the past 6 months. The last time Assistant Principal Parker called, a girl in the school's locker room had accused Julie of being a whore during the 2 years she'd spent on the street. My kid took exception to that and decided to communicate that by a plimga chair to the offending party's head. I'd told her to go for the gut next time, it left less evidence. If Parker was calling, Julie was in trouble again, and since he was calling at 6 o'clock in the morning, that trouble had a capital T attached to it. Julie rarely did anything halfway. Around me the room lay steeped in gloom. We were on the top floor of the keep. To my left a window offered a view of the Packland, an endless dark sky, still untouched by dawn, and below it dark woods rolling into the night. In the distance the half-ruined city stained the horizon. The magic was in full swing. We were lucky it hadn't taken out the phone lines, and the distant industrial strength for lanterns glowed like tiny blue stars among the crumbling buildings. A ward shielded the window, and when the moonlight hit it just right, the entire scene shimmered with pale silver, as if hidden behind a translucent gauzy curtain. The female voice came back online. Consort. Yes. He put me on hold. So he calls because it's urgent and puts you on hold. Yes. Jackass. Should I hang up? She asked. No, it's okay. I'll hold. The world's pulse skipped a beat. The ward guarding the window vanished. Something buzzed in the wall and the electric floor lamp on the left blinked and snapped into life, illuminating the night table with a warm yellow glow. I reached over and turned it off. In the distance, the blue lantern stars winked out of existence. For a breath, the city was dark. A bright flash sparked with white among the ruins, blossoming into an explosion of light and fire. A moment later a thunderclap rolled through the night. Probably a transformer exploding after the magic wave receded. A weak red glow illuminated the horizon. You'd think it was the sunrise, but the last time I'd checked, the sun rose in the east, not the southwest. I squinted at the red light. Yep, Atlanta was burning. Again? Magic had drained from the world and technology had once again gained the upper hand. People called it the post-shift resonance. Magic came and went as it pleased, flooding the world like a tsunami, dragging bizarre monsters into our reality, stalling engines, jamming guns, eating tall buildings, and vanishing again without warning. Nobody knew when it would assault us or how long each wave would last. Eventually magic would win this war, but for now technology was putting up a hell of a fight, and we were stuck in the middle of chaos, struggling to rebuild a half-ruined world according to new rules. The phone clicked and Parker's baritone filled my ear. "Good morning, Miss Daniels. I'm calling to inform you that Julie has left our premises." "Not again?" Curran's arms closed around me and he hugged me to him. I leaned back against him. "How?" "She mailed herself." "I'm sorry." Parker cleared his throat. "As you know, all of our students are required to perform 2 hours of school service a day. Julie worked in the mailroom. We viewed it as the best location, because she was under near constant supervision and had no opportunities to leave the building. Apparently, she obtained a large crate, falsified a shipping label, and mailed herself inside it." Curran chuckled into my ear. I turned and bumped my head against his chest a few times. It was the nearest hard surface. "We found the crate near the ley line." "Well, at least she was smart enough to get out of the crate before it was pushed into the magic current. With my luck, she'd end up getting shipped to Cape Horn." "She'll come back here," I said. "I'll bring her back in a couple of days." Parker pronounced the words very carefully. "That won't be necessary." "What do you mean, not necessary?" He sighed. "Miss Daniels, we are educators. We're not prison guards. In the past school year Julie has run away 3 times. She's a very intelligent child, very inventive, and it's painfully obvious that she doesn't want to be here. Nothing short of shackling her to the wall will keep her on our premises, and I'm not convinced that even that would work. I spoke to her after her previous caper, and it's my opinion that she will continue to run away. She doesn't want to be a part of this school. Keeping her here against her will requires a significant expenditure of our resources, and we can't afford to be held liable for any injuries Julie may incur in these escape attempts. We're refunding the remainder of her tuition." "I'm very sorry." If I could reach through the phone, I'd strangle him. On second thought, if I had that type of psychic power, I might pluck Julie from wherever she was instead and drop her in the middle of room. She would be begging to go back to that bloody school by the time I was done. Parker cleared his throat again. "I have a list of alternative educational institutions I can recommend to you." "That won't be necessary." I hung up. I had a list of alternative educational institutions already. I had put it together after Julie's first escape. She shot all of them down. A wide grin split Curran's face. "It's not funny." "It's very funny. Besides, it's better this way." I swiped my jeans off the chair and pulled them on. "They kicked my kid out of their school. How the hell is that better?" "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Julie and I'll ground her ass until she forgets what the sun looks like, and then I'll go over to that school and pull their legs out." Curran laughed. "It's not funny. It's also not their fault. They tried to help her and cut her a lot of slack. She hates that damn school. You shouldn't have put her there in the first place." "Well, thank you, Your Furriness, for this critique of my parenting decisions." "It's not a critique, it's a statement of fact." "Do you know where your kid is right now?" "No, you don't." "You know where she isn't at the school and she isn't here." Pot, meat kettle. "As I recall, you didn't know where your chief of security and his entire crew were for almost a week." I pulled on my turtleneck. "I knew exactly where they were." "They were with you." I could have fixed that situation, but some wannabe pit fighter stuck her nose into my mess and made a mistake into a disaster. I picked up my sword. No, I saved the day. You just don't want to admit it. Curran leaned forward. Kate. The sound of my name in his voice stopped me in my turn. I don't know how the hell he did it, but whenever he said my name, it cut through all other distractions and made me pause, as if he'd clenched me to him and kissed me. Curran rubbed my shoulders. Put the sword down for a second. Fine. I put Slayer back on the night table and crossed my arms. Humour me. What's the harm in keeping Julie here? With us? She has a room already, she has a friend, Doolittle's grandness really likes her. Maddie. Yes, Maddie. There are 1,500 shapeshifters in the pack. One more screwed up kid isn't going to break anything. It's not about that. Then what is it? People around me die, Curran. They drop like flies. I've gone through life leaving a trail of dead bodies behind me. My mother is dead, my stepfather is dead, my guardian is dead, my aunt is dead, because I killed her, and when my real father finds me, he'll move heaven and earth to make me dead. I don't want Julie to live stumbling from one violent clash to another, always worried that people she cares about won't survive. You and I will never have normal, but if she stayed in that school, she could have. Curran shrugged. The only people who can have normal are the ones unaffected by all the fucked up shit that happens around them. Julie doesn't want normal. She probably can't deal with it. She'll get out of that school and run right into the fire to prove to herself she can take the heat. It will happen one way or another. Keeping her away just ensures she won't be prepared when she's on her own. I leaned back against the night table. I just want her to be safe. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. Curran pulled me close. We can keep her safe here. She can go to one of our schools, or we can take her to somewhere in the city. She's yours, but now that we're mated, she's also mine, which makes her the ward of the Beast Lord and his mate. Trust me, nobody wants to piss the two of us off. Besides, we have 300 shapeshifters in the keep at any moment, and each one of them will kill anything that threatens her. Can't get safer than that. He had a point. I couldn't have Julie staying with me before, when I lived in a shabby apartment with failing heat. It got attacked every time I found a lead on one of my cases. I'd worked for the Order of Knights of Merciful Aid back then, and it demanded every ounce of my time. Julie would have been on her own for most of the day, without me to take care of her and make sure she ate and stayed safe. Things were different now. Now Julie could stay here, in the keep full of homicidal maniacs who grew teeth the size of switchblades and erupted into a violent frenzy when threatened. Somehow that thought failed to make me feel better. You will have to train her one way or another, Curran said. If you want her to hold her own. He was right. I knew he was right, but I still didn't like it. We're about 100 miles from Macon. He nodded. Give or take. She'll be staying away from the ley line and she's carrying Wolfsbane. Why? Curran frowned. Because the last time she took off, Derek picked her up at a lay point and brought her here in a pack jeep. He even stopped to get her some fried chicken and ice cream. She had a great time, so I told her that if she pulled this stunt again, she wouldn't get anywhere near the keep. I would either come myself or send somebody who would find her and take her straight back to the school. No going to the keep, no getting attention from me and Derek, no gossiping with Maddie, no passing go or collecting $200. She wants to avoid being caught, so she's walking home. Curran grinned. She's determined, I'll give her that. Could you send a tracker out there to watch over her but keep out of sight? What are you thinking? Let her walk. 100 miles over rugged terrain, it will take her a couple of days. When I was a kid, Voran, my stepfather, would drive Mano the woods and drop me off with nothing but a canteen and a knife. Julie wasn't me. But she was a smart kid, good on the street. I had no doubt she could make it to the keep on her own. Still, better safe than sorry. Two birds with one stone, it's a good punishment for running away, and when she gets here and we let her stay, she'll feel like she earned it. I'll send some wolves out. They'll find her and they'll keep her safe. I kissed his lips and picked up my sword. Thank you. And tell them not to spoil her with fried chicken if they have to pick her up. Curran shook his head. I can't promise that. I'm not a complete bastard. Chapter 1. My office occupied a small, sturdy building on Jeremiah Street, in the northeast part of town. Jeremiah Street used to be called North Arcadia Street, until one day a southern preacher walked out in the middle of the intersection of North Arcadia and Ponce de Leon and started screaming about hellfire and damnation. He called himself the second Jeremiah and demanded that the passers-by repent and cease their idol worship. When the crowd ignored him, he unleashed a meteor shower that leveled 2 city blocks. By the time a paranormal activity division sniper shot him with a crossbow, the street was a smoking ruin. Since they had to rebuild it from the ground up, they renamed the street after the man who'd demolished it. There was a lesson in there somewhere, but right now I didn't feel like looking for it. Once technically part of Decatur and now just part of the huge sprawling mess that was Atlanta, Jeremiah Street wasn't as busy as Ponce de Leon, but tinker shops and a large auto repair yard sent a lot of traffic past my place. I left my Jeep idling in the street, got out, unlocked the chain that secured my parking lot, and drove in. My office must have been a house at one point. The side door from the parking lot led into a small but functional kitchen, which in turn led to the large main room, where my desk waited for me. At the back wall, wooden stairs offered access to the loft on the second floor, complete with a cot. Several smaller rooms branched from the main room. I used them to store my herbal supply and equipment, both of which currently excelled at collecting dust. I deposited my bag onto my desk and checked my answering machine. A big red 0 looked back at me from the digital display. No messages. Shocking. I walked to the windows and pulled up the shades. Morning light flooded the room, sectioned by the thick metal bars securing the glass. I unlocked the door on the off chance any prospective clients happened by. It was a huge door, thick and reinforced with steel. I had a feeling that if someone fired a cannon at it, the cannonball would just bounce off and roll down the street. I went back to the kitchen, flipped the coffee maker on, came back to my desk, and landed in my chair. A stack of bills lay in front of me. I gave it an evil eye, but it refused to squeal and take off for the hills. I sighed, pulled a throwing knife out, and opened the cheap brown envelopes. Electric bill. Water bill. Charged air bill for the Philanton's trash collector bill with a threatening notice to do irreparable harm to my person unless I paid the bill. An envelope from the trash collector with the check for the bill returned. The trash company insisted on misspelling my name as Donovan, despite repeated corrections, and when I sent them the payment, they failed to find my account. Even though I put the account number on the damn check. We'd gone through this song and dance twice now. I had a feeling that if I walked into their office and carved my name in the wall with my sword, they'd still manage to get it wrong. I leaned back. Being in the office put me into a sour mood. I'd never had my own business before. I'd worked for a mercenary guild, which handled magic hazmat, took the money, and asked no questions. Then I'd worked for the Order of Knights of Merciful Aid, which delivered that violent aid on their terms only. The Order and I had parted ways, and now I owned Cutting Edge Investigations. The business officially opened its doors a month ago. I had a solid street reputation and decent connections. I took out an ad in a newspaper, I put the word out on the street, and so far nobody had hired me to do a damn thing. It drove me nuts. I'd had to rely on the PAC to finance the business, and they had fronted my utility bills for a year. They gave me the loan not because I was an efficient and skilled fighter and not because I at one point had friend of the pack status. They gave it to me because I was mated to Curran, which made me the female alpha of the pack. So far Cutting Edge was turning out to be one of those pet businesses rich men gave to their wives to keep them busy. I wanted it to succeed, God damn it. I wanted to be profitable and stand on my own 2 feet. If things kept going this way, I would be forced to run up and down the street screaming, "We kill things for money." Maybe someone would take pity and throw some change at me. The phone rang. I stared at it. You never know. It could be a trick. The phone rang again. I picked it up. Cutting Edge. Kate. A dry voice vibrated with urgency. Long time no kill. Hello, Garstek. And what would Atlanta's Premier Master of the Dead want with me? When a victim of the immortuous pathogen died, his mind and ego died with him, leaving a shell of the body, super strong, super fast, lethal, and ruled only by bloodlust. Masters of the Dead grabbed hold of that empty shell and drove the vampire like a remote-controlled car. They dictated the vampire's every twitch, saw through its eyes, heard through its ears, and spoke through its mouth. In the hands of an exceptional navigator, a vampire was the stuff of human nightmares. Garstek, like 90% of vampire navigators, worked for the people, a cringe-worthy hybrid of a cult, corporation, and research facility. I hated the people with a passion and I hated Roland, the man who led them, even more. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choosers. If Garstek was calling, it was because he wanted a favor, which would mean he'd owe me. Having the best Master of the Dead in the city in my debt would come in handy in my line of work. What can I do for you? A loose vampire is heading your way. Bloody hell! Without a navigator, an insatiable hunger drove the bloodsuckers to slaughter. A loose vampire would massacre anything it came across. It could kill a dozen people in half a minute. What do you need? I'm less than 12 miles behind her. I need you to delay her, until I come into range. From which direction? Northwest. And Kate, try not to damage her. She's expensive. I dropped the phone and dashed outside, bursting into almost painfully cold air. People filled the street, laborers, shoppers, random passers-by hurrying home. Food to be slaughtered. I sucked in a lungful of cold and screamed, "Vampire! Loose vampire! Run!" For a fraction of a second nothing happened, and then people scattered like fish before a shark. In a breath I was alone. The parking lot chain I'd unlocked this morning lay coiled next to the building, the padlock hanging open. Perfect. 2 seconds to the parking lot. A second to yank the padlock off the ground. 3 more seconds to drag the chain to an old tree. Too slow. I looped the chain around the trunk and worked the other end into a slip knot if the padlock. I needed blood to bait the vamp. Lots and lots of blood. A team of oxen turned the corner. I ran at them, drawing a throwing knife. The driver, an older Latino man, stared at me. His hand reached for a rifle lying on the seat next to him. Get off! Loose vampire! He scrambled out of the cart. I sliced a long shallow gash down the ox's shoulder and ran my hands along the cut. Hot crimson drenched my fingers. The ox bellowed, eyes mad with pain, and charged off, pulling the other animal with it, the cart thundering behind them. I grabbed the chain loop. An emaciated shape leaped off the rooftop. Ropes of muscle knotted its frame under skin so tight that every ligament and vein stood out beneath it. The vampire landed on the pavement on all fours, skidded, its long sickle claws scraping the asphalt with a screech, and whirled. Ruby eyes glared at me from a horrible face. Massive jaws gaped open, showing sharp fangs, bone white against the black mouth. I waved my hands, sending bloody droplets through the air. The vampire charged. It all but flew above the ground with preternatural speed, straight at me, pulled by the intoxicating scent of blood. I waited, my heart beat impossibly loud in my ears. I'd have only one shot at this. The vampire leaped, covering the few feet between us. It flew, limbs out, claws raised for the kill. I thrust the chain loop up and over its head. Its body hit me. The impact knocked me off my feet. I crashed to the ground and rolled upright. The vamp lunged at me. The chain snapped taut on its throat, yanking the undead off the pavement. The bloodsucker fell and sprung up, twisting and jerking on the end of the chain like a feral cat caught in a loop of a dog catcher's pole. I took several steps back and took in a lungful of air. The vampire flipped and lunged in my direction. The tree shook and groaned. It dug at the chain noose around its neck, gouging the undead flesh with its claws. Blood spurted from under the chain. Either it would snap the tree or the chain would slice its throat. The bloodsucker threw itself at me again, snapping the chain taut, and fell to the ground, its leap aborted. It picked itself up and sat. Intelligence flooded into its burning red eyes. The huge jaws unhinged and Garstek's voice came forth. A chain? You're welcome. About time he decided to make an appearance. I cut an ox to get the vamp fixed on me. You need to compensate the owner. The ox was its owner's livelihood. No reason for him to get hurt because the people couldn't keep their undead on a proper leash. Of course. You bet your ass, of course. An ox cost about $1,000. A vampire, especially one as old as this one, went for about 30 times that. The vampire squatted in the snow. How did you manage to get a chain on her? I have mad skills. I wanted to sag against something, but showing weakness of any sort in front of Garstek wasn't a good idea. I might as well taunt a rabid wolf with a pork roast. My face was hot, my hands were cold. My mouth tasted bitter. The adrenaline rush was wearing off. What the hell happened? I asked. One of Rowena's journeymen fainted, Garstek said. The woman is pregnant. It happens. Needless to say, she is now barred from navigation. The journeymen, masters of the dead in training, were perfectly aware that if their control over the undead slipped, the vampire would turn the city into a slaughterhouse. They had nerves like fighter pilots pre-shift. They didn't faint. There was more to it, but Garstek's tone made it clear that getting any more information out of him would take a team of lawyers and a medieval torture device. Just as well. The less I interacted with the people, the better. Did it kill anybody? There were no casualties. My pulse finally slowed down. Several blocks away to my right, a Humvee swung into the street at breakneck speed. Armored like a tank, it carried an M240B, a medium machine gun, mounted on the roof. A PAD first response unit. The PAD, part of Atlanta's finest, dealt specifically with magic-related issues. The first response unit was their version of SWAT. They shot first and sorted through the bloody remains later. Cavalry, I said. The vampire grimaced, mimicking Garstek's expression. Of course. The Jarks got all dressed up to kill a vampire and now they won't get to shoot the big gun. Kate, would you mind stepping closer? Otherwise they might shoot her anyway. You've got to be kidding me. I moved to body shield the vampire. You owe me. Indeed. The bloodsucker rose next to me, waving its front limbs. There is no need for concern. The matter is under control. A black SUV turned the corner into the street from the left. The two vehicles came to a screeching stop in front of me and the vampire. The Humvee disgorged 4 cops in blue Paranormal Activity Division armor. The tallest of the 4 cops leveled a shotgun at the vamp and snarled, What the hell do you think you're doing? You could have killed half of the city. The sub's door opened and Garstek stepped out. Thin and somber, he wore a perfectly pressed grey suit with a barely visible pinstripe. 3 members of the people emerged from the SUV behind him, a man and 2 women, a thin brunette and a red-haired woman who looked barely old enough to wear a suit. All 3 were meticulously groomed and would have looked at home in a high-pressure boardroom. There is no need to exaggerate. Garstek strode to the vampire. No lives were lost. No thanks to you. The tall cop showed no signs of lowering the shotgun. She's completely safe now, Garstek said. Allow me to demonstrate. The vampire rose from its haunches and curtsied. The pad collectively turned purple with rage. I backpedaled toward my office, before they decided to remember I was there and dragged me into this mess. See? I have complete control of the undie. Garstek's eyes rolled back into his head. His mouth went slack. For a long second he remained upright, his body completely still, and then his legs gave. He swayed once and crashed into the dirty snow. The vampire's eyes flared bright murderous red. It opened its mouth, revealing twin sickles of ivory fangs. The pad opened fire. Chapter 2. The guns roared. The first bullet sliced into the vampire's chest, punched through dry muscle, and bit Garstek's journeyman in the shoulder. He spun from the impact, and the steady stream of rounds from the M240B punctured the vampire and cut across the journeyman's spine, nearly severing him in 2. Blood sprayed. The women hit the ground. The bullets chipped the pavement. Half a foot to the right and Garstek's head would have exploded like a watermelon under a sledgehammer. I dived under gunfire, grabbed Garstek's legs, and pulled him out off line of fire, backing up to my office. The women crawled toward me across the pavement. The vamp twisted around, shuddering under the barrage of bullets, leaped onto the fallen man, and tore into his back, flinging blood and flesh into the I dragged Garstek's body over the doorstep and dropped him. Behind me, a woman screamed. I ran back, jumping over the dark-haired woman as she pulled herself through my doorway. In the street, the red-headed girl hugged the ground, clenching her thigh, her eyes huge as saucers. Blood stained the snow with painfully bright scarlet. Shot in the leg. She was too far out in the street. I had to get her out of here before the vamp keyed on her or the page shot her again. I dropped to the ground, crawled to her, grabbed her arm, and pulled with everything I had. She screamed, but slid a foot toward me across the pock-marked asphalt flooded with melting snow. I backed up and pulled again. Another scream, another foot to the door. Breathe, pull, slide. Breathe, pull, slide. Dom, I pushed her inside, slammed the door shut, and barred it. It was a good door, metal, reinforced, with a 4-inch bar. It would hold. It had to. A wide red stain spread on the floor from the wounded woman's leg. I knelt down and sliced her pant leg open. Blood spurted out of bullet-shredded muscle. The leg was ripped wide open. Bone shards glared at me, bathed in wet redness. Femoral artery cut, great saphenous vein cut, everything cut. Femur shattered. Shit. We would need a tourniquet. You. Put pressure here. The dark-haired girl stared at me with shocked glassy eyes. No intelligent life there. Every second counted. I grabbed the redhead's hand and put it over her femoral artery. Hold or you'll bleed out. She moaned but pressed down. I ran to the storeroom to get the medical supplies. Tourniquets were last resort devices. Mine was the CAT, military issue, but no matter how good it was, a fire kept one on too long, you risked major nerve damage, loss of a limb, and death. And once it went on, it stayed on. Taking it off outside an emergency room would get you killed in a hurry. I needed paramedics, but calling them would do nothing. Standard operating procedure said, when faced with a loose vampire, seal off the area. The ambulance wouldn't come unless the cops gave the paramedics the all clear. It was just me, the tourniquet, and a girl who would likely bleed her life out. I knelt by the woman and pulled the CAT out of the bag. No. The girl tried to push away from me. No, I'll lose my leg. You're bleeding to death. No, it's not that bad. It doesn't hurt. I gripped her shoulders and propped her up. She saw the shredded mess of her thigh. Oh God! What's your name? She sobbed. Your name? Emily. Emily, your leg has almost been amputated. If I put the tourniquet on it now, it will stop the bleeding and you might survive. If I don't put it on, you'll bleed to death in minutes. She clutched at me, crying into my shoulder. I'll be a cripple. You'll be alive. And with magic, your chances of keeping your leg are pretty good. You know, mages heal all sorts of wounds. But we've got to keep you alive until the magic wave hits. Yes. She just cried, big tears rolling down her face. Yes, Emily. Yes. Good. I slipped the band under her leg, threaded it through the buckle, pulled it tight, and wound the tinned lace until the bleeding stopped. 4 minutes later the gunfire finally died. Garstek was still out. His pulse was steady, his breathing even. Emily lay still, whimpering in pain, her leg cinched by the wide tourniquet cuff. Her friend hugged herself, rocking back and forth and mumbling over and over, "They shot at us, they shot at us." Peachy. That was the problem with the people, most of them saw action only through the vampire's eyes while they sat in a safe, well-armored room within the casino, sipping coffee and indulging in an occasional sugary snack. Getting shot at while riding a vampire's mind and dodging actual bullets were two different animals. A loud bang resonated through the door. A male voice barked. Atlanta Paranormal Squad. Open the door. The dark-haired girl froze. Her voice fell to a horrified whisper. Don't open it. Don't worry. I got it under control. Sort of. I slid a narrow panel aside, revealing a 2-inch by 4-inch peephole. A shadow shifted to my left. The officer had pressed against the wall so I couldn't shoot him through the opening. Did you get the vamp? We got it. Open the door. Why? There was a small pause. Open the door. No. They were hot from killing the vampire and still trigger happy. There was no telling what they would do if I let them in. What do you mean, no? He seemed genuinely puzzled. Why do you need me to open the door? So we can apprehend the Sonovich who dropped a loose vampire in the middle of the city. Great. You just killed one member of the people in the crossfire, wounded another, and you want me to let you have the rest off witnesses. I don't know you well enough to do that. The pad generally stuck to the straight and narrow, but there were certain things one didn't do. You didn't turn over a cop's killer to his partner and you didn't surrender a necromancer to the first response unit. They were all volunteer, and sanity was an optional requirement. If I gave Garstek and his people to them, there was a good chance they would never make it to the hospital. The official term was died of their injuries en route. The male voice huffed. How about this, open the door or we'll break it down. You need a warrant for that. I don't need a warrant if I think you're in immediate danger. Say, Charlie, do you think she's in danger? Oh, I think she's in a lot of danger, Charlie said. And would it be our duty as law enforcement officers to rescue her from said danger? It would be a crime not to. One person dead, one painting the floor with her blood. I guess it was time for jokes. You heard Charlie. Open the door or we'll open it for you. I leaned a touch farther from the peephole. If they tried to break in, I could probably take them, but I could also kiss any sort of future cooperation from the pad goodbye. Stop! A familiar female voice rang outside the door. It couldn't be. Step back, the cop barked. You're interfering with a police matter. I'm a Knight of the Order. My name is Andrea Nash, here is my ID. Andrea was my best friend. I hadn't seen her for 2 months, ever since my aunt trashed half of Atlanta. After the final fight with Era, Andrea had disappeared. About 2 weeks later I got a letter that said, "Kate, I'm sorry about everything. I have to go away for a while, please don't look for me. Don't worry about Grendel, I'll take good care of him. Thank you for being my friend." 5 minutes later I was on my way to the city to look for her, His Grumpiness the Beast Lord in tow. We found nothing. No sign of Andrea or my attack poodle, who had ended up in her care after the chaos of my aunt's demolition derby. Then I'd pestered Jim, the pack security chief and my mercenary guild buddy, until he put one of his units on combing the city for her. They came back empty-handed. Andrea Nash had vanished into thin air. Apparently she was still alive. If I got out of this siege, I'd punch her in the face. The cop's voice gained a new edge. Knights of the Order didn't screw around. That's nice, Miss Nash. Step back or we'll place you under arrest and you can call the order from the station and have them bail you out. Look up above the door. You see a metal paw bolted to the wood? This business is the property of the pack. If you break the door, you'll have to appear before a judge and explain why you invaded these premises without a warrant, arrested guests of the pack, and caused damage to pack property. We can do that, the cop said. No, you can't, because I'll testify that you had no reasonable cause to enter said building. Unless you're planning on killing me, in which case, start praying now, because I'll even put a bullet through the head of every man in your squad before you get off a single shot. I wouldn't call that bluff, I said. I've seen her shoot. She's being modest. Whose side are you on anyway? The cop growled. I'm on the side of serving and protecting, Andrea said. Your squad killed a civilian in the crossfire. It was a justifiable kill, the cop said. I'm not going to debate it with you. Andrea's voice vibrated with steel. One man is already dead. And judging by the blood trail on the pavement, somebody in that building I swooned. Someone either crawled or was dragged to that office and is probably bleeding out inside it. You now have a choice. You can either get the paramedics in there or you can let another civilian die of their injuries, break into an office owned by the pack, assault the Beast Lord's wife, and shoot a Knight off order. You can do it either way, but I promise that if you somehow survive, 20 years from now, when you're old and broken, you'll look back at this moment and wish you had taken 2 seconds and thought about what you were doing, because this is the point where it all went very wrong. Wow. What she said. There was a long pause. They were thinking it over. Look, I worked with you guys before I called. Call Detective Michael Gray. He'll vouch for me. If you get paramedics here, I'll open the door. No fuss, no damage, everybody is happy, nobody gets hauled to court. We're going to need an ambulance pretty soon, too. I've got one of the girls in a tourniquet and if we don't hurry this along, she'll bleed to death. Tell you what, the cop said. Open the door, let us take the wounded girl out, and then we'll call Gray. Like I was born yesterday. The moment I open the door, you'll rush me. I'll wait until the paramedics get here. Fine. I'll make the call, but you're playing with her life. She dies, it's on you, and I'll personally book you. I slid the metal guard shut and went back to the women. The dark-haired woman stared at me with haunted eyes. You're going to let them have us? If it's a choice between your friend's life and your freedom, yes. For now, we'll wait. My best friend is on the other side, and she won't let them do anything stupid. I looked at the dark-haired woman. Envan Garstek fainted. Why didn't either of you grab the vampire's mind? I tried. It wasn't there. What do you mean, not there? Vampire minds didn't just blink out of existence. The dark-haired woman shook her head. It wasn't there. She's right, Emily said. I tried, too. It's like I couldn't navigate anymore. She shivered on the floor. I'm cold. I went into the storage room, pulled a spare cloak from the hook, and covered her with it. Emily's lips had turned blue. Am I going to die? Not if I can help it. Chapter 3 minutes dripped by, cold and slow. 5. 6. 8. A loud knock echoed through the door. Kate. Andrea's voice called. Yeah. I have paramedics with me. Let me in. I unbarred the door and swung it open. 4 paramedics sprinted into the room. Andrea followed them. She was short and blue-eyed, and for some reason the tips of her short blonde hair were frosted with neon blue. The barrel of a rifle protruded over the shoulder of her jacket. Knowing her, she probably had 2 signal Saurs under that jacket, a combat knife, and enough bullets to take on the Golden Horde. Normally Andrea's face wore a nice easygoing expression that made random strangers want to pour their hearts out to her. One look at her now, and they would cross to the other side of the street. Tension locked her face into a rigid, strained mask, and she moved like a soldier in enemy territory, expecting a bullet between the shoulder blades at any moment and ready to fire back in a split second. Behind her 2 cops in pad uniforms waited at the door, giving me their best versions of a cop's scowl. Strangely, I felt no urge to quiver in terror. Andrea stepped closer and kept her voice low. I leave you alone for 8 weeks and you get into a pissing match with the pad. That's just how I roll, I told her. Emily screamed. Excuse me. I went over to where the paramedics had lifted her onto the stretcher. She reached out and gripped my hand. It will be okay, I told her. You're going to the hospital. They'll take care of you. Emily didn't say anything. She just clutched my hand and didn't let go until they loaded her into the ambulance. A stretcher with Garstek followed into the second vehicle, and then the dark-haired woman came out, tapped in a blanket, led by 2 paramedics. The ambulance doors closed and the 2 emergency vehicles took off wailing like banshees. When I came back into the office, it was empty, except for Andrea and a puddle of blood on the floor. Where are the cops? She shrugged. They cleared out. We looked at each other. She'd saved my bacon. That didn't change the fact that she'd disappeared for 2 months. And now something was wrong. What the hell? Andrea glared at me. How in the world did you end up with 3 navigators in your office with the pad outside? They were ready to storm your office. Are you nuts? What the hell, back at you? Have you been? Did you forget how to use the phone? Andrea crossed her arms. I wrote you a letter. You told me a note that made my hair stand on end. The phone rang. Now what? I marched to my desk and picked it up. Yes. Curran's voice filled the phone. Are you okay? It was completely absurd, but hearing him instantly made me feel better. Yeah. Do you need help? His voice was perfectly even. The Beast Lord was a hair away from charging to my aid. No, I'm good. For some reason my insides clumped into a painful knot. I could have been shot and I would have never seen him again. That was a new and unwelcome feeling. Great. Now I had anxiety. Maybe if I slapped myself real hard, I'd snap out of it. I forced the words out. They sounded strained. Who snitched? We have people monitoring police radio frequencies. They gave Jim a heads up in case our security had to storm the pad offices and bust you out of there. I found out when I saw Jim walking down the hallway snickering to himself. I made a mental note to punch Jim in the arm the next time I saw him. Thought it was funny, did he? I didn't think it was funny. I bet. People were about to die and I could save them. There was a girl. Anyway, I'm not hurt. I'll be home for dinner. As you wish, he said. My heart made a little jump. I love you, too. The tension in his voice eased. You sure you don't need your Prince Charming to come and save you? The knot in my stomach evaporated. My Prince Charming, huh? Sure, do you have one handy? Oh, I think I could scrounge one up somewhere. As often as I have to rescue you. I'm going to kick you in the head when I get home. Repeatedly. You could try. You probably need the exercise since you sit on your butt in the office all day. You know what, don't talk to me. Whatever you want, baby. Now he was just jerking my chain. I growled at the phone. Hey, before you hang up, I sent Jackson and Martina down to track Julie. We should know something tonight. Thanks. I hung up. Rescue me. Bastard. I wouldn't just kick him, I would kick him so hard he'd feel it. Nothing changed, I see. Andrea grinned. The smile looked a bit brittle around the edges. Still enjoying your honeymoon? It's all rainbows, and sugar hearts, and chocolate kisses. I crossed my arms. Where is my dog? In my truck, eating the upholstery. We both looked at the blood. If we let Grendel in, he'd fry to lick it. I went to the back room and got rags, peroxide, and a bucket. Andrea set her rifle aside and pulled up her sleeves. We knelt and began to mop up the stain. God, that's a shitload of blood. Andrea grimaced. Do you think the girl will survive? I don't know. She took several shots from an M240B. Her leg is all tore up to hell. I squeezed the blood from the rag into the bucket. How did it happen? She asked. I wanted to grab her and shake her until she told me where she had been these past months. But at least she was here and she was talking. I would get the story out of her sooner or later. Garstek called. Said they had a loose vamp and it was heading my way. I went out there and chained it up. I had it wrapped around the tree, then Garstek got close enough to grab it. His guys and the pad's first response showed up with the big gun. They had some words, and then Garstek fainted. Andrea paused, her hands on a bloody rag. Do you mean, fainted? Took a dive. Kissed the pavement. Swooned like a southern belle after her first kiss. Had a dreadful case of the vapors. That's weird. His eyes rolled up and he went down, like someone knocked him out. I dumped some clean water on the floorboards. Then the vamp's eyes ignited red and the pad opened fire. Garstek had 3 people with him. The man was cut down in the first second or two and the bloodsucker went for him. And then I got the 4 of us in here and barred the door, and the rest you know. Andrea sighed. It's not good to deny the paid access. They don't like tell me something I don't know. Like where she'd been these past 2 months, maybe she'd joined a nunnery. Or the French Foreign Legion. You could have called the casino. They would have unleashed a horde of lawyers. Andrea poured peroxide onto the wet wood. I straightened. The first response unit is all trigger-happy jocks. They were still swimming on the high of taking out a bloodsucker. I listened to them pound bullets into the pavement for nearly 5 minutes. It was overkill. The only way their day could have gotten better would be if they could kill another vampire. Or perhaps several. If I called the casino, no matter what I said, the people would send a vamp out. That's their default response. The pad would shoot it, and the people would retaliate. It would spiral out of control, and I wanted everybody calm so I could keep Emily breathing. Did Garstick say why they had a loose vamp running around? I grimaced. Something about a pregnant girl fainting. Andrea wrinkled her nose in a telltale shapeshifter sneer. I smell bullshit. She was right. 2 navigators, both fainted while piloting the same vampire? Garstick fainting? That just didn't happen. I got a dry rag and wiped up the peroxide. The stain didn't look too bad now. Still, once blood stained something, it stayed there forever, even if you could no longer see it. My office was christened in Emily's blood. EA. I dumped the rag into the bucket and looked at Andrea. My day didn't go well. I see that. The pad probably wants to shut me down. The people will find some way to blame me for the slaughter of the vampire and expect restitution, and Curran found out that I risked my life to save a master of the dead, which means I'll have a lot of explaining to do at dinner, because Curran believes I'm made of glass. If I had been shot and the pack found out that the Beast Lord's mate and Sugar Woogums had been injured as a result of the people's fuck-up, they would have collective apoplexy and storm the casino. Aha, Andrea said. I'm going to ignore that you just referred to yourself as Sugar Woogums. Is there a point to this story? The point is, I have no patience left. You will tell me where you went when you vanished. Now. Andrea raised her chin, as if daring me to take a swing. Or what exactly? Or I will punch you right in the face. Andrea froze. For a second I thought she would bolt for the door. She sighed instead. Can I at least get some coffee first? We sat in the kitchen at the old, scarred table, and one poured 2-hour-old burned coffee into our mugs. Andrea looked into her cup. I was on the north side off Gap when your aunt appeared for her final showdown. I was still pissed off about things and it messed with my head. So I picked out a nice spot for myself on a pile of debris right on the lip of the Gap and set up my rifle. It seemed like a good idea at the time. When your aunt made her grand entrance, I tried to shoot her in the eye. Except she moved and I missed. And then she started blasting fire all over. That's where the lack of clear head bit me in the ass. I had no exit strategy. She barbecued me like a rack of ribs. By the time they peeled me from that debris, I had third-degree burns over 40% of my body. The pain was too much. I passed out. Apparently I changed into my other self in the hospital bed. Shit. LYCV, the shapeshifter virus, stole pieces of the host's DNA and dragged them over to its next victim. Most of the time animal DNA transferred over from animals to human hosts, resulting in a reanimal, a human who took on beast shape. Once in a while the process happened in reverse, and some unfortunate animal ended up as an animal were. Most of them were pathetic creatures, confused, mentally short-changed, and unable to comprehend the rules of human society. Laws meant nothing to them, and that made them unpredictable and dangerous. Regular shapeshifters murdered them on sight. However, every rule had an exception, and Andrea's father, a High-Honoraria, had been one. Andrea remembered very little of her father. She once said he had the mental capacity of a 5-year-old. That didn't prevent him from mating with Andrea's mother, who was a Wuoina, or Buddha, as they preferred to be called. His blood made Andrea beastky, and she went to great lengths to hide it. She joined the order as a human, subjected herself to torturous methods to pass all the necessary tests, graduated from the academy, and excelled at being a knight. She was on the fast track climbing the order's chain of command when a case went sour and got her transferred to Atlanta. The head of Atlanta's order chapter, Knight Protector Ted Moynihan, knew that something was wrong with Andrea, but he couldn't prove it, so he kept her on support duty. Ted didn't play nice with shapeshifters. In fact, he didn't even consider them human. That was one of the reasons I left. Despite it all, Andrea remained fanatically loyal to the Order. For her, the Order meant honor and duty and a sense of serving a higher cause. Shifting in the hospital bed had blown her closet door wide open. Andrea kept her gaze firmly in her cup. Her face had a strained blank look, her jaw set, as if she were dragging a heavy boulder up a mountain and she was determined to make it to the top. The thing with your aunt didn't go well. Ted had called in reinforcements from everywhere. 12 knights died, among them 2 masters-at-arms, 1 diviner, and a master-at-craft. 7 others were severely injured. The Order conducted a hearing. Since my cover had been blown anyway, I thought it would be a good time to make a case that someone like me could be of use to the Order. Now things made sense. This was her crusade. I should have seen it coming. We'd talked just before I quit the Order, and Andrea had argued against my quitting. She wanted me to stay and fight with her to change the Order for the better from within. I told her that even if I tried to change the Order, I couldn't. I wasn't a knight. My opinion carried no weight. But Andrea was a knight, a decorated veteran. She saw it as her chance to make her mark. Andrea took a small sip of her coffee and coughed. Damn, Kate, I know you're pissed, but did you have to put motor oil into my drink? That was the loosiest joke I've ever heard you make. Stop stalling. What happened? She glanced up and I almost did a double take. Her eyes were hollow and bitter. I had one of best Order advocates in the South. He thought there was a chance we could make a difference. There are others like me in the Order. The not quite pure human. I wanted to make their lives better. He advised me to separate myself from the shapeshifters, so I wrote you that letter. I was going to bring Grendel back too, but we had to leave in a hurry, so I just took him with me and went to Wolf Trap. Wolf Trap, Virginia. The Order's national headquarters. Everyone knowing Andrea was a beastie. It must have been pure hell. Andrea rubbed the rim of her cup, as if trying to remove some dirt only she could see. If she rubbed it any harder, she'd make a hole in it. We spent a month preparing 24/7, gathering documents, pulling all of my records. My advocate spoke for 3 hours at the hearing and made a very passionate, logical argument in my favor. We had charts, we had statistics, we had my service decorations on display. We had everything. A cold feeling sprouted in the pit of my stomach, telling me exactly how this would end. And Andrea squared her shoulders and opened her mouth. Nothing came out. She clamped it shut. I waited. Her face paled. She sat rigid, the mouth of her line tense. A faint reddish glow tinted her eyes, the hint of highness sneaking through under pressure. Andrea unclenched her teeth. Her voice came out completely flat, sifted through the sieve of her will until every last hint of emotion had been scrubbed from it. They awarded me Master-at-Arms and retired me due to being mentally unfit for duty. The official diagnosis is post-traumatic stress disorder. The decision is final and I can't dispute it. I can't even accuse them of discrimination, because my final orders don't address the fact that I'm beastky. They simply refused to acknowledge it, as if it weren't an issue. Those fuckers. They didn't just throw her out like a piece of garbage, they sent a message with her. If you're not human, it doesn't matter how good you are. We don't want your ass. So. Andrea took a deep breath and pushed the words out. I failed. For Andrea, the Order was more than simply a job. It was her life. She'd spent her childhood in a pack of shapeshifters who reviled her because her father was an animal and her mother was too weak to protect her. Every bone in Andrea's body had been broken before she was 10 years old. Andrea rejected all things shapeshifter. She locked that part of herself deep inside and dedicated her existence to becoming completely human, to stepping between the weak and the strong, and she was damn good at it. Now the Order had made her into a pariah. It was a monumental betrayal. Everything is gone. Andrea forced a smile. Her face looked like it would shatter any second. My job, my identity. If cops had looked closer at my ID, they'd see it said retired on it. People I thought were my friends won't talk to me, like I'm a leper. When I came back to Atlanta, I called down to the chapter looking for Shane. He'd taken over the army when I left. A couple of those weapons are my personal property. I want them back. Shane was a typical knight, no family to tie him clown, top physical condition, competent, by the book. He and I didn't get along, because he never could quite figure out where I fit into the Order's hierarchy. But he and Andrea had hit it off. They were colleagues. Buddies even. How is he? I asked. Outrage sparked in Andrea's eyes. He wouldn't talk to me. I know he was there, because Maxine took the call, and you know how her voice gets all distant when she is talking in someone's head at the same time? It was like that. She must have asked him if he wanted to talk to me, and then she took a message. Shane hasn't called me back either. Shane is an asshole. I was riding back from a job once, it was raining so hard I could barely see, and he was jogging with his rucksack on. I asked him why. He told me that it was his day off and he was trying to take 20 seconds off his time so he could score an even 300 on the pay scale. He has no brain of his own, he opens his mouth and the Order's code comes out. In a real fight the extra 20 seconds wouldn't help him. I could kill him in one. Shane lacked the predatory instinct that turned a well-trained man into a killer. He treated each fight as a tournament match, where someone was totaling his points. And despite his obvious zeal, the Order recognized it, too. All knights started out as knight defenders. The Order gave you 10 years to distinguish yourself, and if you failed, at the end of your dime you became a master defender, a rank-and-file knight. Shane clearly aimed higher than that, but he was 9 years into his tenure with the Order, and Ted showed no signs of promoting him. Andrea crossed her arms. Shane is not the point. I don't give a damn about Shane. He's just the straw that broke the camel's back. Anyway. After the hearing me and Grendel holed up in my place for a couple of weeks licking my wounds, but I can't hide in my hole forever. And talking to the fur face only gets you so far. Also, he eats things that are bad for him, like rugs and bathroom fixtures. He chewed a hole in my kitchen floor. In a completely flat surface. It doesn't surprise me. Just her and the freakishly large smelly poodle hiding in her apartment together. No friends, no visitors, nothing, just sitting there in her own misery, too proud to unload it on anybody else. It was something I would have done. Except now when I went home, someone was there waiting for me and he would turn the city inside out if I was more than a couple of hours late. But Andrea had nobody. Not even Raphael, she very carefully didn't mention his name. I've got a dog training book, Andrea said. It says Grendel needs mental stimulation, so I tried to train him, but I think he might be retarded. I figured you would want to see your dog eventually, so here we are. He's probably eaten my dashboard by now. If she was lucky. If no, he would have also puked on the floor and then peed on it for a good measure. I leaned back. So what now? Andrea shrugged her shoulders in a jerky, forced movement. Her voice was still a matter-of-fact monotone. I don't know. The Order offered me a pension. I told them to shove it up their asses. Don't get me wrong, I've earned it, but I don't want it. I wouldn't have taken it either. I've got some money put away, so I don't have to look for work right this second. Maybe I'll take up fishing. I suppose eventually I'll have to find something, probably in law enforcement. Just not now. They'll do background checks and I don't want to deal with it. Would you like to work here with me? Andrea stared at me. We have no clients and the pay is shit. She kept staring. I couldn't even tell if she heard me. Even if business were booming, I still couldn't afford to pay you what you're worth. No reaction. But if you don't mind sitting in the office drinking motor oil coffee and bullshitting with me. Andrea put her hands over her face. Ah crap. What do I do now? Do I say something, do I not say anything? I kept talking, keeping my voice as light as I could manage. I have an extra desk. If Pad comes to shut us down, I might need sniper support, and I can't shoot a cow from 10 feet. We can turn our desks over and lob grenades at them when they storm the door. Andrea's shoulders shook slightly. She was crying. Fuck me. I sat there, not sure what to do with myself. Andrea kept trembling, eerily quiet. I got off my ass and came back with a handkerchief. Andrea took the hanky and pressed it to her face. Pity would only make it worse. She wanted to keep her pride, it was all she had left and I had to help her preserve it. I pretended to drink my coffee and stare at my mug. Andrea pretended not to be crying, while trying to mop up her tears. For a few minutes we sat like this, awkward and grimly determined to act like nothing was happening. If I glared at this mug a moment longer, it would burst into flames from the sheer tension. Andrea blew her nose. Her voice came out slightly hoarse. Do you even have anything to shoot the Pad with? I have an armory upstairs. The pack gave me some guns and ammo. It's in boxes to the left. Andrea paused. In cardboard boxes. Yeah. Andrea groaned. Hey, guns aren't my thing. If Faye had brought me swords, that would be different. That's where you come. Andrea got up and hugged me. It was a split-second hug, and then she was off, going upstairs, handkerchief in hand. This best friend thing was seriously kicking my ass. Upstairs something clanged. Okay. I had to get on with the program. I took her keys from the table and went to get Grendel out of her truck before he demolished it. Chapter 4. Half an hour later, one SAT at my desk, thinking up a proper amount of money to bill Garstek for the capture of the vampire. The vamp was now deceased, but it didn't change the fact that I had caught it. The huge shaggy monstrosity that was Grendel sprawled at my feet. When I first found him, his fur had solidified into foul-smelling dreadlocks and the groomer ended up shaving the whole mess off. Now his fur had partially grown out and it looked like a caracal coat I once saw on one of the guild's upper-class clients, short, curly, and glossy black. He even smelled halfway decent. Grendel raised his head and licked my hand. I opened the top drawer, took out an oatmeal cookie, and offered it to him. He took it very carefully out of my hand and sucked it in without chewing, as if he hadn't been fed in 1,000 years. Over at the second desk, Andrea rummaged through a giant cardboard box she had dragged down from upstairs. There is a loop cage in one of rooms, she said. It was the biggest loop cage I'd ever seen too, 8 feet wide, 8 feet long, 7 feet tall. They had to bring it into the office in pieces and assemble it in the room. The steel and silver alloy bars were as thick as my wrist. All pack officers came equipped with a loop cage. The shapeshifters knew better than anyone how quickly they could snap. But since I was technically a human, Jim kept trying to find some diplomatic name for it. He thought calling it a loop cage would scare off my clients. It's not a loop cage, you know, I told her. It's a holding cell. Or safe room. Or secure room. I don't think Jim ever settled on a term he could live with. Aha! It's a loop cage. Andrea cleared her throat. I touched it with my finger and it hurt. Is that in case of marital problems? Did the order return your sense of humor as part of severance package? Oh, burn. Burn. Andrea hesitated. Kate. Are you happy? With Curran, I mean. When I can get out of my own way. She glanced at me. And the rest of the time? The rest of time I'm in a state of silent panic. I'm afraid it will end. I'll lose him. Lose Julie. Lose everyone. I've done that, Andrea said. Lost everyone. It's a bitch. No kidding. Andrea lifted a black firearm, holding it as if it were covered with slime. This is a Witness 45. It has a molding flaw on the grip right here, see? If you fire it, it will blister your hand. She picked up another gun. This is a Raven 25. They haven't made them since the early 90s. I didn't even know they were still around. It's a cheap junk gun. They used to call them Saturday night specials. You can't put 20 rounds through it without it jamming, and the way this one looks, I wouldn't even risk loading it. It might blow up in my hand. And this? This is a High Point, otherwise known as a B. Miller. Is that supposed to tell me something? She stared at me. It's like the crappiest gun out there. Normal guns cost upward of $500,000. This costs like $100. The slide is made out of zinc with aluminum. I looked at her. Look, I can bend it with my hand. I'd also seen her bend a steel rod with her hand, but now didn't seem the best time to mention it. Andrea put the High Point on the desk. Where did you get these again? They are surplus guns from the pack. Confiscated, from what I understand. Confiscated during violent altercations. Yes. Andrea sagged into her chair. Her blue-tipped hair drooped in defeat. Kate, if someone used a gun against the shapeshifters and now the shapeshifters have said gun, it wasn't a very good gun, was it? I'm not arguing with you. I didn't have a choice. That's what was here when I moved in. Andrea extracted a fierce-looking silver handgun from the box. Her eyes widened. She looked at it for a moment and tapped it on the corner of her desk. The gun responded with a dry pop. She looked at me with an expression of abject despair. It's plastic. I spread my arms at her. Andrea tossed the plastic gun to Grendel. Here, chew on this. The poodle sniffed it. A careful knock echoed through the door. Grendel surged to his feet and snarled, bouncing up and down. It was probably the paid come to shut me down. Knock, knock, let us in, we brought a court order and a howitzer. Come in. The door swung open and a red-headed woman carrying a manila envelope stepped into my office. Tall, lean, and long-limbed, she moved like a fencer, light but sure-footed. You had a feeling that if lightning struck her, she'd lean out of the way and stab it through before it hit the ground. She wore khaki pants, a turtleneck, and a light leather vest. A leather glove hid her left hand. The long rapier on her sword belt and tall boots completed the outfit. I'd seen her before. Her name was Renee, and the last time we'd met, she was running security for the Midnight Games, an illegal gladiatorial arena featuring things that went bump in the night. Behind her 2 men brought up the rear. Both wore tactical vests and carried enough weapons to take on a small army and tin. The man on the right was young, blonde, and walked with a light spring in his step that telegraphed a seasoned martial artist. The man on the left was leaner, older, and darker, with a distinct military air and a small scar on his neck. The scar had ragged edges. Something had clawed his neck at some point, but he had lived to fight another day. Renee's dark grey eyes regarded me. I'm Sony, milady, I said. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis just left. They said something about riding to England with D'Artagnan to retrieve some diamonds, Andrea added. You two think you're really funny, Renee said. We have our moments, I said. Down, Grendel. The dog showed Renee his teeth, just in case she decided to fry something funny, and lay down to gnaw on his gun. Renee looked at Grendel. What in the world is that? That's our mutant attack poodle, I told her. Is he chewing on a gun? It's not a real gun, Andrea said. Renee sighed. Of course not. That would be irresponsible, Ophiao, wouldn't it? The older man on Renee's left leaned to her. This might be a bad idea. She waved him off. The blonde man on Renee's right squinted at Andrea's desk. Is that a high point? Andrea turned beet red. I leaned forward. What can we do for the Midnight Games? The Red Guard no longer works with the Midnight Games. Renee carefully folded her long frame into my client chair. The two guys behind her remained standing. In the aftermath of recent events, we had to answer a lot of questions and we chose to disengage from the venue. Translation: You ruined our fun and screwed me out of a job. I thought you were an independent hire. She shook her head. No, I'm Red Guard. Have been for the last 12 years. 12 years in the Red Guard was nothing to sneeze at. In that case, what can we do for the Guard? We would like to hire you. Come again? In what capacity? Renee folded her hands on her knee. We've misplaced an item and we need it retrieved. Do you know where the item is? She grimaced at me. If we knew who had it, we wouldn't need to hire you, would we? So the item wasn't misplaced, it was stolen. Yes. Right. Anything you say in this office is confidential, but not privileged, meaning it stays between us unless we're hit with a subpoena. It would save all of us a lot of time if you just lay it out, so we can decide if we'll take the job or not. Renee opened the envelope and shook the contents into her hand. A photograph slid into her palm. She placed it on the desk. A man who looked to be in his early 50s stared back at me. Curly brown hair, going grey, a pleasant enough face, neither handsome nor ugly. Deep lines around the mouth. Sad eyes. He looked like he'd been gutted by life and managed to pull himself together, but some part of him hadn't quite made it. Adam Carmen, Renee said. 38 years old. Brilliant engineer, genius, applied magic theorist. We were hired to guard him while he worked on a valuable project. Adam was financed by TLNEE separate investors. How well? I asked. Well enough to pay for an elite guard unit. That was some serious cash. Elite Red Guard units didn't come cheap. We put Adam into a safe house in the middle of nowhere. The property was protected by 2 defensive wards, an inner perimeter spell that shielded the house and the workshop and a wider, outer perimeter spell that protected a quarter-acre area with the house in its center. The house was watched by a crew of 12 people, 4 per 8-hour shift. I cherry-picked every one of the guards. All of them had passed background checks and showed long records of distinguished service. Renee leaned back. Last night Adam and the prototype vanished. His absence and the mutilated body of one of the guards was discovered this morning during a shift change. Okay. Mutilated how? The line of Renee's mouth hardened. You would have to see for yourself. I want you to find Adam and retrieve the device. Figured. Which of those two is top priority? Obviously my employers would prefer to recover both. The official line says the device has priority. Personally, I want Adam saved. Once a bodyguard, always a bodyguard. Renee had been hired to guard Carmen, and she took her job personally. Renee braided her long fingers on her knee. Right now only 4 people besides the guards and those of us in this room are aware of this issue. 3 of those 4 are Adam's investors, and the 4th is my direct superior. It's essential that no information is leaked. The damage to the Red Guard's reputation would be catastrophic. Lovely. We would have to look for him without making any noise. My investigative technique mostly consisted of going through the list of interested parties and making as much noise as possible, until the culprit lost his patience and tried to shut me up. Renee focused on me. Being subtle is very important in this case. We can do subtle, I assured her. It's our middle name, Andrea added. For some odd reason Renee didn't look convinced. I took out a pad of paper and a pen. What was the nature of the device? Renee shook her head. We weren't privy to that information. To my knowledge, it was never successfully tested. Okay. I need the inventor's full name, address, family, and known associates. His name is Adam Carmen. We know that he is 38, a widower. His wife had diabetes and was undergoing dialysis for kidney failure. Eventually, the disease killed her. Adam was severely traumatized by her death. His work is connected to that event, but I can't tell you how. He spoke without an accent, he didn't seem religious, and he expressed no strong political views. How long have you had him? Andrea wrote a note on her own pad. 96 days. He had no visitors while in our custody. Beyond that, we know nothing, no address, no known relatives, no information about enemies or friends. Renee picked up another piece of paper. This is the latest image of the device in question. On the picture a metal cylinder stood level with a work table, approximately 3 feet tall and probably a foot in diameter. Odd patterns covered the grey metal, some pale, almost white, some with a familiar yellow sheen of gold, others a dozen shades of silver and blue. They twisted and overlapped one another, some so elaborate it must have taken hours of work and jeweller's tools to create them. I glanced at Renee. The main cylinder is iron. Iridium. The squiggles on it are gold, platinum, cobalt, and lead. He has half of the periodic table in that thing. All metals, all rare, all expensive, and all took enchantment extremely well, except for lead. Lead was magically inert, magic bounced off it like dry peas from a wall. Why build a magic device and add lead to it? Any idea at all what it was supposed to do? Renee shook her head. Do you have any thoughts as to who might have wanted to steal him or his device? Andrea asked. No. I tapped the paper. Can you give me the names of the 3 investors? No. Andrea frowned. No as in you don't know who they are, or no as in you won't tell us? Both. I tapped the paper with my pen. Renee, you want us to find you don't know who and to retrieve his you don't know what for you want tell me whom? Renee shrugged. You will have full access to his workshop, the safe house, and the body. You can interview the guards and you will have our full cooperation. I'll give you a code and advise the Master Sergeant that you'll be coming. The investors' identities are confidential by contract. If they want to approach you, they can, but we can't force them to do it, so my hands are tied there. As to Adam, we were hired to guard his body and his work, not interview him about his family history. I heard background checks are a standard requirement for the Red Guard. I tapped my paper with my pencil. They are. So why didn't you do them? Because the client gave us a truckload of money. Renee smiled, a controlled sharp baring of teeth. Some unsettling emotion flickered in her eyes and vanished. We aren't investigators. We're bodyguards. We need a professional to resolve this situation. Hiring the mercenary guild is out of the question, they don't know how to be discreet. Hiring the order isn't an option either. I don't want their fingers in our pie, because they'll try to claim ownership of the whole thing. That leaves us with a private firm. I know you, I've seen you work, and I know you will do it cheaper than anybody else in town, because you have no choice. You opened up shop a month ago and you have no clients. You need a significant case to put your name back on the map, or you'll go out of business. If you succeed in assisting us, the Red Guard will publicly endorse you." Renee nodded to the guy on her left. He set a small duffel bag on the table. Renee pulled it open. 5 stacks of bills looked back at me. 10 grand now and 10 grand plus expenses when Adam and / or the device are returned to us. 20 grand if Mr. Carmen is alive and free of life-threatening injuries. 20 grand and an endorsement from the best bodyguard outfit in the city or sitting on my ass, drinking motor oil coffee. Let me think. Renee watched me. There it was again, an odd flicker of distress in her eyes. This time I was ready for it and I caught it, fear. The woman who used to run security for Midnight Games was scared out of her wits, and she was trying her best to hide it. I glanced at the 2 men behind her. "Can we speak in private?" Renee waved her hand, and the twin walking arsenals departed. I leaned forward. There are several experienced pie firms in the city that would be happy to take care of this for 20 grand. The Pinkertons, John Bishop, Anna Marie and her White Magnolia, any of them would take that paycheck and say thank you. But you came here. Renee crossed her arms on her chest. Are you trying to talk me out of hiring you? A peculiar business strategy. No, I'm stating a fact. We both know that my reputation is now shit, because Ted Moynihan told anyone who would listen that I was the stray rock in the gears of his great plan. On the right, Andrea's jawline hardened, she declenched her teeth. Moynihan says a lot of things, Renee said. He's damaged goods, and nobody likes excuses. I have no formal investigative training and my resume is short. My point is, if I had lost a valuable object and my career were riding on retrieving it, I wouldn't hire me. I might hire Andrea, because she has both experience and formal training. She can tell you the height of the attacker from the trigonometry of the blood spatter, while I'm fuzzy on what trigonometry is. Hiring us because of Andrea would make sense, but you had no idea she worked here until you walked through the door. The only time you've seen me do my thing was in the pit, where I killed things with much bloodshed. Renee gave me a flat look. Go on. You didn't come here looking for a detective. You came here looking for a hired killer. So why don't you level with me? Why do you need me? A strained silence hung between us. A second passed. Another. I don't know what Adam was building, Renee said, her voice barely above a whisper. I know that when I told my direct supervisor that Adam and the device were missing, he called his family and told his wife to pack the children, TLN out the bare essentials into the car, leave for North Carolina, and not come back until he called them. He told his family to get out of town. Andrea blinked. Renee nodded. My brother is bedridden. He can't be moved. I can't take him out of the city. I'm stuck in Atlanta. She leaned forward, her face grim. You care about your friends, Daniels. Enough to jump on a sword for them. You have a lot to lose, and if you get worried enough, you'll strong-arm the pack into helping you, which is a lot more manpower than I can muster. Find Adam and find his device for me. Before the thief turns it on and does something we both will regret. The door shut behind Renee. Andrea rose and moved to the narrow window, watching her and her goons cross the parking lot to their vehicle. I've been hired for 2 hours and we already have a client and a job from hell. I took $5,000 out of the bag. Andrea moved away from the window, and I handed the duffel with the rest of the money to her. What for? Gun budget. Andrea ran her thumb, riffing through the stack of $20 bills. Cool. We need ammo. Did she look scared to you? I asked. Andrea grimaced. She's a cold bitch and she masks it well, but I spent my entire childhood reading faces so I'd know where the next punch was coming from. And I'm a predator. I lock onto fear, because it signals prey. She's really rattled. We're probably going to regret this. Maybe we should take the other offer. Oh wait. We don't have another offer. You are so witty, Miss Daniels. Or is it Mrs. Curran? I gave her my hard stare. She barked a short laugh. I set my bag on my desk and unzipped it to check the contents. Dead bodies had the annoying tendency to decay. The sooner we got to the scene, the better. Andrea checked her guns. So Ted told everyone you ruined his parade? Pretty much. One day I'll kill him, you know. I glanced at her. She was deadly serious. Killing Ted would unleash a storm of catastrophic proportions. He was the head of the Atlanta chapter of the Order. Every night in the country would hunt us down to their last breath. Of course, Andrea knew all that. I'm over it. I swiped my backpack off the desk. Ready to go. I was born ready. Where is this workshop anyway? I checked the directions Renee had given me. Sibley Forest. Andrea swore. Chapter 5 owned 2 cars, an old beat-up Subaru named Betsy that ran during tech and a horrid nightmare of a truck called Carmelian. Carmelian took 20 minutes of intense chanting to warm up and made more noise than a gaggle of drunk teenage boys in a bar on a Saturday night, but it ran during magic. Unfortunately, the Beast Lord had condemned both vehicles as unsafe, and instead I now leased a pack Jeep I called Hector. Equipped with dual engines, Hector worked during magic or tech. He didn't go very fast, especially during magic, but so far he hadn't stalled on me either. As long as our high-speed chases stayed under 45 miles an hour, we would be all set. Andrea eyed Hector. Where is Betsy? She's back at the keep. His furriness made me lease Hector from the pack instead. Betsy didn't meet with his exacting standards. I climbed into the driver's seat. Andrea popped the passenger door open and Grendel bounded into the space behind it, where there once was a rear seat and now was space where I stored equipment. Oh yeah. Yeah. I believe the exact words he used were a death trap with 4 wheels. We had a glorious fight about it. She grinned and patted Hector's dashboard. You lost. No, I chose to gracefully accept the pack's generous offer. Aha. Keep telling yourself that. Careful, thin ice. A third party explained to me in detail that when you're running a business, people judge how successful you are based on your appearance. If you're driving a shabby vehicle, they think you need money and your business is struggling. That sounds like Raphael, Andrea said. And she nailed it. Yep. She clamped her mouth shut. I started the engine and maneuvered Hector out of the parking lot. 1, 2, 3. So who is he hooked up with now? 3 seconds. That was all she lasted. Nobody that I know of. She stared straight through the windshield. I find that hard to believe. Given that Raphael was a Buddha and they viewed sex as a fun recreational activity that should be practiced vigorously and often, normally I would have agreed with her. But Raphael was a special case. He hounded Andrea for months until she finally gave him a chance. For a few blissful weeks they were in love and happy, but then Andrea had to pick between the Order and the pack and it all fell apart. He hasn't been with anybody since you had that fight, I told her. She snorted. I'm sure some cute piece of ass will catch his attention sooner or later. He's too busy moping. Andrea glanced at me. Moping? Pining? I made a wide curve around a large pothole filled with odd-looking blue goo. If he starts singing sad Irish ballads, we'll have to stage an intervention. Oh please. Andrea turned to her passenger window. He withdrew from the Buddha clan. What? Not officially, of course. I shrugged. But he stopped doing whatever it is that the Buddha alpha male does. In the Buddha clan, as in nature, females were dominant. Aunt B ran that clan with steel claws, and Raphael, being her son, served as the head of males. He killed Tara. Andrea's blue eyes went big. The third female. Yeah. Aunt B mentioned it in passing the last time we spoke. He was in the Buddha clan house for some sort of business-related thing and Tara came up and grabbed his balls. Apparently she wanted to check if they were still there. He punched her in the face. She shifted into a warrior form and went for his throat. From what Aunt B said, he didn't just kill her, he ripped her to pieces. He hasn't been to the clan house since. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. It was one of those idiotic things that could have been resolved in a split second. Tara had no right to touch Raphael, and once she did, he had every right to punch her. She should have left it at that, and now she was dead because she didn't. Buddha males voluntarily took the beta role, but in a fight they were vicious, and Raphael was the best of their lot. I wouldn't fight him unless he left me no choice. I could take him, but he'd tear me up before I finished him. I keep thinking about the people thing Andrea said. I think something went very wrong in the casino. And we changed the subject. Andrea 1, Kate the matchmaker 0. How do you figure two navigators fainted, both while piloting the same vampire? And one of these navigators was Garstek, who could pilot a vampire through an obstacle course studded with rotating saw blades and pits of molten lava while carrying a full glass of water and not spilling a drop. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say the people had stumbled onto something, some sort of magic that was too much for them, and it had somehow tainted the vampire. But getting to the bottom of this mystery would be impossible. And besides, nobody had hired us to resolve the people's navigation issues. Of course, it could be a coincidence. Andrea shrugged. We don't know anything about the woman who fainted, except that she was supposedly pregnant. We don't know what relationship she and Garstek had prior to this mess. Maybe they went to breakfast together and ordered a bad omelette. That would be a hell of an omelette. I don't know, have you eaten at the Grease Trap lately? Their omelettes are grey. Technically the place was called the Greek Wrap, but nobody called it by its real name. The Grease Trap served breakfast 24/7, offered token wraps that had nothing to do with Greek cuisine, and openly admitted to having rat meat on the menu. It was the kind of place you went when your earthly troubles became too much for you and you were looking for a creative way to commit suicide. Why the hell would anyone be eating at the Grease Trap? I've seen flies die from buzzing by that place. Andrea crossed her arms. Oh, I don't know, probably because your career just ended and you are depressed and don't feel like breathing, let alone going out, but your body still needs food and that's the closest place to your apartment and they don't mind if you bring a giant dog with you. What, you couldn't find a dumpster that was closer? Andrea glared at me. What are you implying? The dumpster would have better food in it. Well, excuse me, Miss Fine Dining. Garstek wouldn't be caught dead at the Grease Trap. Andrea waved her arms. It was just an example. I glanced into the rearview mirror at Grendel. What kind of brave canine companion lets his human eat at the Grease Trap? You are so fired. Grendel waved his tail. Whatever horrors happened in his canine life, Grendel always bounced back with easy enthusiasm whenever some food made an appearance. A treat, a blanket in a nice warm house, an occasional pat on the head, and Grendel would be as happy as he could be. If only people were so easy. Could you take a vampire away from its navigator? Andrea asked. I paused, thinking about it. I could. I could do a hell of a lot more than that. In the raw power department, I blew even Garstek off the scale. I could walk into the casino right now and empty their stables, and all of the masters of dead combined wouldn't be able to wrest control of their undead away from me. I wouldn't be able to do anything with my vampire horde except make it run around in 48 Ilona Andrews a herd, but it would be a very impressive herd. Nobody except Andrea and Julie knew I could even pilot the undead, and if I had any hope of hiding, I had to keep it that way. Of course, after the death of my aunt, hiding was a moot point. If I did that, the vamp would be under my control. It wouldn't be loose. I'd asked the journeyman and both of them said they couldn't get a lock on the vamp's mind. As if they had lost their ability to navigate. I have no idea how to make a vampire's mind disappear. Andrea frowned. Can Roland do it? I don't know. Considering that my biological father had brought the vampires into being, nothing was out of the realm of possibility. Don't take this the wrong way, but why isn't he here? I glanced at Andrea. Who, Roland? Yes. It's been 2 months since someone killed his near-immortal sister. You'd think he'd send someone in to investigate by now. He's 5,000 years old. To him 2 months is more like a couple of minutes. I grimaced. Era attacked the guild, the order, the pack, the civilian businesses, the temple, basically anything she ran across, which constitutes an act of terrorism of federal proportions. Right now nothing officially ties Era to Roland. If he claimed responsibility for her behavior, the United States would feel compelled to do something about it. I have a feeling he doesn't want a full-blown conflict, not yet. He'll send someone down once the city cools off a bit, but when is anybody's guess? It might be tomorrow, although I doubt it, or it might be in a year. Hugh's absence bothers me more. Hugh D'Ambry was my stepfather's successor and Roland's warlord. Hugh had also developed an unhealthy interest in me after witnessing me break one of Roland's indestructible swords. I can solve that mystery for you, Andrea said. I asked some very careful questions while in Virginia. Hugh is in South America. Why? Nobody knows. He was seen leaving Miami with some of his Order of Iron Dogs goons in early January. The ship was bound for Argentina. What the hell did Hugh want in Argentina? Any luck on the blood armor? Andrea asked. No. My father possessed the ability to mold his own blood. He fashioned it into impenetrable armor and devastating weapons. I'd been able to control my blood a couple of times, but every time I'd done so, I was near death. I've been practicing. And nothing. I can feel the magic. I know it's there. It wants to be used. But I can't reach it. It's like there is a wall between me and the blood. If I'm really pissed off, I can make it spike into needles, but they only last a second or two. That sucks. Control over blood was Roland's greatest power. Either I mastered it, or I needed to start working on my own gravestone. Except I hadn't the foggiest idea of how to go about learning the power, and nobody could teach me. Roland could do it, my aunt had done it, I had to learn to do it. There was some sort of trick to it, some secret that I didn't know. Hugh will come back eventually, Andrea said. When he does, I'll deal with it, I told her. Hugh D'Ambry, preceptor of Order of Iron Dogs, trained by Voron, enhanced by my father's magic. Killing him without blood armor and blood weapons of my own would be a bitch. We turned onto Johnson Ferry Road. After the Chattahoochee River decided to swell into a deep water magic monster paradise, the bridge at Johnson Fenway became the fastest way to the West Bank. Except today, carts and vehicles clogged the road. Donkeys brayed, horses whipped themselves with their tails, and a variety of odd vehicles belched, sneezed, and rattled, polluting the air with noise and gasoline fumes. What the hell? Maybe the bridge is out. Andrea released her seat belt and slipped out. I'll check. She took off, breaking into an easy jog. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel. If the bridge was out, we were screwed. The closest crossing was at the old Interstate 285, 5 miles away, and given that 1 to 285 and most of the area directly surrounding it lay in ruins and required mountain climbing equipment to conquer, it would take us at least half an hour 50 Lonani, Rius to get there. Add another hour to wait for the ferry to carry us across the river and the morning was down the drain. The cars roared, the beasts of burden neighed and snorted. Nobody moved an inch. I shifted the car into park and turned off the engine. Gas was expensive. The driver off cart in front of me leaned to the left, and I saw Andrea sprinting along the shoulder. She dashed to the car and jerked the door open. "Get your sword." I didn't have to get my sword, it was on my back. I pulled the keys out of the ignition, jumped out, and slapped the door shut, aborting Grendel's desperate lunge for freedom. "What's going on?" "The bridge troll is out. It's rampaging on the road." "What happened?" 3 years ago the bridge troll had wandered out of Sibley and onto the Johnson Fenway Bridge in an attempt to prove that the universe indeed possessed a sense of humor. It had proved really hard to kill and the mags had lured it under the bridge and put it under a sleep spell. The troll required magic to wake up, so during the tech he hibernated on his own, and during the magic waves the spell kept him in dreamland. The city had built a concrete bunker around him and he'd been impersonating Sleeping Beauty for years now. Unless the wards around the bunker failed somehow, he should have stayed sleeping. Andrea took off down the shoulder. The sleeping spell collapsed. He woke up, lay around for a while, and then decided to bash the bunker down and hulk out on the bridge. "Come on, we've got to save the public. And get paid." I chased her. "Reward? $1,000 if we take him down before he finishes off the truck he's working on." A shiny green truck hood shot out from behind the cars like a missile and crashed into a cart 10 feet to the left of us. A dull guttural roar followed. I put some effort into it and we sprinted along the line of cars to the bridge. Chapter 6 Sibley Forest had started out as an upscale subdivision, tucked away into the bend of a small wooded area hugging Soap Creek before it emptied into the Chattahoochee River. In its heyday, the subdivision boasted around 100 homes set among lush greenery and sporting price tags of $500,000 and up. It was a safe, pleasant, affluent neighborhood until the shift, when the first magic wave kicked the world in the face. As Down Tomb crumbled, Sibley Forest fell prey to the magic as well. It started with the river. About 5 years after the shift, the Chattahoochee gained strength, eating at its banks and causing floods. Soap Creek quickly followed suit. The small tame forest bordering the subdivision held out for another year or two, and then magic bloomed deep in the heart of Sibley and caused a riot. Trees claimed the manicured lawns, growing at an alarm rate, taking bites out of subdivision. At first the Homeowners Association cut the new growth down, and then they burned it, but the woods kept advancing, stretching to the sky practically overnight, until they swallowed the subdivision and Sibley became a true forest. The trees continued their assault, trying to fight their way north, to join forces with the Chattahoochee National Forest. Animals came from deep within the woods, padding on soft paws and flashing big teeth. Odd things crawled out from the darkness beneath the tree roots and prowled the night looking for meat. Finally the association gave up. Most of owners fled. The remaining few spent small fortunes on wards, fences, and ammo. Now having an address in Sibley Forest meant you had money, you liked privacy, and you didn't mind weird shit on your lawn. Sometimes literally. We turned down Twig Street. Ahead the forest rose like a massive wall tinted with pale green. Here and there flowers bloomed. The buds in the rest of Atlanta were barely waking up. "Are you seeing this?" Andrea bared her teeth. "I'm seeing it. I hate this place. It smells wrong and strange shit jumps out of the bushes and tries to gnaw your legs off. The only thing I could smell was the troll blood staining our shoes." Folklore said two things about trolls: they turned to stone at dawn and they regenerated. The troll definitely hadn't gotten the petrifying memo, but regeneration he performed with huge success. We'd ended up herding the beast back into the ruined bunker and then keeping him there until the paid arrived. But now we were a grand richer. The road passed an enormous oak. Huge, its bark scarred, the massive tree towered over the street, and the jeep careened and swayed as it rolled over the waves in the pavement made by its roots. The branches facing us shivered with narrow green leaves, still sticky from being rolled up in their buds, while the branches facing the forest were sheathed with bright green and clusters of long yellow threads, the oak flowers, busily sending pollen into the air. A wooden sign sat by the oak roots. Letters cut the sign, sliced into the wood in sharp strokes. Sibley lions and tigers and bears, oh my. We rolled on, down the road. Brush rose on both sides of what once was a curvy subdivision street. In the weak light of the overcast afternoon, the woods looked surprisingly ethereal, as if ready to float away. Tall trees touched with green moss vied for space. Small clumps of flowers bloomed in bright patches here and there, yellow dandelions, purple henbits, tiny white blossoms in a nest of green. They looked like hairy bittercress, but I wasn't sure. My knowledge of herbs mostly broke down into two categories: those I could use for medicinal or magic purposes and those I could eat in a pinch. A wide island of forsythia bushes flowered on the left in a froth of vivid yellow, as if dipped into whipped sunshine. On the right, a nameless vine dripped from the branches, threatening to spill delicate lavender flowers. Downright idyllic. You half expected Pooh Bear to waddle out through the brush. Of course, knowing Sibley, Pooh would open a mouth full of deep water teeth and try to take a chunk out of our tires. Andrea flipped open Renee's manila folder. It says here the dead guard's name is Laurent de Haven, 32 years old, hair brown, eyes grey, 4-year stint in the Army, MSDU unit, 6 years as a cop down in sunny Orlando, Florida, and 4 years with the Red Guard. Promoted once, to the rank of specialist. Expert swordsman, prefers tactical blades. Krav Maga, black belt, Dan 5. Andrea whistled. Tough guy to kill. What else have we got? Let's see: guard in charge, Shohan Henderson, Marines 8 years, guard 11 years, expert in a list of weapons a mile long. We can also look forward to meeting Deborah Abrams, the shift supervisor, Mason Vaughn, and Rigoberto Rig Devara. Andrea kept reading the notes. After 15 minutes, it was clear that the 4 guards and their master sergeant could fend off an angry mob, would throw themselves into a bullet's path in the blink of an eye, and had records so stellar, they had to lock their resumes in a drawer at night, so the golden light streaming from the pages wouldn't keep them awake. Directions said 2 rights, 1 left, then straight. The first 2 turns were easy enough. The left was a tight squeeze between 2 pines. Beyond the tall bamboo hugged the road, forming a dense green tunnel. I steered the jeep through it. Are you sure you know where you're going? Andrea frowned. Would you like me to pull over and ask that bamboo for directions? I don't know, do you think it will answer? We peered at the bamboo. I think it looks suspicious, Andrea said. Maybe there is a heffalump hiding in it. Andrea stared at me. You know, heffalump? From Pooh Bear. Where do you even get this shit? The bamboo ended abruptly, spitting us into a gravel driveway leading up to a large modified A-frame. Wrapped in a railed porch with the roof extending all the way over the porch steps, the house looked like it had grown from the forest: stone foundation, dark cedar walls, brown roof. Shrubs hugged the porch steps. No unnatural colors, no ornaments or carvings. Look at all that window space. Build pre-shift, Andrea murmured. I nodded. I could see 8 windows from where we sat. Most were as tall as me and none had bars. Modern houses looked like bunkers. Any window larger than a bread box was barred. I drove midway up the driveway and stopped with the engine idling. Good guards didn't prance around the perimeter making themselves into easy targets. They hid. A sniper in the attic, Andrea said. It took me a second, and then I saw a dark shape, obscured by the gloom under the gable, a black outline of a rifle barrel stretching from the attic window. I stepped out of the jeep and leaned on the bumper. Andrea joined me. Pine, 9 o'clock, I said. Andrea glanced to where a man in a camo suit did his best to blend with the foliage. Bushes at 2. She inhaled deeply. Also, someone is behind the jeep. That makes 3. The 4th is coming up at us from the left, I said. Should we go meet him? Andrea arched an eyebrow. I think that's poison ivy over there. I vote we sit here and wait until they ask us for the code. The bushes on the left parted and an older black man stepped out. His greying hair was cropped into a severe high and tight. Henderson, looking exactly like the picture in the file Andrea had shown me. Judging by the hard lines of his face and the flat look in his eyes, he'd left the Marines, but the Corps hadn't quite left him. The Red Guard shield patch on Henderson's shoulder had 2 red stripes. He'd been promoted twice as a sergeant, which made him Master Sergeant. Renee oversaw this job, but she probably oversaw others, too. Henderson quarterbacked only one job at a time, and while he had it, he owned it. His guys had screwed up and lost the body they were guarding. He looked like somebody had pissed in his sandbox, and he was none too pleased that we'd come to dig in the mess. I nodded at him. Afternoon, Master Sergeant. Names? Daniels and Nash, Andrea said. The Master Sergeant checked a small piece of paper. Code. 3728, I said. Name is Henderson. Don't let the Master Sergeant muddle your thinking. I work for my living. You're clear to proceed. Park at the top of the driveway. We got back into the jeep and I pulled up to the house. Henderson trotted behind us and up to the doors. I stepped out of vehicle. Where is de Haven's body? In the workshop. We followed Henderson behind the house. The workshop occupied a wooden shed large enough to contain a small apartment. The garage-sized wooden gate stood ajar. Henderson halted. In there. I stepped inside. Counters ran along the wall, filled with tools and metal junk. Plastic bins filled with screws rose in towers next to boxes of lug nuts, bolts, and assorted metal trash that would have been more at home in a metal jungle lining the bottom of the honeycomb gap. On the left counter, delicate glass tools of unknown purpose vied for space with a jeweler's loop and tiny pliers. On the right, metal working tools were spread out, angle grinders of assorted sizes for cutting metal, shears, hammers, saws, a large lathe with a metal cylinder still fixed on it. A delicate pattern of GLYPHS decorated the left end of the cylinder. Someone, probably Carmen, had begun to apply the complex metallic lattice but hadn't finished. A nude male body hung from the rafters in the middle of the shop, suspended by a thick chain, likely attached to a hook that bit into the corpse's back. His head drooped to the side. Long dark hair spilled from his scalp down onto his chest, framing a face frozen by death into a contorted mask. Light grey eyes bulged from their sockets. The man's mouth gaped open, the bloodless lips baring his teeth. Panic and surprise rolled into one. Hello, Laurent. I dropped my backpack and pulled a Polaroid camera from it. Magic had a way of screwing up digital cameras. Sometimes it wiped the memory cards clean, sometimes you would get noise, and occasionally the pictures came out perfect. I wasn't willing to play Russian roulette with my evidence. The Polaroid was hideously expensive, but the pictures were instant. Andrea raised her eyebrows. Look at you, all high speed. Yeah, you'd think I was a detective or something. Andrea held her hand out. You'll jinx it. I put the camera into her hand and crouched, trying to get a look at the floor under the body. No drip? Andrea asked. Nope. You smell anything? Decomp, blood. She wrinkled her nose. Cayenne pepper. The place reeks of it. It drowns out everything else. Odd. I dropped to all fours and bent lower. A faint line of rusty powder crossed the floorboards. I leaned over, trying to get a better look. The line ran into the counter on the right and touched the wall on the left. A telltale spatter stain marked the wall boards. I pointed at it. Urine. Andrea craned her neck and raised the camera. Such glamorous jobs we have. Taking pictures of pee stains. I turned my head. An identical stain marked the other wall, exactly across from the first one. That's why we do it. For the glamour. A shaman? Andrea asked. Possibly. All living things generated magic, and humans were no exception. The magic was in the blood, in the saliva, in tears, and in urine. Body liquids could be used in any number of ways. I sealed wards with my blood. Roland made weapons and armor out of his. But urine usually pointed to a more primal magic. Shamans, witches, and some neo-pagan cult practitioners all used urine. People who considered themselves close to nature. It tied in with animals marking their territory and a number of other primal things. The Cayenne line looked like some sort of ward to me, and the presence of urine confirmed it. Someone had marked a boundary on the floor and sealed it with their body fluid, probably to contain something. What was anybody's guess at this point? With the magic down, I sensed nothing, not a drop of power. I stepped over the Cayenne line and padded forward, pulling Slayer from the back sheath and staying to the right to give Andrea a clear shot. The camera clicked. A moment and the Polaroid slid from it with a faint whir. One more. Andrea murmured. All that glassware and the delicate instruments on the counters and nothing is broken. You'd think with all his training Laurent would have put up a fight. Maybe he knew his attacker and didn't view him as a threat until it was too late. That would make Adam Carmen or another guard the prime suspect. A bodyguard wouldn't expect to be assaulted by a man he guarded or his own buddies. Everybody else would have been met with violence. Laurent's corpse showed no wounds except for a long black scar that cut his body from his chest down to his groin, a vertical line that split into three at the navel, like an upside-down imprint of a crow foot or like some perverse peace symbol torn out of its circle. Unusual cut. Looked almost like a rune. The camera clicked, flashing, once, Fivis. The magic hit, rolling over us like an invisible tsunami. Andrea raised the camera and pushed the button. No flash. Not even a click. She glanced at the camera in disgust. Damn it! The black scar shivered. I took a step back. A faint shudder ran through the body. The black line trembled, its edges rising, and boiled into movement. Oh shit! Kate! I see it. The body swayed. The chains creaked, louder and louder. Power swelled, straining within the corpse. I backed away to the ward. The corpse's stomach bulged, the black line swelling. I stepped over the cayenne pepper line. Magic sparked on my skin, the black scar burst. Tiny bodies shot at us and fell harmlessly on the other side of the line, drenching the floor in a dark torrent. Not a single speck of black made it over to us behind us, Henderson exhaled. What the hell is that? Ants, I said. The black flood swirled, twisting, slower and slower. One by one the small bodies stopped moving. A moment and the floor was completely still, dead ants. A 5-gallon bucket full of them strewn all over the floor. The body rocked back and forth. All of the man's flesh had vanished. His skeleton was stripped bare and the skin hung on the bone frame like a deflated balloon. "Okay," Andrea said. "That's one of the freakiest things I've ever seen." When faced with the freakiest thing you've ever seen, the best strategy is to divide and conquer. Andrea decided to scan the scene, while I took the enviable task of interviewing Henderson. He didn't look pleased. I maneuvered him to a steel patio table sitting between the house and the workshop. We sat in the hard metal chairs. From here both of us could watch the workshop and the driveway, where Andrea prepared to swipe the scanner out of Jeep and Grendel prepared to escape the moment she swung open the door. The portable scanner resembled a sewing machine covered in clockwork vomit. It detected residual magic and spat the result out as a graph of colors: green for shapeshifter, purple for undead, blue for human. It was neither precise nor infallible, and reading an scan was more art than science, but it was still the best diagnostic tool we had. It also weighed close to 80 pounds. Andrea opened the Jeep door and thrust her hand in. Grendel lunged and collided with her palm. The impact knocked him back. Andrea grabbed the scanner, yanked it out of the Jeep, and shut the door in Grendel's furry face. The attack poodle lunged at the window and let out a long despondent howl. Andrea turned and headed to the workshop, carrying the 80-pound scanner with a light spring in her step, as if it were a picnic basket. Shapeshifter strength came in handy. Too bad the cost of LYCV infection was so high. Henderson watched Andrea walk across the yard. "A shapeshifter?" "Yes." "You got a problem with that?" "Good." Henderson nodded. "We could use her nose." I took out my notepad and my pen. "How many people are assigned to this detail?" Renee had said 12, but it never hurt to check. 12, including me. 3 shifts of 4 guards, 8 hours each. Yes. Day, night, and graveyard. I wrote it down. Which shift do you work? I alternate between evening and graveyard. I worked the evening shift yesterday, 1400 to 2200. Figured. Most trouble happened after dark, and Henderson struck me as the type of man who wanted to meet trouble head-on and punch it in the teeth. And the one time it did show up, he'd guessed you wrong and missed it. When was the body discovered? 0600 at shift change. Henderson crossed his arms. The good Master Sergeant plainly didn't like the way my questions were going. Strange. Renee had already given me most of this information, so why did talking about it twist his panties in a bunch? Could you walk me through how the body was found? Each shift has a shift sergeant. At 5:55 a.m., day shift Sergeant Julio Rivera and graveyard shift Sergeant Deborah Abrams made a routine check on the subject in the workshop. Why the workshop? Why not the house? If Henderson's face could harden any more, it would crack. Because the man was last seen entering the workshop. If I still had my order ID, this entire conversation would have gone a lot smoother. The ID commanded instant respect, especially from a former soldier like Henderson. His world broke into 2 camps, pro and amateur, and right now he pegged me for a hired gun of the 2nd category. Renee had ordered him to cooperate and he was a company man, so he answered my questions, but he didn't exactly recognize my right to ask them. Did Adam often work through the night? I asked. Night, day, morning, whenever it struck him. Sometimes he'd work all day, sleep for 2 hours, and go back to work, and sometimes he'd do nothing for 2 days. Aha! When was the last time he was seen? Muscles played along the Master Sergeant's jaw. 3 hours past midnight. I closed the notebook. If I had an erratic subject who wandered to and fro between the workshop and the house whenever the inspiration struck him, I'd have my guys checking on him every hour. Just to make sure he didn't break perimeter and blunder off into Sibley in a creative daze. And I don't even have 2 stripes on my sleeve. Henderson hit me with a hard stare. It was a heavy stare, but it had nothing on looking into Curran's golden irises when he was pissed off. I held his gaze. My job isn't to pass judgment. My job is to find Adam Carmen and his device. That's all. Whatever happened here is between you and your chain of command, but I need to know what it was so I can move on. If you make it hard for me, I'll go through you. He leaned forward an inch. Think you can? Try me. Henderson was a large man, and he was used to people backing down when he pushed. He was a guard and a soldier, but he wasn't a killer. Oh, he would shoot back if someone shot at him first, and he might stab you if it came to it, because it was his job, but he wouldn't slice a man's throat and step over his twitching body while the hot blood spurted on the ground. I would. And it wouldn't bother me much. In fact, I'd been out of action for over 2 months now. I missed it, missed the edge and the fight. We stared at each other. I would kill you in an instant with no hesitation. A slow recognition rolled over Henderson's face. So it's like that, he said. That's right. Henderson narrowed his eyes. Why would Renee bring your kind in? What kind is that? You're not a soldier, and you're not a place. I used to be an agent of the Order. I nodded at the workshop. And she is a retired master at arms knight. Renee brought us in because it's not our first rodeo. What happened to your shift, Master Sergeant? This is the last time I'm asking. Henderson drew himself upright. He wanted to send me packing. I saw it in his face. He thought about it, but he must have glimpsed something he didn't like in my eyes, because he unhinged his jaw. The graveyard shift fell asleep. All 4 guards. Henderson nodded. Except de Haven. At their posts. Henderson nodded again. Crap. How long? Approximately from 04 until the shift change. 2 hours. More than enough time to kidnap a man. Or to slice his throat, bury him in the forest, and steal his magic project. How the hell did de Haven fit into it? Did he surprise the thieves? Of course, Adam Carmen could have killed his Uber bodyguard and bolted with the goods. Because he was secretly a ninja, adept at Mortal Kombat and vanishing into thin air. Yes, that was it. Case solved. Trained Red Guardsmen, didn't he just fall asleep on their own for 2 hours in the middle of their shift? Magic or drugs had to be involved. Even so, 3 of the guards passed out while de Haven went into the workshop. And why wasn't he impersonating Sleeping Beauty? Where are the guards? Both graveyard and day shifts are waiting by the house. I figured you'd want to talk to them. Henderson paused. There is more. We've searched the area. Found something? We found something, all right. Henderson rose and strode farther behind the house. I followed. A large Humvee waited, parked under an oak. The canvas top was pulled back, exposing the rear bed containing 2 rucksacks and a plastic bin. Henderson set the bin on the ground and opened it with careful precision, as if he expected a pissed-off copperhead inside. A simple rectangle of pale cotton lay inside the bin, displaying an assortment of herbs. Green poppy heads, hops cones, silver stems of lavender with purple petals, catnip, valerian, and a thick pale root, curved almost like a man in a fetal position, his legs bent at the knees. Mandragora. Rare, expensive, and powerful traces of fine brown powder dusted the fabric. I touched it, licked my fingertip, and the familiar peppery taste nipped at my tongue. Kava root, ground to dust. There was enough herbal power here to put a small army to sleep. I'd seen this before. The herbs had been combined with several pounds of dried kava powder, bound in cloth, treated with some heavy-duty magic, and then sealed. At the right moment the owner of this magic bundle tossed it on the ground, breaking the seal, and the pressurized magic exploded, spreading Kava Kava dust TLN off the air. Instant knockout for anyone with lungs in a quarter-mile radius. They called it a sleep bomb. The sleep bombs were invented shortly after the very first magic wave as a means of crowd control to peacefully subdue the panicked population. During the 3-month riots. Back then magic was a new and untried force, and there was some question as to whether the sleep bombs would work. Unfortunately it was soon discovered that when the cops dropped the sleep bombs into the crowd, they worked so well that some of the rioters never woke up. The bombs were outlawed now. Making a sleep bomb required a crapload of magic power, expertise, and some serious money. The best mandragora came from Europe, and Kava Kava had to be imported from Hawaii, Fiji, or Samoa. That cost a solid chunk of change. Adam had investors with deep pockets. Perhaps one of them had decided not to share the candy with the rest of the class. Sleep bomb the guards, kidnap Adam, grab the device, keep all profits for yourself. Good plan. I needed to get a list of those investors. I glanced at the guts of the sleep bomb spread out on the cloth. All those herbs packed a magic wallop even when sealed. Renee said this place was warded. Henderson nodded. Twice. The inner ward starts at the top of the driveway and protects the house and the workshop. The outer starts at the bottom of the driveway and circles the property. Are we inside the inner ward right now? Yes. What's the threshold? The defensive spells varied by intensity. Some let nothing through, some let specific magic through. If you are magic and not keyed to it, you can't pass, Henderson said. It's a level 4 ward. The level 4 ward would keep out pretty much anything. So a shapeshifter wouldn't be able to pass through it, correct? Correct, Henderson confirmed. We just watched Andrea walk to the car and back. The magic is up. Where is the ward? We stared at the driveway. Henderson pulled a chain from around his neck. A small piece of quartz hung from the metal next to his dog tags. He marched to the driveway and held out his hand. The stone dangled from the chain. Henderson stared at it for a long moment, swore, and turned down the driveway. I followed. At the foot of the gravel road Henderson waved the crystal again. It remained dull. Henderson looked at me. Wards were persistent spells and they didn't just go missing. It was possible to break a ward. I'd done it a few times, but wards began to regenerate almost immediately. They absorbed magic from the environment. If wards had been broken, they should have started rebuilding themselves as soon as the new magic wave came. We were standing right at the ward boundary and I felt nothing. It was as if the defensive spells had never been there in the first place. That just didn't happen. Besides, having your ward shattered felt like a cannon fired inside your skull. Sleep bomb or not, if someone had burst the wards, the guards would have awakened. The wards are gone, I said. Kate Daniels, master of the obvious. Looks that way, Henderson said. Were the wards present last night? Yes, Henderson said. Sleep bombs emit magic even when sealed. You can't carry one through a level 4 ward, so it must have been brought in during tech. Did Adam have any visitors? No. Muscles played along Henderson's jaw. I didn't need to spell it out. The person who had dropped $5,000 worth of rare herbs onto the inventor's lawn was wearing a red guard patch on his sleeve. And since everybody else was off in dreamland, that left Laurent de Haven as the most likely culprit. The red guard had a mole in it, and since Renee had handpicked people for this assignment, the buck stopped with her. She would have steam coming out of her ears. That still didn't explain what had happened to the wards. Andrea emerged from the shed, carrying an M-scanner printout in her hand. We have a problem, I told her. More than one. She handed me the paper. A wide strip of cornflower blue sliced across the paper, interrupted by a sharp narrow spike of such pale blue, it seemed almost silver. Human divine. That was an unmistakable magic profile, one of the first everyone learned when studying M-scans. De Haven had been sacrificed. Henderson paced back and forth at the top of the driveway. The 3 remaining guards from the graveyard shift stood in front of him at parade rest. Judging by Henderson's face, he was unleashing an ass-chewing of colossal proportions. Both Deborah and Mason Vaughn, a stocky redhead, looked pissed off and embarrassed. Rig Devereaux did his best to pretend to be pissed off and embarrassed. Mostly he looked bored. According to the file, he was the most junior of his shift. Usually shit rolled down the hill, but by the time it got to him, there would be nothing left. Andrea and I watched from the porch. Henderson had a lot of frustration to vent. He wouldn't be coherent anytime soon. "We have a dead body and the weather is warming up," I said. "We have to figure out what to do with De Haven or he'll go ripe." "What do you mean, what to do with him?" "We'll just call it into Maxine and oh, fuck it." Andrea grimaced. "Yeah." The telepathic order secretary, who conveniently took care of minor details like dead bodies, was no longer available. Welcome to the real world. If we called it into the cops, they would quarantine the body. Neither one of us was law enforcement, and getting access to the corpse would be next to impossible. We might as well load our evidence into a rocket and send it to the moon. I started toward the house. If phone is working, I'm going to call Teddy Joe. "You're calling Thanatos?" "The guy with the flaming sword." "He's Thanatos only part of the time. The rest of the time he's Teddy Joe, who isn't that bad of a guy. He bought a mortuary freezer a few months ago for a job he had to do. It's sitting in his shed. I knew this because the last time I stopped by Teddy's place, he belliched for an hour about how much the damn thing had cost him. I'm going to make him an offer and see if I can take it off his hands. I think he might have a body bag or 2 to throw in with the freezer." Andrea sighed. "I'll start processing the house." The phone did work and Teddy Joe answered on the second ring. I had once read that every day offered a new lesson. The lesson for today, among other things, seemed to be that bargaining with the Greek angel of death should be avoided by any means, because it cost you an arm and a leg. 7,000, Teddy Joe's gruff voice announced over the phone. 4. 6 5. 4. "Kate, the thing cost me $5,000. I've got to make a profit. First, it's used. Now look here," Teddy Joe growled. "It's not a Cadillac. It's a body freezer. The value doesn't drop because you drive it off the lot. I don't know what sort of bodies you stuck in there, Teddy. You might have put a croqueta in there. Those things stink. It's not like the dead gonna care. They can't smell shit, and they themselves ain't gonna get to smelling any better." He had a point, but I didn't have to admit it. 4 5. "How's the business going, Kate?" Where was he heading with this? "Business is going fine. The way I heard it, you ain't doing shit. So the fact that you're calling me about a body freezer says to me that you suddenly have a body in dire need of freezing. That means you finally landed a client. Now then, about 4 minutes after death, the body cells experience oxygen deprivation, which raises the level of carbon dioxide in the blood, simultaneously decreasing the pH, making the body environment more acidic. At this point the enzymes begin to cannibalize the cells, causing them to rupture, releasing nutrients. This is called autolysis or self-digestion, and the more enzymes and water organs contain, the faster they degrade. Organs like the liver and brain go first. Before you know it, your body is putrefied, the skin sloughs off, and all of your evidence has degraded down to nothing. So you've got to ask yourself, is it worth it to keep arguing with me and risk losing the body and the client, or should you just give me my damn $6,000? God damn it! If you know that I haven't got any clients, then you probably know that I can't afford to pay you through the roof for the freezer. Teddy Joe fell silent for a long second. $5,000. My last offer. Take it or leave it, Kate. $3,000 now, with two $1,000 payments outline 60 days and delivery to my office. Business is so bad you've resorted to robbing honest folks now, is it? Teddy, it's a damn body freezer. It's not doing you any good in your shed and people aren't lining up around the corner to take it off your hands. Fine. Screw it. Finally. Something went my way today. That was a nice bit with the autolysis. Been going to night school in your spare time? I'm an angel of death. I don't need night school, woman. You should just give up on this detective shit and start killing people for a living. It's simple, honest work, and you ain't got the brains for anything else. Yeah, yeah. I love you too, Teddy. I hung up. The down payment on the freezer would take a big bite out of my remaining $5,000, and I had to keep money on hand to work the case. I could always ask the pack to up my budget. I'd rather eat dirt. Chapter 7. It took us 4 hours to process the scene. We dusted the workshop for fingerprints and lifted enough partials to use up a whole roll of tape. Crawling on my hands and knees looking for evidence and taking samples of the urine stains did a number on me. My knee was a trouble magnet. First my aunt ripped it up, then the marathon of fights to the death that made me the pack's alpha female had nearly done it in. I'd hobbled around with a cane for a month, a circumstance aggravated by the fact that I could only use said cane in my quarters, because doing it in plain view of the pack telegraphed weakness. Now the knee had developed a steady annoying ache, and I had this absurd feeling that if only I could jam something sharp in there, the pain would go away. We finished the workshop and walked the house. It was a spacious log cabin, all clean honey-colored wood and oversized windows. Adam led a simple life. I found enough clothes for a couple of weeks and a few dog-eared books, mostly engineering, physics, and magic theory. Andrea catalogued the groceries and reported lots of peanut butter and jam in the fridge. The Red Guardsman's cabin came equipped with cooking utensils and an assortment of pots and pans hanging from the hooks in a wooden frame. The layer of dust on the pans told me they hadn't been touched in a while. I found a picture of a young blonde woman by Adam's bed. She was looking over the ocean, her face serious and tinted with resignation and sadness. Adam's wife I bagged it and put it into our Jeep. We took everyone's statements, made everyone sign everything, and drove back through Sibley's Fiversted roads onto Johnson Ferry. The traffic mess at the bridge had dissolved. An MSDU Humvee painted in blotches of slate grey and charcoal sat on the shoulder. Next to it a short, stocky man with dark brown hair packed an M-scanner into a van with pad written on the side. The man's red hoodie read Wizard at Large. I pulled over to the shoulder. Do you know him? Andrea asked. Luther Dillon. He used to moonlight for the Guild a couple of years back. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. I slipped out of the car and walked back along the shoulder, hands in plan view. Luther saw me and sighed dramatically. Stay away. At least 3 feet. Why? The order fired you for screwing up. Hence, you are besmirched. It might rub off on me. If Andrea wanted to kill Ted, she would have to stand in line. I didn't get fired, I quit. And considering that I wrapped up your troll for you, I expected a warmer reception. Luther bowed and clapped. Bravo! Bravissimo! Encore, encore! Was that kind of what you were hoping for? That will do. From where I stood, I could see the path leading down the slope and under the bridge to the troll's bunker. How did it go? He's sleeping like a baby. Luther shut the van's door and leaned against the vehicle. At 2 hours out of yours truly's already busy schedule, too. The least you can do since your wards failed. Luther pushed from the car. My wards don't fail. They're gone. He made a fist and snapped his fingers open. Poof. No residue, no trace, nothing. Never seen anything like it. It's as if they had never been there. I finished. Deja vu. Luther focused on me like a pointer on a pheasant. You know something? When in trouble, stall. Me. You. Tell me. Can't. First, the wards around Adam's workshop. Then here. Crossing the bridge was the fastest way out of Sibley. Kate, stop screwing around. If someone is going around the city yanking wards out off ground, I need to know about it. I can't, Luther. Client confidentiality. You want me to haul you in for questioning? Luther said. Because I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Watch me. I know people who will gently persuade you to be forthcoming. I looked at him. You really need to work on your threats. I can't tell if you're threatening me or inviting me for tea. The two aren't mutually exclusive. 1 cup of the tea at the station and you will tell me everything you know out of sheer self-preservation. He held his hand out and bent his fingers back and forth in the universal bring-it-on gesture. Out with it. Or else. Andrea stepped out of the jeep and leaned against the bumper. Apparently she felt I needed backup. If we were lucky, Grendel wouldn't tear TLN off plastic and devour de Haven's corpse in Hector's back. Luther, to haul someone in, you have to have probable cause, which you don't. A faint scrape of a foot against dirt came from behind the van. I leaned to glance around Luther and saw a man walking up the path from the water. He wore black pants, black boots, a grey shirt, and a black tactical vest over it. Black aviator shades hid his eyes. Add dark blonde hair cropped short and a clean-shaven jaw, and you had yourself a genuine agent of law enforcement. Shane Anderson, Night Off Order. Luther sighed. You think he's got government badges tattooed on his chest? I murmured. A faint grimace skewed Luther's mouth. And I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you on his ass. Luther wasn't he hard to irritate, but there was some genuine hate there. What did he do? Luther glanced at me. He called me support. I'm not support, I'm the damn primary on this case. Without me, they'd still be trying to mince the troll into a meat pie. Shane Hero swaggered his way to the top off path and stopped before us. Hello, Kate. He glanced at Luther. Is she bothering you? No. Millimeter HM. Shane lowered his glasses on his nose and gave me his version of a severe stare. I leaned a little toward Luther. Is this the part where I faint in fear? Luther bit his lip. He might also accept falling to your knees and holding your hands in humble supplication. Makes it easier for him to slap the cuffs on. Your presence here is a distraction, Shane said, obviously savoring every word. You're keeping a pad officer from his duties. Move along, Kate. There is nothing to see here. Asshole. Let's see, 2 MSDU vehicles, cops down by the river. Too many witnesses. My brain served up a headline, Beast Lord Esnlate punches Knight of the Order in mouth, knocks out 4 teeth. Yeah, not today. Sorry, Luther, I've been told to move along. I shrugged. Got to go. I'll call you if anything. Oh, and, Anderson, if you're still having trouble with that bug up your ass, let me know. I know a guy, he'll pull it right out. I turned to the jeep. Just in time, too, Andrea started walking toward me, focused on Shane like a bird of prey. Time to get the hell out of here. It's a shame about your being kicked out of order, Daniels, Shane called. Losing your home like that, too. I always thought you were capable. I know people who could have helped. If I'd just come to me, I could have made things easier on you. Life is tough, but at least you wouldn't have to prostitute yourself to that creature. Dude, Luther exhaled. Andrea picked up speed, her eyes furious. I had to get her out of here now. She was barely holding on to the edge of reason as it was. If she pulled her gun on him, she'd go to jail, and not even the pack lawyers would get her out. Being in the order doesn't make you untouchable, Shane. I kept walking. Women sell themselves because they are starving, because they've got kids to feed, because they are addicted, Shane said. I don't condone it, but I understand it. You sold yourself for 4 walls on Jeremiah Street. Was it worth climbing into bed with an animal every night? I ran into Andrea. She tried to push past me and I blocked her. No. Step aside. Not now, not here. Hello, Nash, Shane called. You want me to box your guns and send them to your apartment? Save you the shame of coming to the chapter. Andrea gripped my arm. Later I told her. Too many people now. Andrea clenched her teeth. Later. She turned on her heel and we went back to the jeep. I slid Hector back into the traffic. That bastard, Andrea squeezed out. He's a loudmouth who likes talking shit. There is no law against being an asshole. Let him hide behind his shield for now. That's all he can do. Andrea squeezed her hand into a hard fist. If I still had my ID, you would be the best of friends. She glared at me. It's true, I told her. She didn't answer. The first 10 years of her life, Andrea was the punching bag of her Buddha clan. She'd spent the last 16 making sure she would not feel powerless again. She had never walked the street without the added weight of the Order's ID. She was used to being a good guy, respected and even admired for what she did and who she was. She was never pushed around by anyone with a badge, because she carried one. But every choice had consequences, and now these consequences were hitting her right in the face. We can't even do anything to that worm, she ground out. Not now. She turned to me. I don't think I can do this. You can, I told her. You're a survivor. You don't know what it's like. I laughed. It sounded cold. You're right, I have no idea what it's like to take shit from people I could kill with my eyes closed. Andrea exhaled. Okay. Sorry. That was a stupid thing to say. I just in the end, Shane doesn't matter, I said. As long as you avoid him and don't give him an opportunity to hurt you, he's powerless to do anything except lather up some spit. However, if someone were to do something stupid, like shoot at him from some roof one night, we'd have real problems. I was a knight, Andrea said. I'm not just going to start shooting every dickhead who mouths off to me. Just making sure. Besides, if I shot him, I'd do it so nobody could trace it back to me. I'd shoot him somewhere remote, his head would explode like a melon, and they would never find his body. He would just vanish. This would be a long climb uphill, I just knew it. 15 minutes later we made it to the office and met Teddy Joe, who was waiting with the freezer in the parking lot. I gave Teddy his down payment, we wrestled the freezer into the back room, and then I spent an hour chanting preservation spells and laying down wards just in case de Haven decided to rise in the middle of night and have himself another ant party. It was 8 o'clock by the time I turned off the highway to the narrow dirt road leading to the keep. I was tired and dirty, my leg hurt like a Synovovich, and I hadn't eaten all day. You'd almost think I was back to working for the Order or something. Except I was working for myself. I could relate to Andrea. My life had been much easier with the Order 11, too. I could bully people into answering my questions, I had access to criminal records, and if I did end up with a body full of ants, the Order would take care of it for me. Still, I wouldn't trade my small office for anything in the world. We had a lot of evidence, and none of it made much sense. De Haven had dropped the sleep bomb. That much we knew. The Kava residue on his hands confirmed it, and we found a gas mask in the corner of the workshop. He'd deployed the sleep bomb and gone into the workshop. Then something had happened that concluded with his death and Carmen and the device disappearing. Perhaps de Haven had tried to steal the device or harm Adam, and Adam had retaliated by killing him. Except Adam Carmen looked like he would have a hard time baiting a fishhook, while de Haven was a trained killer. Suppose Adam did somehow best de Haven. Why take the time to sacrifice him? Besides, Adam's resume had magical theorist written all over it. Guys like him built complex devices. They wouldn't urinate on the walls, turn the flesh of their attacker into ants, and then disappear into the night with a device weighing upward of 300 pounds. Pulling off that kind of magic meant complete dedication to the deity to which the sacrifice had been offered. Devotion meant constant worship, and worship required ritual. The guards had never even seen Adam pray. The cut on de Haven's stomach bothered me. An inverted crow's foot. It had to be a rune. There was no anatomical reason to cut the body that way, and runes were associated with neo-pagan cults and often employed in shamanistic rituals, which was consistent with the magic at the scene. Runes predated the Latin alphabet. Ancient Germanic and Nordic tribes used them for everything, from writing down their sagas and foretelling the future to bringing the dead back to life. Runology wasn't my strongest suit, but this particular rune I knew very well. Algais, one of the oldest runes, associated with sedge grass, and Tihor, and Heimdall, and a number of other things depending on who you asked and which runic alphabet you used. Algais had a universal meaning, protection. As a ward, it was completely reactive. It served as a warning or provided a defense, but in any case, Algais wasn't going to do anything to you until you messed with it. It was the most responsible way for a runic magic user to protect his property, because Algais would never attack first. Why put it on a body? It didn't protect the body, it didn't warn anyone of anything. I'd been breaking my brain against it since I had seen it, and I'd come up with nothing. Zip, zilch, zero. And none of the gods from the Norse pantheon were strongly associated with ants. Something was going on here, something bigger and uglier than it appeared. The fear in Renee's eyes bothered me. It started as a mild concern when I first saw it, getting worse and worse as the day progressed, and now it had matured into a full-blown anxiety. You have a lot of friends, Kate. You have a lot to lose. Voran's voice surfaced from the depths of my memory. One told you so. I took a deep breath and tried to exhale my worry. Too late for warnings now. I was Curran's mate and the female alpha of the pack. The welfare of 1,500 shapeshifters was now my responsibility. Whatever storm was brewing in Atlanta, I'd find it and fight it. If it was the price of being with Curran, then I would pay it. He was worth it. The jeep rolled over the huge roots. The road needed clearing again. The thick trees crowded it, like soldiers trying to bar passage to intruders. Magic hated all things technology and gnawed its monuments down to nubs, turning concrete and mortar to dust. Skyscrapers, tall bridges, massive stadiums, the bigger they were, the quicker they fell. The same force that had turned the Georgia Dome to rubble also nourished the forests. Trees sprouted here and there, growing at record speed, as nature scrambled to reclaim the crumbling ruins that were once proud achievements of technological civilization. Underbrush spread, vines stretched, and before you knew it, a 50-year-old forest rose where 10 years ago were only thin saplings, roads, and gas stations. It made life difficult for most people, but the shapeshifters loved it. The pack's humble abode really deserved a better name. Keep didn't do it justice. It sat in the clearing among the New Forest, northeast of the city, rising against the massive trees like a foreboding grey tower of doom. The tower went down for many levels underground. Not satisfied, the shapeshifters kept building onto the keep, adding walls, new wings, and smaller towers, turning it into a full-fledged citadel of pack supremacy. As I maneuvered the pack jeep to it, I couldn't help but note that the structure was beginning to resemble a castle. Maybe we needed a neon sign to brighten things up. Monster Lair, wipe your paws and check your silver at the door. I drove the jeep through the massive gates, parked in the inner yard, went inside through a small door, and walked down the now claustrophobic hallway. The narrow passages were one of Curran's defensive measures. If you tried to storm the keep and broke through the gate and the reinforced doors, you would have to fight through a hallway just like this 1, 3, 4 men at a time. A single shapeshifter could hold off an army here for hours. The hallway led me to the stairway of 1,000,000 steps. My legs screamed in protest. I sighed and started climbing. I just had to keep from limping. Limping showed weakness, and I didn't need any enterprising, career-motivated shapeshifters trying to challenge me for dominance right about now. I had once mentioned my desire for an elevator, and His Majesty asked me if I would like a flock of doves to carry me up to my quarters so my feet wouldn't have to touch the ground. We were sparring at the time and I kicked him in the kidney in retaliation. 8 o'clock equaled about 2 p.m. in shapeshifter terms. The keep was full. People bobbed their heads at me as I passed. Most of them I didn't know. The pack counted 1,500 shapeshifters. I was learning the names but it took time. By the second flight of stairs, something started grinding in my knee. I had a choice, either I had it fixed now or it would fail me the next time I had a serious fight. My imagination painted a lovely picture of me lunging into battle and my legs snapping like a toothpick. Great. I stopped on the 3rd floor and not limped my way to Doolittle's medical ward. The woman in the front room took one look at me and ran back to get the doctor. I landed in the chair and exhaled. Sitting was good. The double doors opened and Doolittle emerged from the depths of the hospital, looking fussy. In his 50s, dark-skinned, his hair cut short, Doolittle radiated kind patience. Even if you were near death, the moment you looked into his eyes, you knew that he would take care of you and somehow everything was going to be all right. In the past year I had been near death quite a few times, and every time Doolittle had fixed me. He was hands down the best meatmage I'd ever encountered. He also carried on like a frazzled mother hen. That was why normally I avoided him at all costs. Doolittle looked me over, probably searching for signs of bleeding and shards of broken bones poking through my skin. That's the problem. Nothing major. My knee is hurting a little. Doolittle peered at me. The very fact that you are here means that you're on the verge of fainting. It's really not that bad. Doolittle's fingers probed my knee. Pain shot into my leg. I clenched my teeth. Heaven help me. The good doctor heaved a sigh. What did you do? Nothing. Doolittle took my hand, turned it palm up, and sniffed my fingers. Crawling around on all fours is very bad for you. Not to mention undignified. I leaned toward him. I've got a client. Congratulations. Now, I'm just a simple southern doctor. Here we go. Behind Doolittle the nurse rolled her eyes, but it seems to me that it would be much more prudent to have a working leg. However, since you have no major bleeding, no concussion, and no broken bones, I shall count my blessings. I clamped my mouth shut. Any discourse with Doolittle when he was in this mood would just result in an hour-long lecture. The pack medic whispered. His voice built to a low murmur, a measured chant spilling from his lips. The pain in my knee receded, dulled by mead magic. Doolittle straightened. I'll mix you a solution and send it up to your quarters. Will you be needing a stretcher? I'll make it on my own power. I pushed to my feet. Thank you. You're welcome. I left the hospital and continued my climb. The knee screamed but held. Eventually the stairs ended, bringing me to a Nanau landing before a large reinforced door. During business hours, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., the door stood open. I walked through it and nodded to the guard behind the desk on the left. Hey, Seraphine. Seraphine tore herself away from the bag of popcorn long enough to duck her head, sending her nest of braids into a shiver, and went back to her food. Being a Warat, she had the metabolism of a shrew. The rats ate constantly or they got the shakes. Derek stepped out of the side office and nodded at me. Your nods keep getting deeper and deeper. Pretty soon it would be a beau, and we'd had words about that. The only things I disliked more than being bowed to was being called mate. He shrugged. Maybe I'm just growing taller. I surveyed him. Derek used to be embarrassingly pretty. Beautiful even. Then terrible things had happened, and now nobody would call him pretty, not even in weak light. No sane person would dare to even bring up the subject of his face. The boy wonder wasn't disfigured, although he thought he was, and nobody could tell him different. His face had hardened and lost its perfect beauty. He looked dangerous and vicious, and his eyes, once brown and soft, were now almost black and had no give in them. If I met him in a dark alley, I'd think very hard about stepping aside. Luckily, he'd once played Robin to my Batman, and whatever happened, he was on my side. We headed down the hallway. Derek took a deep breath, the way shapeshifters did when they sample the air for scents. I see Andrea is back. She is. And how is his great fussiness today? Derek's eyes sparked a bit. His Majesty is in an ill humor. Rumors are flying that his mate almost got herself shot. Derek worshipped the ground Kuhn and walked on, but he was still a 19-year-old boy and occasionally he came out of his shell for a quip. His humor was dry and hidden deep. I was grateful it had survived at all. Where are my Buddhas? Before I became a beast lady, Aunt B, the alpha of the Buddhas, and I struck a bargain. I'd help Clan Buddha when they got in trouble, and they got in trouble a lot, and in return Aunt B gave me two of her finest, Barabbas and Jezebel, who'd helped me navigate the murky swamp of the pack politics. They referred to themselves as my advisors. In reality they were my nannies. Barabbas is asleep in the guardroom and Jezebel went downstairs to get some food. Any messages for me? The temple called. This ought to be interesting. I'd gone to the temple trying to restore a Jewish parchment to figure out my aunt's identity. She took exception to that and the temple had suffered some damage. The rabbis had chased me off the temple grounds, but not before one of them healed my wounds. I hadn't handled the entire situation very well, so when the storm was over, I'd packed the parchment's fragment and sent it to the temple as a gift, with my apologies. Rabbi Peter sends his regards. He's very happy with the parchment. It has some sort of historical value. You've been forgiven and you may visit the temple, provided you give them 24 hours notice. To mobilize their forces, no doubt, and lay out an adequate supply of paper and pens to counteract whatever trouble I unleashed. Jewish mysticism was difficult to study, but it gave its practitioners great rewards. When rabbis said that the pen was mightier than the sword, they meant it. Derek's lips curved into a slight smile. Also, Ascanio Ferreira got himself arrested again. Again? Yes. Ascanio was quickly turning into the bane of my existence. A 15-year-old Buddha, he was 125 pounds off batshit crazy hormones and had no sense to go with them. The kid had never met a law he didn't want to break. The pack was very much aware that outsiders viewed them as monsters, and they made a point of cracking down on any criminal activity with steel claws. The same deal that brought me Barabbas and Jezebel compelled me to ask for lenience on Ascanio's behalf. Unfortunately, Ascanio seemed bound and determined to earn himself some hard labor. What did he do now? He was caught having group sex on the morgue steps. I stopped and looked at him. Define group. 2 women. It could have been worse. For a 15-year-old kid, he's doing well for himself, Derek said, his face completely deadpan. Don't even go there. Derek chuckled. That was the problem with teenage werewolves, they had no appreciation for other people's pain. He gave me a half bow, half nod, turned back to his office, and stopped. Kate. Yes. You said once you didn't care for bodyguard detail. Why? Where was he going with this? 2 reasons. First, no matter how great you are, you account for only about 50% of the chance of success. The other 50 is riding on the body you're guarding. I've seen brilliant guards utterly fail, because the owner of that body couldn't follow a simple directive like stand here and don't move. And second, bodyguarding is reactive by definition. You'll get some people who'll argue this point with you, but ultimately, you are in defense mode for most of the job. I don't have the mindset for constant defense. I pick fights, I get aggressive, and I end up focusing on killing the target rather than keeping my client alive. I don't like to sit and wait. I can do it, because I was trained to do it, but it's not in my nature. Derek gave me an odd look. So you get bored? Yep. I guess that's it in a nutshell. Why do you ask? He shrugged. No reason. Aha. We'd been down this road before, and then he got some molten metal poured on his face. Don't get yourself into something you can't handle. He grinned, a quick flash of teeth. I mean it. Scout's honor. You're not that kind of scout. I won't. The grin got wider. You worry too much. If you get yourself killed, don't come crying to me. Derek laughed and went back to the guard office. He was up to something. If I slammed a lid on it now, he would never forgive me for treating him like a child. If Lil didn't, he might get his face bashed in again. Either way, total fail. Friends made life entirely too complicated. I kept walking, not caring if I limped. Nobody would see me here. On the right, Julie's black door came up. A dagger gleamed in the middle of it, for Uli got the idea from the order. A skull and crossbones drawn in fluorescent paint shone above the dagger. Under it assorted signs screamed warnings: don't come in, enter at your own risk, danger, my room not yours, abandon all hope ye who enter here, caution, stay out, knock before entering. Staying in that school might have been the right thing for her, but I missed her. She was happy in the keep. And she had Maddie for a friend, which was great because Maddie was sensible. Normally Julie and sensible couldn't fit into the same building. She had gotten her wish, she was coming home. Except it would be on my terms and she didn't have to like it. One had peeled off the last shred of clothes from my body when Curran walked through the door of our rooms. Some men were handsome. Some were powerful. Curran was dangerous. Muscular and athletic, he moved with an easy, confident grace, perfectly balanced, and you knew just by watching him that he was strong and fast. He could stalk like a hungry tiger, moving across the floor in absolute silence. I'd spent a lifetime listening for faint noises of danger, and he would sneak up on me just to see me jump, because he thought it was funny. But his physical power alone didn't make him special. Many men were strong and fast and could walk quietly. It wasn't his body that set Curran apart. It was his eyes. When you looked into them, you saw chain violence baring teeth and claws back at you, and your instinct told you that if he ever let himself off that chain, you would not survive. He was terrifying on some deep, primordial level, and he wielded that fear like a weapon, using it to inspire panic or confidence. He walked into each room as if he owned it. I used to think it was arrogance, and it was. His overbearance had a rather high opinion of himself, but egotism accounted for only a fraction of it. Cunin radiated a supreme confidence. He would handle any problem he encountered efficiently and decisively, and if you stood in his way, he didn't have even the slightest hint of doubt that he could kick your ass. People sensed it and rallied behind him. He could walk into a room of hysterical strangers, and in seconds they would calm down and look to him for leadership. He was dangerous. And difficult. And he was all mine. Sometimes in the morning, when he worked in the gym one floor below, I'd stand by the gym's glass wall for a few minutes before I came in to spar. I'd watch him lift dumbbells or do dips with the weights attached to his belt, powerful muscles bulging and relaxing with controlled exertion, while the bars creaked under his weight and sweat slicked his short blonde hair and skin until it glowed. Watching him never failed to send a slow, insistent heat through me. He wasn't working out now. He was standing there in sweatpants and a blue t-shirt, carrying some sort of bottle, and I was ready to jump his bones. I could picture him above me in the bed. At least it didn't show on my face. I had to have some dignity left. I'd missed him so much, it almost hurt. It started the moment I left the keep and nagged at me all day. Every day I had to fight with myself to keep from making up bullshit reasons to call the keep so I could hear his voice. My only saving grace was that Curran wasn't handling this whole mating thing any better. Yesterday he'd called me at the office claiming that he couldn't find his socks. We talked for 2 hours. I've faced many things in my life. But this emotion scared the living daylights out of me. I had no idea how to handle it. Curran smiled at me. I was told you got in and went to see Doolittle. The keep had no secrets. So I stopped there to check on your diagnosis. Cunin lifted the bottle. You're supposed to take a hot bath with this in it. And I have to watch you very closely from a very short distance to make sure your knee doesn't fall off. Aha! I'm sure Doolittle said it just like that, especially the watching from the very short distance part. Would you like to sit in my nasty medicated bath with me? And why did that just come out of my mouth? Curran's eyes sparked. Yes, I would. I arched my eyebrow. Are you trustworthy enough to be let into the tub? He grinned. Let. I own this tub. Curran leaned toward me. I don't know if you heard, but I kind of run this place. Not only am I totally trustworthy, but my behavior is beyond contestation. I lost it and went into the bathroom, laughing under my breath. Being the Beast Lord's main squeeze had its perks, one of which was the enormous bathtub and a walk-in shower with water that was always hot, no matter if magic or tech had the upper hand. Most things in Curran's quarters were oversized. His bathtub was the deepest I'd ever seen, his sofa could seat 8, and his criminally soft bed, custom made to be extra wide to accommodate his beast form, rose 4 feet off the floor. At heart, Curran was a cat. He liked soft things, high places, and enough room to stretch out. I took a quick shower to wash off most off blood and dirt and climbed into the tub. Sinking into near boiling hot water smelling of herbs and vinegar hurt for a split second, and then the burn inside my knee eased. Curran came back from the kitchen, carrying 2 beers. He set them on the tub's edge and stripped, peeling the clothes off his muscular torso. I watched the fabric slide off Curran's back. All mine. Oh boy. He stepped into the tub and sat across from me, presenting me with a view of the world's best male chest up close. Seducing him in the tub smelling of vinegar was out of the question. There had to be boundaries. Curran leaned over to hand me a beer. I reached for it and then his arm was around me. His face was too close. He laid a trap and I totally fell for it. He dipped his head and kissed me. On the other hand, we could do it in the tub. Why not? Curran's grey eyes looked into mine. Pupils don't seem to be dilated. You aren't high, you aren't drunk. What the hell possessed you to run out of a nice safe office into a gunfight? And he just shot his chance for sex into outer space. I told you, there was a girl. The pad opened fire and cut her leg almost completely off. She might have been 20, tops. She almost bled to death in my office. It was her choice. If she wanted to stay safe, she could have joined the Girl Scouts. She isn't out selling cookies, she's piloting diseased corpses for a living. I took my beer out of his hand and drank. So you would have stood by and let the pad kill 4 people. Curran leaned back, sprawling against the tub wall. 4 of the people. Not only that, but I can take a shot from an M24. You can't. When you offered me this business, did you think I would stay in the office all day baking cookies? Nobody ever died of being shot by a cookie. He had me there. I groped about my brain for a snappy comeback. There is always a first time. Oh, now that was a brilliant response. No doubt he'd collapse at my feet in awe at my intellectual magnificence. If anybody could manage being shot by a cookie, it would be you. Curran shrugged. We agreed you wouldn't take chances. We agreed you would let me do my job as I see fit. He drank his beer. And I'm holding up my end of that agreement. I didn't drop everything and charge over there to shield you from bullets, shove guns up the pads' asses, and slap the people around until they could come up with a good reason for this clusterfuck. I knew you could handle it. Then why are you chewing me out? Little wicked lights sparked in his eyes. Despite showing superhuman restraint, I was still worried about you. I was emotionally compromised. Really? You don't say. Emotionally compromised. Aunt B used that phrase today to explain to me why I shouldn't punish a 15-year-old idiot for having a threesome in front of the morgue. Aunt B had jumped the gun. Should have let me handle it first. Curran pondered his beer. Never would have thought to use that to describe the kid's problem. Well, how would you describe it? Young, dumb, and full of cum. That pretty much summed it up. You missed your calling. You should have been a poet. Curran drained half of his beer and moved over to sit by me. Don't take stupid risks. That's all I ask. You're important to me. I wish you were that important to you. Trying to distract Cunan was like trying to turn a train, difficult and ultimately futile. LFL kiss you, will you let it go? Depends, never mind. The offer is withdrawn. I leaned my head on his biceps. It was won in the lion's embrace, as long as you didn't mind the huge claws. I've got a client. Congratulations. Curran raised his beer. We clinked our bottles and who is it? Remember the chick in charge of security at the midnight games? He nodded. Tall, reddish hair, green rapier. She works for the Red Guard. I brought him up to speed on everything, including Teddy Joe's freezer. Sounds like the Red Guard wants you to save their ass, and if it blows up in their faces, they'll blame you for it. I leaned back. I have to start rebuilding my reputation at some point. This would go a long way toward fixing it. A fierce gold light backlit Curran's eyes. Suddenly he looked predatory. If I weren't 100% sure he loved me, I would have gotten the hell out of that tub. Instead I leaned over and stroked the light stubble on his picturing killing Ted Moynihan in your head again. Not worth it. He slid his hand along my arm and I almost shivered. His voice was like velvet, hiding a hoarse growl just beneath the surface. You thought about it. I drank my beer. I did. Actually, right now I would have liked to punch Shane even more. It would be good for me. Therapeutic even. Still not worth it. If you need more money, all you have to do is dial accounting, Curran said. The budget we set up is fair. I'd like to stick to it. Anyway, I told you mine, will you tell me yours? What's bugging you? Curran's fingers trailed along my arm, up to my shoulder, and over to my side. A render went off the reservation, he said. Renders were specialized warriors. All pack members were trained to fight as soon as they could walk, but rank and file shapeshifters had other jobs. They were bakers, tailors, teachers. Warriors had no other job. In battle, they specialized according to their beast. Bears functioned as tanks. They took a lot of damage before they went down and cleared paths when they charged. Wolves and jackals were jacks of all trades, while cats and Buddhas were renders. Drop a render in the middle of a fight and 30 seconds later they would be panting in a ring of corpses. What sort of render? A female lynx. Name's Leslie Wren. My memory served up a fit woman with honey brown hair and a sprinkling of freckles on her nose, followed by a 6-foot-tall, muscled shapeshifter in a warrior form. I knew Leslie Wren. A few months ago, when we battled a demonic horde during the flare, she fought beside me. She had killed dozens and enjoyed the hell out of it. But I had seen her again, and recently, too. What happened? Curran grimaced. She failed to report in. We cleared her house, all her weapons are gone. Boyfriend is shocked, he thinks she must be in trouble. What do you think? Curran's frown deepened. Jim's people tracked her scent down to the honeycomb. They got 100 feet in and hit Wolfsburn. The honeycomb was a screwed-up place, full of wild magic and riddled with paths that went nowhere. It changed all the time, like some mutated cancerous growth, and it stank to high heaven. Add Wolfsburn to it, which guaranteed an instant severe allergy attack for the trackers, and you had a clean getaway. No other scent trails with her. Curran shook his head. So nobody had held a gun to her head. She went into the honeycomb on her own and used Wolfsburn, because she didn't want to be found. Leslie Wren had gone rogue. Shapeshifters went rogue for any number of reasons. Best case scenario, she had a problem with someone in the pack, couldn't resolve it, and decided to cut and run. Worst case scenario, she went loop. A regular shapeshifter going loop meant a killing spree. A render going loop meant a massacre. I have to go hunting tomorrow, Curran said. Hunting Leslie Wren before anyone got hurt. I finally remembered where I'd seen her last. She let Julie and Maddie come with her to hunt a deer in the woods near the keep. It made perfect sense for Curran to go. A render would wipe the floor with an average shapeshifter. Curran would be able to take her down with minimal damage. I understood it, but I didn't like it. Need help? I asked. No. Is your knee still hurting? No, why? Just wondering if you need any distraction from the pain. What sort of distraction did you have in mind? Curran leaned clown, his eyes dark and full of golden sparks. His lips closed on mine. The shock of his tongue against mine was electrifying. I slid my arms around his neck, molding myself against him, my nipples pressed against his chest. The hard muscle of his back bunched under my fingers, and I kissed him, his lips, the corner of his mouth, the sensitive point under his jaw, tasting his sweat and the sharp touch of stubble on my lips. He made a quiet masculine noise, halfway between a deep growling rumble and a purr. Oh my God! His hands slid over my back and down, caressing, shifting me closer, until I felt the hard length of his erection press against me. Oh yes. We should move out of the tub. I nipped his lower lip. He kissed my neck. He. Because I want you to be on top and I don't have gills. Curran rose, lifting me out of the water, and carried me to the living room. We lay on the couch, tangled in a blanket. So what are you going to do about Ascanio? I asked him. Curran sighed. Most young guys have somebody to imitate, their father, their alpha, me. When I was younger, I had my father and then mine. Ascanio has nobody. His father is dead, his alpha is female, and he can't relate to me. He obeys me and he acknowledges that I have the right to punish him, but he doesn't feel the need to be like me. You mean he doesn't instantly hero worship you? Perish the thought. He scowled at me. I think I'll make mouthing off to the Beast Lord a punishable offense. Punishable by what? Oh, I'll think of something. Anyway, I decided to give him to Raphael. Raphael was handsome, he earned a good living, women fell over themselves to line his path, and he was vicious in a fight. I could see how a young male Buddha might think that nobody on earth was cooler. I'll ask Raphael to mentor him, Curran said. As a personal favor. Before he steps in, I'll make that spoiled brat's life pure hell, so when Raphael takes him off our hands, Ascanio'll think he walks on water. That made total sense, except Curran and Raphael weren't on good terms. In fact, Curran had once referred to Raphael as B.S. Precious Peacock. You're going to ask Raphael for a favor. I stopped and made a big show of staring into Curran's eyes. Pupils aren't dilated. You aren't high or he helped set up your business, Curran said. And we have some things in common. Like what? I know what he's going through. I've been there. Raphael is too much in his own head right now. The boy would be good for him. It will force him to think of something else. I was pretty sure that nothing short of Andrea would get Raphael out of his head. That would be great, except he is neck deep in his funk. Aunt B probably asked him already and he must have said no. I'm not Aunt B, Curran said. I noticed. He stroked my shoulder. Your tattoo faded. I can barely see it. I turned my head, trying to get a look at the raven. The black lines of the design had faded to pale grey, the sword, and the words Jap Bopoya, Raven's gift, were almost gone. Doolittle says it's because of all the mead magic he's been subjecting me to over the last weeks. A lot of my scars faded, too. It's probably for the best. It was a cheesy tattoo anyway. Every time someone saw it, they'd ask what it said and why did I have Cyrillic letters on my shoulder. One clamped my mouth shut. What? The Cyrillic alphabet was created by two Greek monks around AD 900. Before the Cyrillic alphabet, the Slavs used Glagolitic script, which took root in strokes and incisions writing, Slavic runes. The inventor's last name was Karmen. Karmen meant stone in Russian. Usually Russian names ended on of or ev, but it was possible his family had changed their last name to make it easier for an English speaker. I dialed the guardroom. Barabbas picked up the phone, his slightly ironic tenor amused before I even had a chance to say anything. Yes, consort. Why is everyone calling me consort? Jim designated you as consort in official papers. You don't want to be called mate, calling you alpha is confusing, and beast lady makes people laugh. Why is it necessary to attach a title to me at all? Because you are attached to the Beast Lord. Behind me Cunan chuckled to himself. Apparently I amused everyone this evening. I know it's late, but could you find a book for me? It's called The Slavs, Study of Pagan Tradition by Ozvintsev. Barabbas sighed dramatically. Kate, you make me despair. Let's try that again from the top, except this time pretend you are an alpha. I don't need a lecture. I just need the book. Much better. Little more growl in the voice. Barabbas. And we're there. Congratulations. There is hope for you yet. I will look into the book. I hung up the phone and glared at Cunan. What's so funny? You laugh while you can. You have to sleep eventually, and then I'll take my revenge. You're such a violent woman. Always with the threats. You should look into some meditation techniques. I jumped on the couch and put the Beast Lord into an arm lock. Chapter 8. The two trackers reported in early the next morning. They had picked up Julie's scent, hit Wolfsburn, lost her, and found her trail again at the crumbling Highway 23, except it was 2 hours old and mixed with horse scents. She was hitchhiking. Great. Awesome. At least she always carried a knife with her. When I relayed this to Curran, he shrugged and said, if she kills anybody, we'll make it go away. Shapeshifter parenting motto: if your kid slits somebody's throat, always have a backup plan to make the body disappear. I put on my clothes, grabbed my sword, kissed Curran goodbye, and headed to the lower floor. Barabbas waited for me by the desk, slim, dapper, and wearing an ironic smile. The first thing you noticed about Barabbas was his hair. Cut short on the sides and the back, it was about 1.5 inches long on top of his head, and he brushed it and rubbed gel in it until the entire 1.5 inches stood on end, like hackles on a pissed-off dog. It was also bright, fiery red. He looked like his head was on fire. Technically, Barabbas wasn't a Buddha. His mother shifted into a hyena, but his father was a Wirra-Mongoose from Clan Nimble. As was customary in the interclan unions with the pack, his parents had an option of belonging to either clan, and they chose the loving embrace of Aunt Bee and the protection of her razor-sharp claws. Faced with the same choice on his 18th birthday, Barabbas chose to remain with Clan Buddha and pretty soon ran into some personal problems. When Aunt Bee gave him to me, it was for his benefit as much as mine. Good morning, consort. Barabbas handed me a package wrapped in shimmering red foil. A big red bow was set on top of the foil. Why the wrapping? It's a gift. Why not make it special? Thank you. I untied the bow. This Renda Curran is supposed to hunt today. Leslie Wren. How good is she? Pack's top 20. I wouldn't fight her, Barabbas said. I know some alphas who wouldn't either. Great. I unwrapped the paper, revealing an old edition of Ozvintsev. Where did you find it? In the Keep library. The Keep has a library. Both paper and digital. I flipped through the pages. Runes, runes, runes. Runes. An inverted Algai's rune. The caption next to it said Chernobog. The Black God. Right. Of course, it wouldn't be Chernobog, god of morning dew on the rose petals, but a woman could always hope. I riffed through the pages looking for the gods and goddesses. The Slavic pantheon broke into two opposing factions, benevolent and malevolent. I skipped the good faction. The moment I turned the pages to the dark faction, an inverted Algai's rune stared at me. Next to it was a sketch of a man with a black mustache frosted with silver. His black armor bristled with spikes. His hand clenched a bloody spear. He stood on a heap of dismembered corpses covered in black ants while black crows circled over his head. Fury warped his face into an ugly grimace. The caption read, Chernobog. The Black Serpent. Koshii. Lord of Darkness and Death. Ruler of Freezing Cold. Master of Destruction. God of Insanity. Embodiment of everything bad. Evil. Barabbas glanced over my shoulder. This doesn't look good. Understatement of the year. Dahavan was sacrificed to Chernobog, probably by a Volv, a Slavic pagan priest. Volvs had broad powers, like druids, but unlike the druids, who were very self-conscious about their human sacrificing past, the Volvs had no aversion to violence. And Atlanta Volvs really didn't like me. I tapped the book, thinking. The Slavic pagan community was self-regulating, light gods were counterbalanced by dark, and volves of both factions were equally respected. Sacrificing to Havan took a huge load of magic. A volve packing that much magic would be well known and routine in the community. I wouldn't get anywhere by talking with them. I had to find a plan B. The volves were all male. If you were female and practicing Slavic pagan magic, you were likely a witch, and the most powerful Slavic witch in the city was Evdokia. She was a part of Witch Oracle, and the last time we'd met, Evdokia told me she knew my stepfather. I had no idea if she would even talk to me, but it was worth a try. The magic was still up, but I tried the phone anyway. Dial tone. I punched in Ksenia's number. Ksenia owned a small herbal shop on the north side. I'd stopped there a few times when my supplies had run low, and the last time I was there Ksenia boasted that Evdokia had bought some herbs from her. Maybe she could arrange for an audience. Outside, the March wind bit at me with icy fangs. 2 people stood by my vehicle. The first was taller, his dark hair cropped short. He wore a dark grey hoodie and faded jeans. His posture was deceptively relaxed, but he watched me as I walked. Derek. The second person was shorter, dressed in an inconspicuous ensemble of black jeans, black turtleneck, and a leather jacket, of all things. Black hair, angelic face, and devil eyes. Ascanio Ferreira. The kid was so handsome, he almost looked unreal. Combine that with an agile face that went from innocence to remorse to admiration in a blink, and you had a pure chick magnet. Ascanio knew the effect he had, and he used every drop of it to his advantage. "What are you doing here?" Ascanio offered me a dazzling smile, broadcasting I could never do anything wrong with all his might. "Obeying the Beast Lord, consort." "Elaborate." "I've been assigned to bodyguard you." "You've got to be kidding me." Derek snorted. Ascanio pretended not to hear it. "The Beast Lord spoke to me this morning. I'm responsible for your well-being, and if you get injured, I'll answer to him personally." "Oh, that bastard. Found the kid an impossible job, did he?" Derek laughed quietly. Ascanio finally deemed it necessary to acknowledge Derek's existence. "Is something funny? I don't even know you, and I feel sorry for you." Ascanio turned a shade paler. "Are you saying I'm not capable of protecting the consort, Wolf?" Derek let out a derisive chortle. "You got arrested by 2 human cops while getting your freak on at a morgue. You're not capable of protecting yourself, let alone her." "They were female cops," Ascanio said. "And I had a fun time." "When was the last time you got laid? Let me know if you need some pointers." Derek bared his teeth. I hit him with my hard stare. "I'll be right back. Stay here. Don't touch each other." "You don't have to worry about me," Ascanio said. "I can't speak for the wolf, but I prefer women." "Zip it." I turned around, marched back into the keep, picked up the first phone I saw, and punched 0011 into it. The phone rang once and Curran's voice answered. "Yes." "What is wrong with you?" Many things. I'm not taking him with me. He's a kid. He is a 15-year-old male Buddha. He maxes out his bench press at 360 and his alpha tells me he has a decent half form. Curran. I love it when you say my name. It sounds so sexy. I'm investigating people who sacrifice trained killers to dark gods. Perfect. It will keep him occupied. Arag. No. He needs an outlet for all that energy, and you could use him. In what capacity? Bait. Why me? Why? I hate you. If you don't take him, the ball is back in my court and I have to give him hard labor. The last time I sentenced him to the keep building, he was bench pressing rocks to bulk up for the girls. He has a brain, and hard labor accomplishes nothing in his case. This way he can waste his energy trying to bodyguard you and might accidentally learn something in the process. It might be what not to do, but that's also useful. When Raphael comes to liberate him, he'll be kissing his boots. Curran, I'm not running a nursery here. This shit is going to turn hairy, you know it and I know it. The kid might get hurt. I have to bloody him sometime, Kate. He came to the pack late. Most kids his age have already had their first fight with real consequences. He hasn't. B has a soft spot for him, because he is male and he had a rough childhood. She won't take him in hand, and even if she did, there are 17 males in the Buddha clan right now, all of whom are under the age often or over 20. He has no peers and he's isolated. So put him with other kids his age. No. He can't be challenged, because he's a minor, but adolescents fight for dominance among themselves. He doesn't get the pecking order, and he thinks it's all a big game. He'll run his mouth, and they will beat him, which will accomplish one of two things: either they will break his spirit or he'll snap and kill somebody, and then neither B, nor you, nor anybody else in this pack can protect him. He needs to learn how to be a pack male. And you think that I can teach him that? No. But Derek can. Ah. Now it all became clear. He'd arranged this whole thing, like moving chess pieces on a board. I unclenched my teeth. I'm really pissed off at you right now. You could have told me all this last night and asked me to take him. Instead you manipulated me into a corner. I don't like feeling manipulated, Curran. I don't appreciate being put into this position, and in case you've forgotten, I'm not one of your flunkies. I don't need to be managed and led by the hand. His voice dropped into a measured, patient tone that made me want to rip his head off. You're blowing this out of proportion. You're trying to make a fight out of nothing. I hung up. The phone rang. I picked it up. Kate, he snarled. Guess what? I don't have to listen to you. I hung up again and marched outside. Derek and Ascanio stood on opposite sides of the vehicle. I pointed at Ascanio. Into the car. Now. Ascanio climbed into the jeep. I turned to Derek. What are you doing here? I quit. Quit what? He smiled. My job. What in the name of all that was holy? Why? Derek shrugged. Just felt like it. Like pulling teeth. I tried to speak slowly and form coherent sentences. What precipitated you quitting your job? He looked up at the night sky above us. Curran and I had a conversation. I wondered if kicking him in the head would make the whole explanation pop out of his mouth in one chunk. What did he say? He said that I was doing a good job. He asked what would be the highest a bodyguard could go in the pack. And I said, protecting the Beast Lord and his mate. Aha! He nodded and asked how old I was. Curran knew perfectly well how old he was. You said, 19 and... He said, okay, what's next? Now it made sense. Derek was wasted on bodyguard duty, and Curran knew it. Derek had talent and a will to make something out of it. He couldn't climb any higher up the bodyguard ladder, and he was comfortable where he was. Apparently my sugar woogums decided it was time to make him uncomfortable. That still didn't explain what the boy wonder was doing here. So what is next? Derek looked at me, his dark eyes luminescent with telltale shapeshifter glow. I said, next I fight Jim for his job. I felt an urge to hit my head against something hard. Brilliant move, boy wonder. Hat did Curran say. He said, in about 30 years, maybe. Put Fighting Jim out of your mind. You're not there yet. Derek rolled his eyes. Yes, His Majesty explained to me in detail how if Jim sneezes in my direction, I'd have a week-long stay in the hospital. Jim is deadly. It's not an exaggeration, it's a fact. Also, he's been at this game for a lot longer than you. No fighting Jim? Yes. Yes, Derek agreed. Maybe he had some sense after all. So. Derek shifted from foot to foot. Can I have a job? I closed my eyes and counted from 10 backward. Kate. The last 2 times you and I crossed paths, you got your leg ripped up and had molten metal poured on your face. The metal was my fault, not yours. All humor fled from his eyes. A wolf looked at me, a vicious wolf with a scarred face. I've worked for Jim for 3 years as a face. I went in undercover, I obtained information, and I brought it back, safe. After that, I ran Cuman's personal security for 6 months. I know the security protocols, I know procedures, and I've proven I can effectively use resources at my disposal. If you hire me, I would be a valuable asset. Very nice. How many times did you rehearse this speech? I'm serious, Kate. I can be useful to you. Besides, you need somebody to ride shotgun. You gave Grendel to Andrea, so you don't have a wingman. I can vomit better than a shaved poodle, I promise. And honestly, you could use a driver. What are you implying? I'm not implying, I'm saying it. You're the opposite of Dali. She drives like a maniac, you drive like an old lady. Bloody hell. I closed my eyes. I couldn't tell him no and he knew it. Are you okay? I need you to go to the garage and get another Jeep, because mine only seats 2. Then I need you to follow me in that Jeep. And if I hear as much as a whisper about my driving abilities, I'll fire you on the spot. Thanks, Kate. He grinned and took off running. Curran got rid of Ascanio and saddled me with not 1, but 2 bodyguards. God help anyone who dared to look at me funny. They would rip him to pieces, just to outdo each other. No matter how many times one visited the casino, it always took me by surprise. After the hard freezes of a freakishly cold winter, the early spring painted Atlanta in black, brown, and grey. Grim ruins thrust here and there, like dark husks stained with cold spring rain. Bleak houses glared at the streets with barred windows. Mud stained the streets, churned by the current of horses, mules, oxen, and an occasional camel. Wagons creaked, engines growled, drivers barked curses at each other, animals brayed. And then you turned the corner and ran into a castle straight out of the Arabian Nights. Pure white and almost delicate, it all but floated in the middle of a huge lot, flanked by elegant minarets and wrapped by a wall with a texture parapet. Long fountains stretched toward its ornate doors, and Hindu gods, cast in bronze and copper, posed frozen in time above the water. For a moment it took your breath away. And then you saw the vampires, smeared in purple and lime green sunblock, patrolling those snow-white walls, and the reality came back real fast. There was something so alien and foreign about the undead crawling over all that beauty. I wanted to pluck them off like fleas from a white cat. I parked in the far lot and shut off the engine. A moment later Derek pulled his vehicle next to mine, parked, and stepped out. Are we going? We are. With him? He nodded at Ascanio. The kid bared his teeth. What exactly do you mean by that? I turned to him. Who is the primary enemy of the pack? Ascanio hesitated. The people. I nodded. We have a very uneasy truce going. I have to go into the casino to talk to Garstek. He's a master of the dead. Because I'm the consort, I can't go in there without a proper escort. Now I was calling myself the consort. Kill me, somebody. If Kate goes in by herself, the people could claim that she did something to break the truce, Derek said. Or something could happen to her. This way we'll act as witnesses. You have a choice, you can stay with the vehicles or you can come with us, I said. But if I decide to come, you follow Derek and you keep your mouth shut. You don't flirt, you don't crack jokes, you give the people absolutely no excuse to take any kind of offense. One wrong word, and we're at war. Do I make myself clear? Ascanio nodded. Yes, consort. Good. I took a manila folder from the front seat of my Jeep and locked the car. Put your betas faces on and follow me. We crossed the parking lot, with me leading the way and Derek and Ascanio behind, stone-faced and emanating a willingness to kill, in case any stray people got out of line. 2 solemn sentries with curved yataghan swords guarded the casino doors. We walked right past them, across the floor filled with slot machines jerry-rigged to work during magic and card tables to the back, to a small service room. A young woman in the casino uniform of black pants and dark purple vest looked up at me from behind the desk. Kate Daniels, I told her. To see Garstek. She nodded. Please have a seat. I sat. The 2 boys remained standing, one on either side of my chair. The noise of the crowd floated TLN off the door, a steady hum interrupted by periodic outbursts of laughter and shouts. The side door opened and a blond man stepped out. Good morning. I'm so sorry, but your escort will have to remain here. That's fine. I rose. Please follow me. I followed him up the stairs and through the hallways, to a stairway. We went down, lower and lower, 1 floor, 2, 3. The air smelled of undead, a dry, revolting scent, laced with a tinge of foul magic. We turned on the landing and another flight of stairs rolled down, ending in stone floor and a metal door. A vampire clung to the wall above it, like a steel-muscled gecko, its dull red eyes tracking our movement. Before the shift, corporations installed cameras. Now the people installed vampires. The blond man opened the door and led me into a nano concrete tunnel, its ceiling punctuated by glowing warts of electric lights. The underbelly of the casino was a maze of claustrophobic tunnels. Loose vampires weren't great with direction. In the event the locks on their cells malfunctioned, the personnel of the stables would evacuate, and the loose vampires would wander through the tunnels, confused and contained, until the navigators secured them one by one. The tunnels ended, opening into a huge chamber filled with cells, set back to back in twin rows angling toward the center off-room like spokes of a wheel. The side walls and the backs of the cells were stone and concrete, but the fronts consisted of thick metal grates, designed to slide upward. The stench of fun death hit me full force and I almost gagged. Vampires filled the cells, chained to the walls, pacing behind the metal bars, crouching in corners, their mad eyes glowing with insane hunger. We reached the empty center of the room and turned down another row of cells. In front of us, a glass-covered balcony protruded from the wall. The tinted glass panels looked opaque from this angle, but I'd been in Garstek's office before. From the inside, the glass was crystal clear. We walked TLN off another door, up an access tunnel, and to a wooden door marked with Garstek's symbol, an arrow tipped with a circle. My guide stepped aside. I knocked. Enter Garstek's voice called out. Oh goody. I pushed the door and it swung open soundlessly under the pressure of my fingertips. A large room greeted me, looking more like a living room than the lair of a master of the dead. Shelves lined the back wall, filled to the bursting point with books of all colors and sizes. At the far wall a pair of medieval shackles hung on hooks, displayed like a priceless work of art. A crescent red sofa sat in the middle of the dark floor, facing the glass balcony that offered a floor-to-ceiling view off stables. At the far end of sofa sat Garstek, dressed in tailored black trousers and a turtleneck. He was already thin, and the severe clothes made him seem almost gaunt. He was drinking a frothy espresso from a small brown cup. Two vampires sat on the floor by him, one on each side. The vampires clutched knitting needles, moving them with dizzying speed. A long swatch of knitted cloth, one blue, the other green, stretched from each of them. Alrighty then. If this wasn't a heartwarming Norman Rockwell painting, I didn't know what was. The needles clicked, chewing up the yarn. I could control several vampires at a time, but I couldn't make even one knit, even if the needles were as thick as its fingers and I were moving them in slow motion. Garstek had two running at once. I fought a shiver. He could send one of those bloodsuckers forward and stab me in the eye, and I wasn't sure I'd be fast enough to stop it. Is this a bad time? I asked. I can come back if you and the twins are having a private moment. Garstek's gaze fastened on me. Don't be crude, Kate. Would you like a drink? To drink was stupid, not to drink would be an insult. But then I doubted Garstek would go through the trouble of poisoning me. It wasn't his style. Water would be nice. The left vampire dropped its needles and scuttled into another room. I shrugged off my cloak, folded it over the sofa's armrest, and took a seat. You can't blame me for thinking you might get kinky. You have shackles on the wall. Garstek's eyes lit up. Ah. Those are interesting, aren't they? They are from Nordlingen in Germany, late 16th century. The witch trials. Garstek nodded. Do you think you would have been burned at the stake in the 16th century? No. Because you're not a woman. Being a woman made little difference. Most witches burned in Iceland and Finland were men, for example. No, I wouldn't have been burned, because I'm not poor. The undead returned and crouched by me, holding a glass of water with ice in its long claws. A narrow slice of lemon floated on the water. The vampire's mouth hung open, the narrow sickles of its fangs stark white against the darkness of its maw. Serve us with a smile. I took the water and sipped. Thank you. So why the cuffs then? The undead returned to its knitting. People view us and our vampires as abominations, Garstek said. They call the undead inhuman, not realizing the irony, only humans are capable of inhumanity. 4,000 years of technology, with magic shrinking to a mere trickle before the shift, yet the world was just as evil then as it is now. It's not vampires or werewolves who committed the worst atrocities, but average people. They are the serial killers, the child rapists, the inquisitors, the witch hunters, the perpetrators of monstrous deeds. The shackles on my wall are the symbol of humanity's capacity for cruelty. I keep them to remind myself that I must fear those who fear me. Given your present affiliation, I would suggest you do the same. That hit close to home. If my bloodline became known, people would be lining up around the block to either kill me or banish me as far as Thaykold to keep themselves safe from Roland's wrath when he and I had our happy family reunion. Garstek took a sip of his espresso. Strictly out of curiosity, what was the deciding factor in selecting the Beast Lord? You had options, and life with him must be regimented. He seems like the type to assert his dominance, and you always seemed like a person who dislikes being dominated. I love him. Garstek mulled it over for a second and nodded. Ah. That explains it. The vampires continued their crafting marathon. Knitting? It's intricate. I could have had them thread beads or set up dominoes. It's an exercise. Fainting had rattled him. He was trying to reassure himself that he still had it all under control. Maybe I could put in a request for a pair of handmade socks. How is Emily? Garstek's stare gained an icy edge. Her leg had to be amputated. She will have the best prosthetics we can provide. The city owes her a debt. I intend to pursue this matter with all the resources at my disposal. Technically the law was on the paid's side. When faced with a loose bloodsucker, they were obligated to do everything within their power to wipe it off the face of the planet, no matter the casualties. But the people wouldn't forget it. They held grudges forever, and then some. I reached into my pocket. I've brought you an invoice for the capture of the vampire. Garstek sighed. Of course. The vampire on the right scuttled over, took the paper from my hand, and delivered it to Garstek. He scanned it. His eyes widened. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a leather wallet, extracted $1, and passed it to the vamp. The undead brought it to me and I placed it into the folder. Paid in full. Would you like a receipt? Please. A receipt for $1. Why didn't that surprise me? I wrote out the receipt, leaned over, and handed it to him. Envin, you called me Wednesday morning, how did you do it? I wasted a few valuable seconds at a pay phone. That was what I thought. I did some thinking. That is a very dangerous pastime, Garstek said. He'd made a joke. Surely the apocalypse wasn't far behind. The vampire was loose. You had no way of knowing it would run toward my office. Loose vampires are attracted to blood. In the absence of blood they tend to blunder about aimlessly. However, vampires have scent glands near the base of their digits. They mark the ground as they run. The scent is very weak, but when a vampire follows the same route over and over, they create a tangible scent trail. Garstek nodded. That's one of the reasons we prefer to run them along the rooftops. That, and it makes killing people easier by leaping on your unsuspecting victims from above. Indeed. A loose vampire will naturally follow a vampiric scent trail if it stumbles on it, because there might be food on the other end. I took a map out of my folder and pointed to the red line veering its way through the streets. This is a section of your patrol line. At least TLNEE vampires pass along this route every day. I'd say this is as strong a scent trail as you could get. Was the journeywoman patrolling that route when she fainted and dropped the vampire? Correct. Garstek was watching me with acute interest. Since the vampire was already following the scent trail, I felt it was unlikely she would deviate from its course. Your office sits right under our outer patrol line. The building itself is in the pack territory, but the parking lot is in ours. I'm sure it was by design. It was. The location of my office had put me into a perfect position to watch the border with the people. Curran and I had discussed it at some length. That was part of the reason why my door could withstand concentrated bombardment from a tank. In case the shapeshifters got in trouble in their midnight adventures in Vampire Land, they could hightail it to my office and hide behind my sturdy door. It was a smart move on the pack's part, Garstek said. The cooperation agreement forbids any fortified pack or people structures within 1 mile of the border, but it doesn't forbid a business licensed by either party. And I'm sure you license several businesses near the border. It wouldn't be in my best interests to confirm or deny. Garstek permitted himself a small half-smile. Here came the hard part. I had to say enough to hold his interest but not too much to betray the Red Guard's confidentiality. I'm working a case in Sibley. During my investigation, I encountered a ward that disappeared. Garstek leaned forward. What do you mean, disappeared? It vanished, as if it had never been there. I turned the map and pointed to Johnson Fenny. This bridge is one of 2 primary ways out of Sibley and into the city. Yesterday the wards guarding the bridge troll also disappeared. I trailed Johnson Ferry until it crossed the red line of the vampire patrol. I'm guessing this is the point where your girl dropped the vampire. Garstek said nothing. Something passed this way out of Sibley, over the bridge, and along this street. Something that ate the wards and tainted your vampire. Your own journeywomen told me that they couldn't grab its mind. I think that it took all of your power to hold it. That was why he made a curtsy and put on a show. It was a huge, shocking bluff. Garstek laughed softly. The thing that ate the ward left Sibley on a cart or a car, and your girl probably saw it just before she fainted. I need to know what that vehicle looked like. Garstek considered it. I'll think about it. I'd saved his life. Apparently it wasn't worth a tiny crumb of information. Thrashing Garstek in his own office was out of question. First, he had 2 vampires with him, and second, I would cause an interfaction incident. I rose. Do that. I was almost to the door, when he spoke. Kate. Yes. I liked you better as Amir. I did, too. I could kick people and say what I actually thought without causing a diplomatic disaster. But we all have to grow up sometime. When our 2-jeep parade arrived at the office, Andrea was already there. I knew this because there was a new pile of steaming dog puke 3 feet outside our side door. The 2 teenage shapeshifters pondered the puke. I pointed to the spot in front of the door. Ascanio, stand right here. He moved to the spot. Why? I stepped to the side and opened the door. 100 pounds of Grendel caught in intense canine joy burst through the door. The attack poodle launched himself into the air. Ascanio grabbed him and clamped Grendel tight. Good reaction time. Ascanio stared at the poodle. What is this? A faithful canine companion. He stinks like a sewer. The mutant poodle squirmed and licked Ascanio's chin. Ah. What do I do with him? Bring him inside. I stepped into the office. Behind me Derek said, I'd sterilize my face if I were you. Mind your own business, Wolf. The office smelled like coffee. Inside, Andrea raised her head from a small laptop sitting on top of paperwork spread on her desk. What took you so long? Good morning to you too, sunshine. I dropped my bag by my chair. Andrea tossed an envelope at me. I glanced at it. The Order Shield logo marked the top left corner. Oh. What is this? It's Shane, she growled. He wants me to cease my efforts to get my weapons, because they are currently being used to apprehend real criminals. Ha, I thought it was something dire. He's just jerking your chain. If you want, I'll get Barabbas to draw up a letter with his Lavia credentials on it. We'll send it to the Order and you'll get your weapons back. Shane can't hold your property. I know that. I'm still pissed off. It's your duty as my best friend to be outraged with me. I'm outraged. I snarled. That bastard. Thank you, Andrea said. Ascanio cleared his throat. Consort? May I put him down now? I turned. He was still holding Grendel, who seemed to be enjoying it, judging by the way he kept licking Ascanio's shoulder. Behind him, Derek was trying to choke off a laugh. Yes. Ascanio set Grendel on the floor. Andrea peered at Derek. What are you doing here? I hired him, I told her. Andrea's blonde eyebrows crawled up a fraction of an inch. And him? Him, too. Andrea pointed at Ascanio with her pen. How old are you? 15. He can't work here. He's too young. I shrugged. The legal age for employment is 14. Yes, with the exception of hazardous jobs he will be an office helper. How is that hazardous? Kate. Would you like to go outside and look at the bullet holes in the pavement? He isn't a full-time employee. He's an intern. Andrea looked at me for a long moment. I don't think you understand this whole business thing. Clients produce money. Employees cost money. We want fewer employees and more clients, not the other way around. We don't need teenage Buddha sex fiends as interns. How do you know he is a sex fiend? Andrea looked at me like I was mentally challenged. He is 15 and he is a Buddha. Hello. Good point. I nodded to the boy wonder and the sex fiend. Pull up some. When I came back from the kitchen with a carafe of coffee and 4 mugs to pour it into, everyone had gathered around Andrea's desk. I opened the file with the case and ran through it. By the time I finished, Derek was frowning. A crazy glow lit up Ascanio's eyes. Do you think people will want to kill us? Yes. Cool. Cool. Right. There is a freezer in the back room with de Haven's body in it. Go and examine it. Look at his face and memorize the sense. After you do that, walk TLN off the office so you know the layout. They took off. What's eating you? Andrea asked. I had a fight with Curran. What about? He's managing me. Andrea raised her eyebrows. He maneuvers events, taking away my choices until there is only one possible solution to a problem. It pisses me off. That's what alphas do. Andrea grimaced. I got a note from Aunt B last night. Warning, warning, spiked traps ahead. And she wants to meet. For a nice chat. I knew exactly what this chat would be about. Andrea was a shapeshifter, and no shapeshifter could exist within Atlanta without becoming a member of the Pax Furry Horde. Before, Andrea was a member of the Order, and the Buddhas kept her secret. Now she was unattached. Andrea would have to make a choice, enter the pack and become one of Aunt B's Buddhas or move. After her childhood, Andrea would rather cut her arm off than become a Buddha. I'm not going, Andrea said suddenly. Aunt B wouldn't just let it go. Of all the alphas in the pack, 2 gave me pause, Man, the pack's executioner and the head of Clan Heavy, and Aunt B. Screwing with Aunt B was like sticking your hands into a meat grinder. She was all sweetness and cookies, and then giant claws came out and people's guts ended up as garlands on the chandelier. It's a courtesy, I told her. She's letting you come to her on your terms. You blow her off too many times, and she'll have you brought to her. I know. Andrea locked her teeth. Right. No intelligent life there. Arguing about it would just make things worse. The 2 shapeshifters trotted back and took their seats at the table. I explained about Chernobyl, Adam's last name, and the fact that he likely had ties to a Russian community. Andrea frowned. A sacrifice gives the priest a magic boost. I nodded. It only lasts a couple seconds, but yes. Could he grab Adam and his doohickey, and teleport out? Now there was a thought. If he was a really, really powerful Volve, probably. But why would the Volves need Adam? I don't get it, Derek said. Why can't we just go to talk to them directly? When I was a merc, I took a job to guard a man. He had stolen something from the Volves, and I kept them from killing him. They wouldn't talk to me or anyone associated with me. I paused to make sure I had their attention. Volves throw around heavy-duty magic. Once we start asking questions, they will be on us like white on rice. We need a security protocol in place. I looked at Derek. Start earning your keep, boy wonder. He pushed away from the edge of the desk. From this point on, we're on high alert. We leave together, we arrive together. This office is a small fortress. Derek pointed at the door and looked at Ascanio. While in the office, that door stays locked. The back door is reinforced with a metal grate. That door stays locked and barred at all times as well. We do not open the doors unless we know the person on the other side and they smell right. If you have to leave, Let someone know where you're going and when you will be back, unless it's an emergency. The phone rang. I picked it up. Kate. Ksenia's voice said. Evdokia says meet her at John White Park. I'd run, not walk, if I were you. Thanks. I hung up. I have an audience with the witches. We divide and conquer. Andrea rose. Derek, you and I need to dig into de Haven's background. His house, his neighbors, history, everything we can get. What about me? Ascanio asked. You hold the fort, I told him. But this is the point where you say, yes, Alpha, Derek said. Ascanio shot him a look that was pure murder. Yes, Alpha. This wasn't going to end well, I just knew it. Chapter 9 In another lifetime, John White Park had housed a golf course flanked by a nice middle-class neighborhood of brick houses and arbitrarily curving streets. The houses still survived, but the park had gone to hell some time ago. Dense underbrush flanked the crumbling asphalt road, and past it tall ashes and poplars reached their way to the sky, vying for space with mast-straight pines. The pre-shift maps put the park at around 40 acres. The recent PAC map, which was the envy of every law enforcement official in the area and of which I was now a proud owner due to being the consort, put it closer to 90. The trees had eaten a chunk of the subdivision south of Beecher Street and chomped their way through Greenwood Cemetery. 90 acres of dense woods was a lot of ground to cover. I turned the corner. A large duck sat in the middle of the street. To the left of the duck, a deep ditch took up half of the road. No way through. The magic was up and my Jeep made enough noise to give a thunder god a complex. You'd think the stupid bird would move. I honked the horn. The duck stared at me, ruffling its brown feathers. Honk honk. Hoo-oonk. Nothing. Move, you silly bird. The duck remained unimpressed. I should get out more. This mated life made me too soft. I couldn't even scare a duck off the road. I got out of the Jeep and walked over to the duck. Scoot. The bird gave me an evil stare. I nudged her gently with my boot. The duck rose and flopped on my foot. The bill pinched my jeans and the bird tried to pull me to the left. One of us was nuts and it wasn't me. This isn't funny. The bird turned left and let out a single loud quack. What is it? Did Timmy fall down a well? Quack. I took a few steps forward and saw a narrow gap in the wall of green. A path, diving deep into the park. I peered at the forest. It didn't give off an I'll kill you with my trees vibe the way Sibley did, but it didn't look welcoming either. The underbrush was too dense for a duck flight. Hard terrain to cross on foot, especially if you have to waddle. How am I supposed to follow you in there, you demented bird? You can't fly through that wood. Unless you're planning on dropping 10 pounds, the duck shivered. Feathers crawled, sinking back into flesh, folding on themselves. My stomach lurched. Dense fuzz sprouted as the duck's body flowed, reshaping itself. The blob that used to be duck stretched one last time and snapped into a small brown bunny. I closed my mouth with a click. The bunny swiped some non-existent dust from his nose with both paws and hopped down the path. I went back to the Jeep, shut off the engine, and chased the duck rabbit down the path into the dense thicket of the John White Woods. The forest teemed with life. Tiny squirrels dashed up and down the trees. A ruffed grouse shot from the forest floor. Somewhere to the left a feral pig grunted. 3 deer watched me pick my way down the path from a safe distance. I sank into the quiet measured gait I used when walking through the woods, quiet and deceptively unhurried. The little rabbit fell in step and scampered down by my side. A bowstring snapped. I jerked to the side and jumped behind an oak. The rabbit crouched by my feet, shivering. I leaned out just enough to see. An arrow sprouted from the ground where my foot had been a second ago. The angle was high. I looked up. Across the path, a man crouched in an old tree, poised in a spot where the trunk split into two massive branches. Young, mid to late 20s. Tattered jeans stained with brown and green, plain brown t-shirt. Looked like any issue. Hair cut short. The branches obscured his face and most of his chest. No place to sink a throwing knife. When unsure of the stranger's intentions, the best policy is to open a meaningful dialogue. Hey, dickhead. Who taught you to shoot, Louis Braille? That arrow missed me by a mile. I was aiming at the rabbit, you stupid bitch. You missed. If I pissed him off enough, he might move to get a better shot at me. My throwing knives couldn't wait to say hello. I see that. I figured I'd let you know, since you must be blind. Maybe you could practice by aiming at a barn. A bowstring twanged. I ducked back behind the tree. An arrow sliced the leaves a hair left of the oak. He was good, but not great. Andrea would have nailed me by now. You alive? He called out. Yep. Still breathing? You missed again, hot shot. Look, I have no problem with you. Give me the damn rabbit and I'll let you go. Fat chance. This is my rabbit. Get your oath. It's not your rabbit. It's the witch's rabbit. Figured. You got a problem with the witch. Yeah, I got a problem. If Evdokia wanted him dead, he would be dead by now. This was her forest. She hadn't killed him, which meant she was amused by his antics, or worse, he was a relative or a son of a friend. Injuring him was out of the question, or I could kiss goodbye any chance of cooperation from Evdokia. Last chance to give me the rabbit and walk away from this. No. Suit yourself. A shrill whistle burst through the woods, lancing my eardrums. It drowned all sound and shot up, higher and higher, to an impossible intensity. I clamped my hands over my ears. The whistle built on itself, slicing the petals off wildflowers to the left and right of the oak, stabbing through my hands into my brain. The world faded. I tasted blood in my mouth. The whistle stopped. The sudden quiet was deafening. Russian fairy tales talked of a nightingale bandit, able to bend trees with his whistling. I seemed to have run into the real-life version. You alive? He called out. Barely. Yep. I dug in my brain, trying to recall the old Russian folk tales. Did he have any weakness? If he had, I couldn't remember any. You whistle so prettily. Do you do weddings? In 5 seconds I'm going to split that tree down the middle and you with it. Hard to make jokes with your lungs full of blood. I slid a throwing knife from the sheath on my belt and sneaked a glance. He sat in a tree, one leg under him, the other dangling down. Relaxed and easy. Fine, you got me. I'm coming out. With the rabbit. With the rabbit. I slipped a throwing knife in my hand, flipped it, and rustled the weeds to my left with my foot. The nightingale leaned to the side, trying to get a better look. I lunged right and threw the knife. The blade sliced TLN off the air. The wooden handle smashed into his throat. The nightingale made a small gurgling sound. I sprinted to the tree, grabbed his ankle, and jerked him down. He crashed to the ground like a log. I hit him in the throat a couple of times to make sure he stayed quiet, flipped him on his stomach, yanked a plastic tie from my pocket, and tied his hands together. Don't go anywhere. He gurgled something. I circled the tree and ran into a horse tied to the branch, its head swaddled in some sort of canvas. A coil of rope waited on the saddle. Wasn't that Mus? I snagged the rope and hauled the nightingale upright against the tree, facing the bark. He was short but well muscled, his dark hair cut down to a mere fuzz on his head. A hoarse gasp issued from his mouth. "Bloody bitch. That's nice." I finished tying him to the trunk. He couldn't even turn his head. Just remember, it could have been the other end of the knife. I stepped back. He looked secure enough. I sliced the tie off and dangled it by the bark so he could see it. "I'm going to go see the witch now. In your place, I'd do why to get free. I might be in a bad mood on my way back. Come on, Bunny." The rabbit hopped down the path and I followed it, listening to the sweet serenade of curses. The stick was 6 feet tall and topped with a grimy human skull, decorated by a half-melted candle. It jutted on the side of the road, like some grisly path marker. A few feet past it another yellowed skull offered a second candle. Some people used tiki torches. Some people used human skulls. I looked at the duck bunny. "What have you gotten me into?" The duck bunny rubbed his nose. The skull looked a bit odd. For one, all the teeth were even. I stood on my toes and knocked on the bony temple. "Plastic. Hair." The bunny hopped down the trail. Nothing to do but follow. The path opened into a garden. To the left, raspberry bushes rose next to gooseberry and currant. To the right, neat rows of strawberries sat, punctuated by spears of garlic and onion to keep the bugs off. Trees rose here and there, surrounded by herbs. I recognized apple, pear, cherry. Past it all, at the end of a winding path in the middle of a green lawn, sat a large log house. Rather, the back of the large log house. A couple of clean glass windows stared at me above a wraparound porch rail, but no door was visible. We stopped at the house. "Now what?" "Knock knock." The ground shuddered under my feet. I took a step back. The edge of the porch quaked and rose, up and up, rocking a little, and beneath it huge scaled legs dug into the ground with talons the size of my arms. Holy shit! The legs moved, turning the house with ponderous slowness 10 feet above the ground, corner, wall, another corner, Evdokia in a rocking chair sitting on the porch. "That's good," the witch said. The house crouched down and settled back in place. Evdokia gave me a sweet smile. Middle-aged, she was plump and looked happy about it. Her face was round, her stomach was round, and a thick braid of brown hair snaked its way over her shoulder down to her lap. She was knitting some sort of a tube out of strawberry-colored yarn. There was only one person in the entire Slavic mythology who had a house on chicken legs, Baba Yaga, the grandmother witch, the one with a stone leg and iron teeth. She was known for flying around in a mortar and for casual cannibalism of wandering heroes. And I'd walk to her house on my own power. Talk about delivering takeout. Evdokia nodded to the chair next to her. "Well, come on. Vinoga pravdal Nyt. No truth in legs. Right. Will you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. Her smile got wider. "Scared?" "Nope." I walked up the steps and took the chair. The house jerked, my stomach jumped, and the garden dropped down below. The house had straightened its chicken legs. Trapped. No matter. Besides, I'm all gristle and tough meat anyway. She chuckled. "Oh, I don't know, you might be just right for a nice big pot of borscht. Throw some mushrooms in there and Borscht, blee. Not a fan." Evdokia reached to the small table between us, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed me one. "No." I sipped. "Great tea." I waited a moment to see if it turned into a goat. Nope, no horns, clothes were still there. I raised the cup at her. "Thank you." "You're welcome. You hate borscht because Doran never made it properly. I swear, anything you gave that man, he'd turn into mush." It took me the longest time to get him to eat normal food. For a while it was all borscht and taters. The bunny hopped onto her lap. Her fingers brushed the dark fur. Flesh and fur seethed, twisting into a new body, and a small black cat rolled on her back on Evdokia's lap and batted at her fingers with soft paws. For a moment the witch's control slipped, and I glimpsed magic wrapped around her like a dense shawl before she hid it again. If this went sour, getting off this porch alive would be a bitch. Now, go on, Evdokia said. You're tangling my yarn. The kitten rolled off, jumped to the porch rail, licked her paw, and began washing herself. An all-purpose pet. How do you turn a duck into a bunny? I didn't even know where to start. The needles clicked in the older woman's hands. Had any trouble finding your way? Not really. Ran into a nightingale bandit, but that's about it. Vyacheslav. Slava, for short. He's angry because I won't let him rob people on my land. Slava talks a big game, but he's harmless. He split solid trees into splinters and made people's ears bleed with a supersonic whistle, but of course, he was completely harmless. Silly me, worrying for nothing. Evdokia nodded at the platter of cookies. Have one. In for a penny, in for a pound. I snagged a cookie and bit into it. It broke in my mouth into a light powder of sweet vanilla crumbs, melting on my tongue, and suddenly I was 5 years old. I'd eaten those before when I was very little, and the taste jerked me right back into the past. A tall woman laughed somewhere to the side and called me Katinka. I shrugged her out of my mind. No time for a trip down the memory lane. For a couple of minutes we sat quietly. The air smelled of flowers and a hint of something fruity. The tea was hot and tasted of lemon. It all seemed nice. I sneaked a glance at the witch. She seemed absorbed in her knitting. I needed to get on with the Volve questions. Evdokia glanced at me. Have you heard from your father? He isn't going to let his sister's death go. I dropped my cup and caught it an inch from the porch boards. Nice catch. Evdokia pulled her yarn to give herself more slack. My mouth was dry. I set the cup very carefully on the table. How did you know? How much do you know? Who else knows? How many people do I have to kill? About your father? You told me. I chose my words very carefully. I don't recall that. We were sitting right here. You had sugar cookies and tea and you told me all about how your daddy killed your mom, and how you had to get strong and murder him one day. You were all of 6 years old. And then Voron came and made you run laps around the garden. Do you remember me at all? I strained, trying to dig deep into my memories. A woman looked down at me, very tall, with bright red hair braided into a long plait over her shoulder, a black cat rubbing on her feet. Her eyes were blue and they laughed at me. A hint of a voice came, happy, offering me a cookie in Russian. I remember a woman, red hair with cookies. Evdokia nodded. That was me. There was a cat. I vividly remembered a leather collar with the Russian word for kitty written on it in black marker. I'd written it. Kisa. She died 7 years ago. She was an old cat. You were tall. No, you were a short little thing. I was the same size, except I was skinny back then. And I dyed my hair fire red so your stepdad would like me. I was a lot dumber in my youth. Voron, he seemed a proper man. Evdokia sighed. Very strong, handsome. Dependable. I really liked him and I tried. Oi, how I tried. But it wasn't meant to be. Why not? For one, it was all about your mother. A living woman I could handle, but fighting for your father with a dead one, well, that was a fight I couldn't win. For another, your father wasn't the man I thought he was. What do you mean? Evdokia raised the tea kettle and refilled my cup. Sugar? No, thank you. You should have some. I'm about to speak ill of the dead. Sugar helps with the bitter. She and Doolittle were separated at birth. Every time I suffered a near-death experience, he brought me syrup and claimed it was iced tea. The older woman leaned back, gazing at the garden. When I first saw you, you were 2 years old. You were such a cute, fat baby. Big eyes. Then Voran left and took you with him. I saw you again when you were 4 and then some months after, and then again. Every time I saw you, you got harder and harder. I'd braid your hair and put you in a pretty little dress and we'd go to Solstice Day, or out to our coven, and you would be so happy. Then he'd return and make you take it all off, and send you out to hunt feral dogs with a knife. You'd come back all bloody and sit by his feet like some sort of puppy, waiting for him to tell you that you'd done well. I remembered that, sitting by Voran's feet. He didn't praise me often, but when he did, it was like I'd grown wings. I would have done anything for that praise. Finally Anna Ivanovna called me to come and see her. You were 7 then and she was an oracle witch at the time. Old woman, frightening eyes. I took you with me. We visited at her house and she looked at you for a while, and then she said that it wasn't right what Voran was doing to you. It never sat well with me, and I'm not one to hold my tongue, so I cornered him that night over dinner and told him so. I told him that you were a little girl. An innocent. That if I were his own flesh and blood, he wouldn't be treating you this way. If this was true, she stood up to Voran for my sake. Few people would. He made me this way so I would survive. It was a necessity. Evdokia pursed her lips for a long moment. A shadow darkened her eyes. Something inside me clenched, as if expecting a punch. What did Voran say? Evdokia looked down at her knitting. What did he say? He said that you weren't his flesh and blood, and that was the whole point. It hurt. It was the truth and I'd known it all my life, but it still hurt. He was my father in everything but blood. He cared about me, in his own way. I told him that the covens would take you in, Evdokia said. He said no. So I asked him what did he think would happen when you and Roland finally met. He told me that if he got lucky, you'd kill your father. If his luck ran out, then Roland would have to murder his own daughter and that was enough for him. A sharp pain stabbed me somewhere right below the heart. My throat closed up. It wasn't true. That conversation never took place. Voran loved my mother. She died for me. He trained me to make me stronger so that when the final confrontation came, I'd hold my own against my real father. Anger vibrated in Evdokia's voice. I told him to get out. I thought he'd cool off and I'd persuade him to give you to me. But he vanished and took you with him. The next time I saw you, you came to ask for a favor in the belly of Turtle. I almost didn't recognize you. It's not what we wanted for you. I know it wasn't all him. Kalina had ruined him, but I blame Voran all the same. It was his fault as well. I struggled to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. I felt helpless, as if I was stuck in the middle of some void and couldn't break out of it. You were one of ours. We would have taken you in and hid you and taught you, but it was not to be. It gnaws at me to this day that I couldn't get you away from him. My mouth finally managed to produce a sound. What do you mean, one of yours? Because Ophi our mother, of course. I stared at her. Evdokia gasped. He didn't tell you, Thapachirok. Kalina, your mother, she was one of ours. An old Ukrainian family. Your grandmother's sister, Oleono, married my uncle Igor. We're in-laws. The world jumped up and kicked me in the face. Chapter 10 They are from a small settlement on the border of Ukraine and Poland, Evdokia said. Zelenai Hutur. It has been a bad place to live since antiquity. The border there jumps back and forth, one generation they'd be Polish, the next Russian, then Turkish, then something else. Legend says, in savage times, back when Ukraine was home to Slavic tribes, they made war with the Khazarian Empire to the east. During one of those raids, all the men from the village were taken. Magic was still in the world back then, although it was growing weaker, and the old ways were strong in the area. The women worked a charm on themselves, the power of enchantment, to make people want to please them. They got their men back. The power came with a huge price, most of them went barren after that, but if they wanted the shirt off your back, all they had to do was smile and you'd give it to them. That's where your mother's power comes from. That sounded suspiciously familiar. There is a woman working for the people. Her name is Rowena. Evdokia nodded. I've seen her. Same ancestry, but watered down. Her magic is like a fireplace, if you stand real close, you'll feel the warmth. Nothing to write home about. Your mother's magic was like a bonfire. It didn't just warm, it burned. That would be a hell of a power. A lot of us, the old families that came over here from Russia and Ukraine, have known we were magical. Evdokia continued. Even when the technology was at its peak, just before the shift, a tiny trickle of magic still remained in the world and we saw its effects and we used it, in the small vase. The old women would spell a toothache away, find the drowned bodies, or meddle in people's love lives. I had a friend whose mother once dreamed that their house would catch on fire. 2 days later, her senile grandfather poured kerosene into their stove to get the fire going. Almost burned the whole place down. Small things like that. Your grandmother had the power but didn't use it. She got a doctorate in psychology and didn't truck with any of the old superstition, as she called it. She pushed Kalina the same way, except by the time your mother finished all her degrees, the magic was here to stay and she'd come into her power. She was very good at what she did. She used to lecture all over the country. Universities, military, cops. She did all that. A light went on in my head. That had to be how she met Greg, my guardian. Did she work with the Order? Evdokia nodded. Oh yes. They tried hard to recruit her, too. Then she met your father, your real father, and all that went by the wayside. She vanished. Do you think she loved him? I don't know, the old witch said. We were never too close. Kalina's magic leaked, even when she kept it in check, and I don't take kindly to having my emotions jerked around. I'd seen her once since she went to stay with Roland. She'd come back for her mother's funeral. She seemed happy. Secure, like a woman who is well taken care of, loved, and isn't too worried about tomorrow. I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. That didn't last. No, it didn't. She must have been desperate to save you. She was. She stayed behind and sacrificed herself for my sake, because as long as she lived, Roland wouldn't stop chasing her. Voron took me. Evdokia grimaced. And that is the root of it all. I would do anything for my child. Kalina would do the same. Any sane woman would. She was trapped and with child, and she knew Roland would keep looking for her even if she ran to the ends of earth. She had to find someone to protect you, someone strong who knew how Roland's brain worked. She found Voron. He was strong and ruthless, but he was loyal to Roland. The witch's blue eyes brimmed with regret. She fried him, Kaiten Carr. She had time to do it, and she cooked him so hard, he left Roland for her and spent the last years of his life raising you. I should have seen it sooner, but love is blind. No. No, they loved each other. Voron loved my mother. I'd seen it in his face. When he spoke of her, his whole demeanor changed. He became a different man. If Evdokia was right, my mother would have worked on him for months, adjusting and realigning the emotional patterns just right, so that when Voron and I were alone, he wouldn't carry me back to Roland or throw me into some ditch. In my head, my mother was a god. She was kind and wonderful, beautiful and sweet. She was all those things I wanted in a parent as a child. All those things that were ripped away from me. Unconditional love. Warmth. Joy. My mother was guilty of nothing except being naive and falling in love with the wrong man. She found herself trapped, and Voron saved her, because he loved her. Nobody was like that. People weren't like that. I knew this wasn't how the world worked. I wasn't a child anymore. I'd seen the grit, savagery, and cruelty. I'd tasted my fair share of it and dished it out. So why had I never doubted this rosy picture before? Why did I think my mother was a princess and Voron served as her knight in shining armor? I'd never questioned it. Not once. Evdokia was talking. I barely heard her. The bright and shiny temple I'd built to my mother in my mind was falling to pieces and the noise was too loud. What she did is forbidden for a good reason. It never ends well. Kalina was conscientious. She must have felt it was the only way. I held my hand up. The older woman fell silent. Bits and pieces of forgotten memories floated to the surface. Evdokia's face, much younger. The little black cat. Going to a party in the woods, wearing a pretty dress. Some woman asking, "How old are you, sweetie?" My own voice, tiny and young, "I'm 5. A little doll someone gave me, and Evdokia's voice, "That's your baby. Isn't she pretty? You have to take care of your baby." Voron, taking away the doll. "We have to go now. It's extra weight. Remember, only take what you can carry." My whole childhood was a lie. Even Voron's thirst for vengeance wasn't real. It was implanted in him when my mother's magic had seared his brain. Was there anything at all real in my past? Anything at all would do at this point. So pathetic. All those times I drove myself into exhaustion to please Voron. All those times I did as I was told. People I killed, things I mourned, all the shit he put me through. All of it was so when my father and I met, we could kill each other, and Voron would have the last laugh. Fury exploded in me in a raw torrent. I wanted to rip his grave apart, pull his bones out and shake them, screaming. I wanted to know if it was true, if all of it was true. "I warned you," Evdokia said softly. "He's dead," I said. My voice had no inflection. "He's dead and I can't hurt him." "Now, don't be like that," Evdokia murmured. "He was human, Katenkar. He was proud of you in his own way." "Proud of what? An attack dog he made? Point me in the right direction, take my muzzle off, and watch me rip things apart for a meager crumb of praise." Evdokia reached over and held my hand. I was the biological byproduct of a megalomaniac and a woman who magically brainwashed others into doing her will, and I was raised by a man who reveled in the knowledge that my biological father would one day kill me. All those years, my life, my accomplishments, any feelings I had for him, everything I was, Voron would have traded all of it for a chance to see the look on Roland's face when he slit my throat. And my mother made him that way. Magic splayed from me, fueled by my rage. On the porch rail the cat arched her back, her standing on end. The floor beneath my feet shuddered. Easy now," Evdokia murmured. "You're scaring the house. Get over it. Just get over it. Put it or shove it aside, so you can deal with it later." The magic filled me, threatening to burst out. The house rocked. Cups clicked against each other on the table. Evdokia clenched my hand. I had to get out of here alive. If I let it all go now, Evdokia would fight me to save herself. I needed a clear head. Put it away. I could do it. I was strong enough. I had Voron to thank for it. I pulled the magic back. All the anger, all the pain, I collapsed it on itself and stuffed it away. It hurt. I took my hand out of Evdokia's fingers and picked up my teacup. Lukewarm tea touched my lips. It's cold. I think I need a refill. Evdokia looked at me for a long moment. That's right. Barely human, you got it. I had a chance when I was 5. Now it was too late. You never said what you would do about your father, the witch said. Nothing has changed. It's still him or me. You're not strong enough, Evdokia said. Not yet. I can make you stronger. At what price? She heaved a sigh. No price, Katenkar. You are one of our own. If I'm one of your own, why did you wait till now? Why didn't you help me when my aunt almost murdered me? Where were you when Voron died and I had no place to go? Evdokia pursed her lips. I fixed her with my stare. What do you want from me? The witch's magic flared. She set her cup down. Sienna has foreseen a tower over Atlanta. Towers were Roland's trademark. Sienna of the Witch Oracle? Does the Oracle know who I am? Evdokia nodded. Yes. Who else knows? The list of people to murder was getting longer and longer. Just us. Evdokia matched my gaze. Her blue eyes turned hard. We've kept it to ourselves, too. Why? Because we govern ourselves. Nobody tells us what to do. I smiled at her. It wasn't a pleasant smile. The cat leaped off the porch rail into Evdokia's lap and growled, puffing its FTR. I get it. You have power. Status. Respect. You know Roland is coming one way or the other. And Roland doesn't tolerate any government except his own. He doesn't have allies or friends. He has servants. Evdokia narrowed her eyes. That's right. I've earned my place in this world, with back-breaking work I've earned it. I won't be bending my knee to anyone, not to a government, not to a judge, not to that cursed tyrant. I rose and leaned against the porch post. I'm your best bet to keep Roland from taking over. Yes. Young, in need of being taught. Evdokia crossed her arms. Yes. Easily manipulated? Emotionally compromised? Are these my best qualities? Evdokia threw her hands up in exasperation. I would just like to know the score from the staff. So I have no disappointments later. Bogom Pomogi Mnes Rebian Com. I doubt the goddess will help you with this child. The last time I came across a goddess, she decided she didn't want any. Evdokia shook her head. You are what you are, Kate. You can't run away from yourself. Do you think your lion didn't consider who you were before he swept you off your feet? All those years, all those women, and you are the one he mated with. He was interested in more than your bed, I can tell you that. Ouch. Leave Curran out of this. The man isn't a fool. And neither are you. Now is the time to build alliances and learn, because when your papa shows up here, it will be too late. I'm offering power. Knowledge. Things you will require. I can help you. You don't even have to do anything in return. I would take her up on it. I would come back here, and sit, and drink tea, and eat cookies. I'd bring Julie with me and watch her play with the mutant cat rabbit duck thing. But not yet. Not now. I took the picture of de Haven's body from my pocket and passed it to her. Evdokia glanced at it, spat 3 times over her left shoulder, and knocked on the wooden rail. Chernobog's Volv. Grigor too. That's his work. This picture was taken in the workshop of a Russian inventor. Name is Adam Kamen. Ah. Adam Kamenov. Yes, I've heard about that. Smart boy, no common sense. He was building something vile. Had all the elder Volves tied up in knots. Whatever it was, they told him not to build it. I gather he built it anyway. He's missing. They have him, then? Evdokia shrugged. The Volves sacrificed someone to teleport him out. The old witch grimaced. It doesn't surprise me. They are men. They solve things directly. Grigor too needed power, so he took it. Give me a coven of 13 witches and I could have teleported him too, and without blood. We'd channel the magic through us, pull it from nature through our bodies and focus it on the target. Grigor too's way is to take everything from one. Our way is to take a little bit from each of us, so everyone can recover. I need to find Adam. She raised her chin. I'll ask around. She wouldn't do anything that put her in conflict with the Volves. She would teach me, and she might throw me a crumb of information now and then, but she wouldn't fight my battles for me. That was fine. I started down the porch stairs. Thank you for the tea. Don't mention it. The house crouched down and I stepped onto the path. The moment my feet touched the ground, the porch rose back up. Think about what I've said, Katenkar Evdokia called from above. Think carefully. When one walked out of the woods, a man stood by my jeep, leaning on a tall unfinished wooden staff with a thick top. It looked like he had just cut a thick sapling, haphazardly chopped off the branches, stripped it of its bark, and made himself a walking stick. A black robe hung from his shoulders down to just below his knees, revealing leather boots. Silver embroidery ran along the wide cuffs of the robe and along the hem. A wide leather belt caught the robe at the waist, and small canteens and charms dripped from it on chains and cords. A deep hood hid most of his face. A Volve. If Stafford and T given him away, the charms on the belt would have. Judging by the embroidery, not a lightweight, but not one of the really old ones either. The younger Volves couldn't afford hand-stitched silver, and the older ones didn't bother with it. I have a real problem with people in hoods, I said. That's too bad. He had a rich voice, deep and confident. Yep, a fun and exciting storm of magic was about to come my way. Why was it I never got a tech shift when I needed one? The Volve pulled the hood back. Large eyes, dark like molten tar and framed in thick black eyelashes, looked at me with wry amusement. His features were well cut, high cheekbones, strong masculine jaw, and an aquiline nose, made more prominent because the hair on the sides of his head had been shaved off past his ears. The rest of his jet black hair fell down his back like a horse mane. His mustache was black, too. His beard was non-existent, except for a carefully trimmed goatee that met his mustache on both sides of his mouth. His full lips curved into a half-smile. The overall effect was decidedly villainous. He needed a black horse and a barbarian horde to lead. That or a crew of cutthroats, a ship with blood-red sails, and some knucklehead heroine to lust after. He would fit right into Andrea's romance novels as some evil pirate captain. If he started stroking his beard, I'd have to kill him on principle. Grigor too. Probably not. Grigor too doesn't bother with the likes of you. As expected. Look, I've had a bad day, how about you just walk away from my jeep? The Volve smiled wider, flashing even white teeth. You went to see the witch. What did she tell you? She said your dress was so last season. Oh? Is that so? He raised his hand to his goatee. That does it. Yeah. And what's with the beard and the horse mane? You look like Rentavillain. The Volve's eyes widened. He waved his hand at me. Well, you don't look Female in your pants? That's a hell of an insult. Did you think of it all by yourself, or did you have to ask your God for help? The Volve pointed at me. Now, don't you blaspheme? That's not nice. Tell me what the witch said, Now, come on, you know you want to tell me. He winked at me. Come on, share. You tell me, I don't kill you right away, everybody's happy. I pulled Slayer out of its back sheath. The Volve blinked. No? Don't want to tell me. Step away from my vehicle. I didn't want to do this, but fine. He raised his staff and struck the pavement. The thick wood at the top of staff flowed, morphing. A vicious wooden beak emerged from the shaft, followed by savage round eyes. Safety's off, the Volve said. Last chance to tell me what the witch said. In my head I charged, Slayer ready to strike. But my knee popped with a dry crunch, my leg snapped, and I rolled onto the pavement just in time to see the end of the Volve's staff as it punctured my chest. Great. No running. Doolittle had performed medical miracles and the knee didn't hurt, but I didn't want to take chances. I needed to save the leg for the close-up fighting. I'd have to rely on magic until I got within striking range. And if I did kill him, I'd have a Volve stampede on my doorstep. They'd race each other to take a shot at me. I'd start the war between the Volves and the pack and kill Adam Carmen with one fight. Oh goody! I strode toward the Volve, broadcasting as much menace as I could muster. Maybe he'd panic and drop to his knees with his hands in the air. Fat chance. The Volve watched me. Hurry up. At least put some effort into it. For the likes of you? Why bother? The Volve spun in place, his staff slicing through the air. The wooden beak gaped open with a creak and belched a swarm of tiny black flies. Probably poisonous. Great. This fight was in the bag. I jerked a bag of rosemary powder from my belt and ripped it open, chanting under my breath. The swarm shot to me. I tossed the dust into the air. My magic clutched it and it hung motionless like a cloud frozen in mid-motion. The swan pierced it. For half a second, nothing happened, and then the flies and rosemary rained to the ground. Sweat drenched my hairline. That took a wallop of magic. I kept walking. The Volve planted the staff into the pavement and let go. It remained upright. He jerked a Turig charm off his belt, snapped it in half and tossed one part into the street, clutching the other in his fist. The Turig exploded into thick black smoke and coalesced into a mastiff-sized dog. Rivulets of smoke slid and curled along its sable fur. Pure white eyes stared at me, like two stars caught in a storm cloud. I fed magic into my saber. The opaque blade shimmered slightly and hissed, perspiring. Thin tendrils of smoke rose from the blade. The Volve's eyebrows rose. He snarled a single word. The dog's maw opened, releasing glowing fangs. The smoke beast charged. It came at me, massive paws pounding the pavement. I stepped into its charge and sliced. Slayer's blade severed the dog's neck in a clean, precise cut. No resistance. Shit. The smoke along the cut swirled, sealing it. The dog snapped at my left leg, but I was already moving. The glowing fangs barely scraped my jeans just above the knee. A thin line of pain cut my thigh, like a hot wire. Wet heat drenched my skin, blood. I spun and sank Slayer's blade into the dog's molten eye. The enchanted saber slid halfway in. Nothing. I jerked it and danced away as the dog's fangs clicked closed a hair's breadth from my. If only I had a portable fan with me, I'd be all set. Maybe if I huffed really hard, it would disperse. A hot dark stain soaked my left pant leg. I was bleeding like a stuck pig. The Volve moved his fist. The dog backed up, snapping its teeth. He was controlling it like a puppet with the other half of the twig in his hand. "Ready to talk?" the Volve asked. "Not a chance." The Volve jerked his fist. The dog rushed at me, smoke paws striking tiny wisps of steam from the pavement. I stuck my hand into the cut in my jeans. It came away slicked with crimson. My blood's magic prickled my skin. I had only a fraction of a second to pull this off. The dog leaped. I shied right and stuck my hand deep into the coils of smoke on its side. Magic pulsed from my hand, bristling my blood into a dozen sharp needles. Crimson spikes pierced the dog. Across the street the Volve screamed, cradling his fist with his other hand. The twig rolled from his fingers. The smoke collapsed on itself, sucked into a small twisted branch on the ground. I stomped on it, crushing it into pieces. The spikes shriveled into black dust and fell off my fingers, melting into dust. My hand felt like I'd stuck it into boiling water. "Fuck, that hurts." The Volve bared his teeth at me. 20 feet between us. I ran. He spun his staff, chanting. 10 feet. I flipped Slayer in my hand, reversing the blade. 6. The Volve swung the staff, aiming to hit me from the left. I blocked the strike with my sword, grabbed his right wrist with my left hand, forcing the staff sideways, and smashed the dull edge of Slayer's blade into his right side. Ribs crunched. I bashed the Volve's right arm with the flat of the blade. He dropped the staff. I let Slayer slide from my fingers, dropped into a half crouch, pulled my arms to the sides of my body, and straightened my knees, driving both fists up into the soft underside of his jaw. The Volve's head jerked back, his body wide open. I sank a punch into his solar plexus. All of the wind rushed out of his lungs in a single, painful breath. The Volve doubled over, and I grabbed his left arm, jerked him forward, and swung my right arm in a wide arc, smashing my fist into the back of his head. The Volve's eyes rolled up and he went down. I danced back on my toes, light and ready, in case he decided to get up. The Volve lay still. His staff snapped its beak at me in impotent fury. It was over. I still had all this anger to work out, but it was over. Damn it! I stopped dancing and felt his pulse. Alive and well. Sleeping like a baby, except babies didn't usually wake up to a world of hurt. I swiped Slayer off of the pavement. Sorry. If the sword resented being used as a stick, it didn't say anything. The magic drained from the world. The ferocious monster on the Volve's staff faded back into ordinary wood. I raised my arms and stared at the sky. Really? Now? Would it have killed you to end 15 minutes ago? The universe was snicking at me. I sighed and headed to my jeep to get medical supplies, rope, and gasoline. My blood was all over the street, screaming my identity to anyone who'd cared to listen, and I needed to set it on fire. Chapter 11. When one returned to the office, Ascanio opened the door and hit me with a 1,000-watt smile. The smile evaporated with his next breath. I smell blood. It's nothing. Where is everybody? The wolf and Andrea haven't come back yet. There is a bound man in the back of me jeep. I need you to carry him in and lock him in the loop cage. Don't untie him. If he comes to, don't speak with him. He's a powerful mage and he'll try to conjure painful things. Ascanio took off. I walked to my desk. A neat stack of files sat in its center, each beige folder marked with the pack's paw. Next to them waited a binder filled with papers. I opened it. Article 7, Section A, Clan Land and Property. All real property, as defined by Article 3, Section 1.0, is jointly owned by the pack, with rights of survivorship. Each pack member has a right to use and enjoy the entire property, but may not prevent another pack member from also doing so. The real property subject to a lease between a clan and the pack must be for the clan's official meeting house, exclusively. Any non-conforming use is a breach of the lease agreement and will function as the immediate revocation of a clan's lease. Any personal property located on real property leased by a clan shall be deemed the sole property of the clan. What the hell? Ascanio maneuvered the Volv's body through the door, carrying him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and brandished the Volv's staff at me. What should I do with the stick? Lock it in the closet. And be careful, when magic is up, it bites. Ascanio nodded and took the Volv to the loop cage. I pondered the phone. Sooner or later, I'd have to call the Volvs and tell them that I had their boy hog-tied in my back room. Best case scenario, they would trade Adam Carmen for him. Worst case scenario, we all die agonizing deaths. Whom to call and what to say? Ascanio came back. What happened to him? He looks like he got his ass run over by a car. He was run over by my fist. What are these files? Barabbas left them for you. He said to tell you that the Beast Lord is gone on an important errand. Yes, hunting Leslie before she did any major damage. And that you will be handling the petitions tonight. Full stop. There were two things I hated, being on display and making decisions about other people's lives. Hearing petitions involved both. When a shapeshifter had a problem with someone within the pack, it went up the chain to the alpha couple, who acted as arbitrators. If two different packs were involved, two sets of alphas had to come to a decision. If a decision couldn't be reached, the matter went to Curran and, because I was his mate, also to me. My original plan was to avoid the petitions altogether. Unfortunately, Curran had explained to me at great length and in a lot of detail how this was one of the burdens of the Alpha and how he was disinclined to suffer it by himself. Which was why once a week, I ended up sitting next to His Majesty behind a very large desk in a very large room, providing a convenient eye target for the audience of shapeshifters. Up to now all I'd had to do was look like I was paying attention and hope that Curran didn't have to cut any babies in half. Dealing with petitions by myself was not on my agenda. I didn't even know which cases were scheduled for the hearing or what they were about. I tapped the binder. Those are petitions. What is this? Barabbas said that they are essentially Cliff's notes from the Pack's code of law relevant to the hearing. I swore. Barabbas said you might say that. I'm supposed to tell you this. Ascanio cleared his throat and produced a remarkably accurate impression of Barabbas's tenor. Courage, Your Majesty. I will kill him. The Beast Lord or Barabbas? Both. I rubbed my face and glanced at the clock on the wall. 4:10. The petitions were scheduled at 8, and it would take me an hour to get from here to the keep, which meant I had a grand total of 3 hours to cram this stuff into my head. Ugh. I so didn't want to do this. The Volv would have to wait until I sorted this out. Well, he wasn't made out of ice cream, it wasn't like he'd melt. Any messages from the keep? No, consort. Don't call me consort. Call me Kate. No news of Julie. Damn it, how long did it take one kid to walk 100 miles? If Curran's trackers didn't report in by tomorrow evening, I'd go and look for her myself. Renee and her world-ending gadget would just have to wait. I gathered the files and the binder. I'm going upstairs. I don't care who comes to the door, unless there is blood or fire, I'm not to be disturbed. Ascanio clicked his heels together and snapped a crisp salute. Yes, consort. Some days I understood why Cunan roared. Reading through petitions made my brain huff. One knocked the first two out in an hour, and then I hit a property dispute between the two clans and got stuck. Sorting out who was who and what belonged to whom was like untangling a Gordian knot. If I shook my head and bits and pieces of the Pax Law fell out of my hair, I wouldn't be surprised. I would carefully sweep them up and put them back in Barabbas's binder, but I wouldn't be surprised. It didn't help that my memory kept replaying the conversation with Evdokia. Do you think your lion didn't he consider who you were before he swept you of your feet? What she had told me about Voron and my mother hurt. For the first 15 years of my life I had trusted Voron completely, without any reservation. If I was in trouble, he would drag me out of it. If he made me endure something, it was necessary for my survival. I didn't have a mother, but I had a father. He was a god of me childhood. He could do anything, he could fix anything, he could kill anyone, and he loved me because I was his daughter. Because that was what fathers did. It was a lie. A betrayal so deep, it cracked something vital inside me, and now I was full of rage. I wasn't his daughter. I was a tool to be used. If I broke in the final battle, no big loss, as long as I did the damage. It hurt. Seeing it now with adult eyes hurt. I needed to scream, to punch and kick and hit something until my pain went away. If I sat still and really let myself think about it, I would lose it. But whatever had happened between my mother and Voron happened in the past. I'd wrestle with it and then I'd get over it. I couldn't change it, it was done. Curran and I were happening now. When I was 17, with Voron dead for 2 years and Greg acting as my guardian, I met a guy. Durin was a few years older, handsome, funny. I wasn't exactly in love, but I was in something. For my first time, it could have been worse. The morning after, I walked out of his apartment and walked right into Greg waiting for me on the street. I'd thought there would be screaming. Voron had a lot of patience, but he'd screamed on occasion. I should have known better. Greg never screamed. He just explained things in a logical, unhurried manner until he made you scream instead. Greg took me to the Sunrise House to have breakfast. He bought me one of those giant pancake combos with jam and whipped cream, and while I ate, he talked. I could still remember his patient, calm voice. Sex is a human necessity. It's also an issue of trust, for you more than for other people. Intimacy puts you in danger, Kate. I shrugged. I can take Durin. He's not all that. Greg sighed. That's not what I mean. Physical intimacy leads to emotional intimacy and vice versa. If you have a relationship with Durin, even if you intend for it to be purely physical, sooner or later you will let down your guard. Tell me, what's the worst thing that can happen if Durin realizes how powerful you are? I stuffed a huge chunk of my pancake into my mouth and chewed it slowly, just to irritate him. He'll connect the dots and sell me out to my real father. That would be unfortunate, yes. But that's not the worst thing that can happen. If you're talking about transference, we used protection. I'm not an idiot, Greg. He shook his head. Well, then I don't know. Greg's blue eyes fixed on me. Durin is an ambitious sort. Perfect grade point average, valedictorian, the first of his class to be promoted to apprentice level 2 by the Mage Academy. Been spying on me. He brushed the barb aside. Durin aims to go far in life. He wants it all, money, prestige, respect, power. He wants it so badly, he can almost taste it. And you are vulnerable, Kate. You miss your father and you dislike me. You're desperate for acceptance. A fire persists, sooner or later, and I believe sooner Durin will recognize your potential. He'll become the best boyfriend you could ever hope to find, kind, gentle, understanding. You'll fall in love or at least become infatuated. It's natural, if someone makes you feel better, you want to be with that person. Then Durin will ask you to do something for him. It will start small. Perhaps he has a problem with another student. or he needs to impress a professor to get a scholarship. A small thing. Nothing really. It might require you to use your magic or perhaps just a drop or two of your blood. You'll do it, because you love him. Then he'll ask something else. And then something bigger. And every time you comply, he'll pamper you and make you feel as if you're the only woman on earth. And then one day you'll wake up and realize that you've been used, that you've chained yourself to this man who seeks only to further his own interests at the expense of your feelings and safety, and that his careless use of your power has drawn the attention of your father. Now you must defend him and yourself, and you're not ready. Then, when the opportunity presents itself, he'll betray you to save his own skin. This is the worst thing that can happen. Even if you escape, this experience will scar you, and emotional scars never heal completely. You'll never recover. I stared at him, pancakes forgotten. Greg drank his coffee. You have a problem, Kate. If you form a relationship with someone weak, he'll be a liability. He'll feel inadequate and you'll deny yourself the satisfaction and joy of a true companionship. If you form a relationship with someone powerful, you run the risk of exposure or of being manipulated and used. Don't ever think that a man in a position of power won't tear down every wall in his way to form an alliance with you. Your magic makes you a priceless asset. How can you tell if someone loves you or craves your power? I don't know. Greg nodded. Neither do I. A one-night stand with no strings attached is the safest option for you. It's not fair, but such is your reality. It's your life, Kate. I will advise you, but I won't force you to follow my advice. I do urge you to consider what I've told you. You've come this far. I'd hate to see it all go to waste. I'd gone back to Durin right after breakfast. We holed up in his apartment, drank cheap booze, and had sex for 2 days. At the end of the long weekend, I decided to take a shower. When I came out, Durin was holding my sword. He'd never seen anything like that before. Could he take some samples? He was doing an independent study for the Mage Academy. It would really help him out. I told him I'd trade samples for a chicken burrito. The closest place that sold them was a couple of miles away. He complained, but I wouldn't budge. The moment he left, I called Greg. It took Greg 20 minutes to get to the apartment, and by the time he got there, I'd shaken the sheets and pillowcases over the balcony, loaded them into the washing machine, swept the floor, and drowned the dishes in the sink. I wiped down the furniture and cleaned the shower drain. I removed all trash, every tissue, every stray hair, everything that could possibly betray me. Greg purified the apartment, searing it with his power. If any residual trace of my magic remained, it would be hidden. If Durin M-scanned the apartment, the M-scan would register only the blazing blue explosion of diviner power. Then we and the trash bags left the building. 48 hours later I was on my way to the Orders Academy, and I didn't know if it was because I wanted to get away from Durin or to get away from Greg, because he'd turned out to be right. I stared at the files marked with the paw print. Curran was paranoid. He valued his safety and the safety of the pack. Hell, he dedicated himself to preserving it. I always thought I put him in danger, and I told him so. He wanted me anyway. That meant everything to, but Curran was also a manipulator. If Lil sat there and objectively looked at the situation, the picture didn't look pretty. Roland had marked the pack for elimination. Curran had grown too powerful, and my father wanted to destroy him now, before the pack grew any stronger. He had attacked it with Rakshasas, and when that failed, he sent my aunt to decimate the shapeshifters. One way or the other, the clash between Roland and the pack was coming. What did Curran have to lose by mating with me? I wanted him so much that I'd never considered he might want to use me. All this time I'd been focused on worrying that my ancestry would keep him from being with me. It had never crossed my mind that he could view it as an asset. It was time to take the blinders off. When I looked into his eyes, I knew he loved me. He came for me when I had given up all hope of surviving. He rescued me from a horde of demons. He wanted to protect me. He never actually said it, but it felt like he loved also. Voron was a great father, and my mother was a saint. And pink unicorns would fly around on rainbow wings over hills made of chocolate and rivers of honey. I pushed away from the table. I was driving myself crazy. This brooding wasn't me. The door creaked. Probably Andrea and Derek. Good, if I sat here with my own thoughts for another minute, I'd need a straitjacket. Chapter 12. The moment one stepped downstairs, Andrea grabbed me. A pink flush painted her cheeks. She seemed agitated. Agitated wasn't good. We need to talk. Derek, you, too. Everybody needed to talk to me. I was getting sick of talking. Before we do that, I've got something to show you. I led her to the loop cage. The Volv sat upright, tied to the chair. His eyes were closed. He looked passed out. Andrea's eyes widened. Who is that? That's a Volv. The Volv's eyelashes trembled. Wakey, Wakey. The one who kidnapped Carmen? No. The one who kidnapped Carmen was an elder Volv. This one is more like middle management, powerful but not up there yet. Andrea arched her eyebrows. Aha! How did he get all beat up? He hassled me about meeting with Evdokia. Were you in a bad mood or something? You have no idea. Yeah. You might say that. Andrea pursed her lips. Why does he look like a Hidalgo pirate? I thought Russians were blonde. And we all carry a bottle of vodka in our pocket and wear a hat year-round. The Volv opened his black eyes. His gaze snagged on Andrea. He blinked and stared, stunned. Oh boy. Pretending to be passed out, I said. Just resting my eyes. He was still looking at Andrea. It's nice in here, peaceful. A slow smile bent the Volv's lips. Although if you would like me to model a FTR hat for you instead, we could come to an understanding. Andrea barked a short derisive laugh and left the room. Does she work here with you? The Volv asked. You, never mind, I told him, went out, and locked the door behind me for good measure. Andrea crossed her arms. The nerve. Did you see those eyes? POW. Yeah, POW. You wanted to tell me something? Yes. Derek, too. Kitchen. Yeah. The three of us landed at the kitchen table. Ascanio sauntered in and leaned against the wall. De Haven's records are pristine. Andrea began. Everything checked out. He did 4 years in the army. I found his DD-214, the discharge papers, and called it into the National Personnel Records. They said it would take 2 months to confirm, so I called it into a buddy of mine in the military supernatural defense unit. He says everything on MSDU's end comes up roses. I also found De Haven's NCO evaluations and his pay stubs. A man might falsify his discharge papers, but he'd have to go an extra mile to fake pay stubs and performance reports. Orlando PD confirmed he was a cop, Derek said. I talked to 2 people who knew him. They said he was a good cop. Dedicated. We went TLN off De Haven's apartment. Andrea opened an envelope and pulled a Polaroid out. It was a picture of a digital painting. A sunrise died down over the sea, leaving ragged grey clouds in its wake. In the centre of the picture a lone rock jutted from troubled water, supporting a white spire of a lighthouse that sent a brilliant beam of light toward the horizon. The caption under the image said, "Darkness reigns at the foot of the lighthouse." "Is this supposed to tell me something?" I asked. "It's a lighthouse," Andrea said in the same voice in which people usually said, "It's a murder." "It's a very nice lighthouse. Lots of people have paintings of lighthouses." Where was she going with this? Andrea dug in the envelope and pulled out a picture in a frame. 2 rows of teenagers stood in their graduation robes. Andrea pointed to a dark-haired kid on the left. "De Haven." She stabbed the blonde kid on the far right. "Hunter Becker." I waited to see if she shed any more light on it. "Hunter Becker," Andrea repeated. They were in the same high school class. "Who is Hunter Becker?" "Becker the Goree? Lighthouse Keepers? Boston." I would have preferred Becker the easily surrendering or Becker the quite reasonable, but beyond that his name tells me nothing. Andrea sighed. "The order suspects the existence of a secret society called the Lighthouse Keepers. They are well organized and really well hidden." "A secret society?" Derek threw Ned. "What, like Masons?" Andrea huffed. "Yes, just like Masons, but instead of getting together, putting on silly hats, and getting drunk and sponsoring charity events, they get together and think up ways of killing people and destroying government buildings. They hate magic, they hate magic users, they hate magic creatures, and they would love to exterminate the lot of us with extreme prejudice." Well, that pretty much covered everyone in this room. "Why?" Derek asked. "Because they hold technological civilization to be the perfect state of humanity. They think magic is dragging us into barbarism and they must preserve the light of progress and technology. Without it, we would all descend into darkness." Andrea shook her head. 3 years ago Hunter Becker blew up a Meadmidge hospital in Boston. Dozens dead, hundreds injured. They tracked him down and he walked out straight into a SWAT unit, clenching a gun in each hand. Suicide by cop. Always a good sign. Andrea held up the Polaroid, pointing to the caption. This was written on the wall of his safe house. That is what in our business is called a clue. Thank you, Miss Smartace. Excellent work, Miss Marple. She bared her teeth at me. Kate, these people are fanatics. That stunt in Boston took a lot of teamwork. The hospital was developing an experimental magical treatment for the blue flu. They had several virulent variations of it in their labs, guarded better than Fort Knox. She counted off on her fingers. Someone built several bombs with an elaborate fail-safe. Someone bypassed 3 levels of security. Someone distributed the bombs on separate floors in restricted areas with limited access. Finally, someone had given Becker access to the building across the street, which was the local police station. It was estimated that at least 6 people were directly involved in the bombing, some of whom had to be hospital personnel. Nobody except Becker was ever discovered, and the only reason they found Becker was that he had been injured by debris and left a blood trail. None of the people were planted, Kate. They actually worked there. Since then, the Order has found 2 other instances of terrorism, all involving teams of covert operatives. That's how these people operate. They recruit young and activate their members as the need arises. Sleeper cells of domestic terrorists. This investigation was getting better and better. How do you know all this? Andrea bit her lip. Becker was a Knight of the Order. If the Keepers infiltrated the Order, it would be impossible to find them. With their anti-magic attitude, they would fit right in. Someone like Ted would welcome them with open arms. Hell, Ted could be one of them. I would have to be very careful now, because I very much wanted Ted to be involved. So much so that if I wasn't careful, I'd twist reality to implicate Ted, whether he was guilty or not. They infiltrated the Order and the pad, Derek said. De Haven was a cop before he was a guard. It could literally be anyone. It could be Renee. Andrea waved her arms. It could be Henderson. Anyone. Not anyone, I said. I'm not one, you're not one, neither is Derek. I'm reasonably sure we can exclude Cunin and the kid as well. Ascanio grinned. Andrea stared at me. You're not taking me seriously. That's probably because you're not excited enough, Derek said. You should clench your fists like they do in the movies, shake them, and yell, "This is bigger than any of us. It goes all the way to the top." Andrea pointed her finger at him. You shut up. I don't have to take shit from you. From her, maybe. But not from you. I trust your professional judgment, I said. If you say there is a secret society, then there is one. I'm simply trying to define the boundaries of our paranoia. Did all the other incidents involve more than one person? Yes. I thought out loud. If De Haven was a member of the Lighthouse Keepers, then he'd been activated to obtain Adam Carmen's device, which means we can expect there to be an entire cell. Probably. The optimal size of a terrorist cell ranges between 7 and 8 members, Derek said. Groups below 5 members lack sufficient resources, manpower, and flexibility, while a group above 10 begins to fracture due to specialization. Larger groups require managerial oversight to remain cohesive. That's difficult to do while the cell is in sleeper status. I closed my mouth with an audible click. Derek shrugged apologetically. I spent a lot of time with Jim. So we can expect between 5 and 10 people? I asked. Probably closer to 5, Derek said. Especially since De Haven is dead. However, that's assuming that we're dealing with a single cell. They may have more than one cell in a city the size of Atlanta, and they also may mobilize neighboring cells if the goal is vital enough. Nobody would awaken a sleeper cell for something minor, not when its members have been dormant for years. How many people can we expect if they threw caution to the wind and moved all available cells in? Derek frowned, concentrating. I'd guess between 50 and 300. The more people, the less cohesive the group. If I were them, I'd rely on hired muscle. Not every job has to involve the entire cell. Some targets can be eliminated by a contract killer, for example. It minimizes the risk and the exposure. If the job goes sour, the killer can only betray one member of the group. Andrea rocked back and forth. What the hell was Carmen building in that workshop? I don't know. But I know someone who does. He's tied up in our loop cage. I strode to the loop cage, Andrea, Derek, and Ascanio in tow. I took the key off the hook in the wall and unlocked the door. The loop cage stood empty. Perfectly intact rope lay in coils on its floor. It was still tied. Derek looked slightly ill. I'd seen this precise look on Jim's face when a teleporting thief stole the pack maps a few months ago. How the hell? Magic, Ascamo said. The tech is up. I tried the cage door. Locked. Neat trick. Next time we'll chain him to the wall, Andrea said. There won't be a next time. He wouldn't let himself get caught again. At least, not this easily. Derek walked off. The back door is unlocked, he called out. Well, at least we knew he didn't evaporate into thin air. We'd failed to find Carmen, we'd failed to recover the device, and the only person who could shed light on what was happening had disappeared from a locked cage while in our custody. It was good that I owned the damn place, or I might have had to fire myself. His stick is still here, Ascanio said, holding up the Volve's staff. Ha! Gotcha! Bring it here. I headed to the back room, opened the door of the body freezer, and stuffed the staff into it. What are you doing? Andrea asked. A Volv without his staff is like a cop without a gun. He'll come back for it. The office is a fortress, so he won't be able to get in during tech. He'll return during magic, when he's at his strongest. I've warded this freezer so hard, it would take MSDU to get through it. When he returns, we nab him. And this time he would stay put. The traffic home was murder. It was 7:55 by the time I pulled into the parking lot and sprinted across the yard. I conquered the hallways, and I and my files headed downstairs, 2 steps at a time. I was almost to the landing when Jezebel, the second of my boodass, barred my way. Her eyes blazed bright red. She looked ready to spit fire. I know, I'm late. I put some speed into it, hoping my knee held up. Jezebel chased me, keeping up with ridiculous ease. I'm going to rip their heads off and skullfuck them. That would be something to see, especially since she didn't have a penis. When Jezebel got worked up, getting her to explain things was next to impossible. I'd been learning to guess. Who? The wolves, she snarled. Not again. Which of the wolves? She bared her teeth. I'll cut her legs off. So Jennifer was involved. Of course. During my aunt's rampage, Jennifer, the female half of the wolf alpha pair, made an executive decision not to evacuate. My aunt attacked the wolf safe house in the city while Jennifer was out, and her magic caused the whole house to go loop, including Jennifer's 12-year-old sister Naomi. When I ran into the house, hoping to kill my aunt, Naomi attacked me and I ended her life. Jennifer blamed me for her sister's death. The wolves went out of their way to stick it to me whenever they could. They turned it into almost a game. The auditorium door loomed before me. 2 minutes to 8. We'll talk about it after. Kate. After. I took a deep breath, opened the door, and strode in, Jez behind me. An enormous auditorium stretched before me. Rows of ledges crossed it, offering a place to lie and sit, all facing a wide stage lit by electric lamps and braziers cradling open flame. A giant desk with a chair waited in the middle of the stage. Usually it was flanked by 2 chairs, only 1 chair this time. My chair. The bottom rows were filled. Shapeshifters sprawled here and there, some by themselves, some in couples. At least 100 people, maybe more. Petitions rarely attracted that kind of audience. Something was up. I raised my head, walked across the stage to the desk, and sat. To the left, just below me, a second desk stood perpendicular to the stage. The desk was occupied by a dark-haired woman about my age. She had curly brown hair, large dark eyes, and an infectious laugh. She also introduced herself as George. George's full name was actually Georgetta, and she tended to break people's bones when they used it. Her parents were the only 2 beings on Earth able to say it without consequences, and since her father was Man, the Pax executioner, I didn't want to try my luck. During petitions, George acted as the neutral third party, who prepared summaries of the cases and ran the hearings. George rose and rang the bell. "We're now in session." The crowd quieted. Damn, there were a lot of people here. Shapeshifters gossiped like old Southern ladies at church. If they got hold of some juicy rumor, they showed up in droves to watch it unfold. So far today I'd been cut, burned, bruised, advised that we were facing a secret society, and emotionally compromised. I didn't need any more bloody surprises. Case of Donovan versus Perillo, George announced. 2 shapeshifters rose from the audience and went down to the first row. I opened the first file. The first 4 cases were routine. A dispute over an abandoned car on the border of the Rats territory. One-off cats had found it and spent a few hours hauling it out of the ravine. Technically all of shapeshifter territory was pack territory, but each clan house had a few square miles of exclusively their land, so the clans could meet in private. The car went to the rats. I ruled that the cat had no business on their land in the first place. The second case was a domestic dispute between ex-spouses belonging to different clans. When the couple had divorced, the rat father took the children, and the jackal mother claimed that she didn't have to pay child support because both kids turned into rats. I decided she did. The third and fourth cases involved a business jointly owned by Clan Heavy and Clan Jackal. It was long and complicated, and I had to check my notes more times than I could count. When all interested parties finally sat down, I had to squish the urge to collapse in relief on my desk. Another couple stepped up. The man's right arm was in a sling and he held himself like he was spoiling for a fight. He looked to be in his early 20s. Hard to say for sure, shapeshifters were long-lived, and some people I could have sworn were in their late 40s were pushing 70. The woman appeared to be about the same age. Slender, she had a pretty face framed by a waterfall of blonde hair that spilled below her waist. She seemed on edge, as if she expected me to throw something at her at any moment. The man raised his head. Kenneth Thompson, Clan Wolf, petitioner. The woman squared her shoulders. Sandra Martin, Clan Wolf, defendant. A warning bell went off in my head. Ken looked at me. I exercise my right of individual appeal. I appeal to have my petition judged by the consort. That meant that he wanted me to make the judgment. If Curran were here, he could offer his opinion, but the decision was my responsibility. Except Curran wasn't here. I'm the only person here, I told him. I have to judge your case by default. Ken looked a bit confused. I was told to ask for direct appeal. I glanced at George. She made a winding motion with her left hand. Keep going. Right. Barabas had made me memorize the protocol, so at least I wasn't completely lost. I looked at Sandra. Do you have any objections? She swallowed. No. The request for individual appeal is granted, I said. The audience focused on me. So this was it. That was why every busybody in the pack was here. I glanced at the Wolf Alpha couple. Daniel was impassive and Jennifer had a small smile on her long face. Okay. You want a fight, you'll get one. I opened the file and pulled out the summary, 2 typed pages. With Andrea and her conspiracy theories, this was the one case I had failed to preview. George gave me a reassuring wink from her desk. I scanned the summary. Oh boy. These are the facts of the case. You, Kenneth, were romantically pursuing Sandra. In an effort to court her, you broke into her house on Friday. She woke up, found you in her bedroom, and shot you with a Glock 21, damaging TLNEEOFR ribs and shattering the bones of your right arm. You feel that her reaction was excessive and want compensation for the pain and suffering and medical bills. Is this correct? Ken nodded. Yes, consort. I glanced at the summary. It says here that when Sandra woke up, you were nude and carrying a bouquet of sticks. Ken turned a shade redder, but I couldn't tell if it was from embarrassment or outrage. They were roses. I tore the petals off and put them on the carpet. If Curran were here, he'd be closing his eyes and counting to 10 in his head. Can I say something? Sandra asked. I looked at her. No, you can't. You have to wait your turn. She clamped her mouth shut. I turned back to Ken. Did Sandra encourage your courtship? Did she give you any indication that she liked you? Some, Kenneth said. Be specific, George said. She told me that I looked nice. I've been trying to get her for a while, so she knew I liked her. Can I say something? Sandra asked. No. And if you ask me one more time, I'll have you removed and we'll proceed without you." She blinked. I looked back at Ken. "What else did Sandra do to encourage you?" Ken considered. She looked at me. "Great. Just peachy. So because Sandra looked at you and said that you looked nice, you decided to break into her house and surprise her in her bed naked?" A light laugh ran through the audience. I glared at them. The laugh died. Ken turned bright red and turned back to glare at the shapeshifters in the stands. All we needed now was for him to go furry and rip into our spectators. "Kenneth, look at me." He snapped back to me. "It says here that you and Sandra work together in the Northern Recovery Office. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Aside from what happened on Friday, would you say Sandra is a friendly person?" Ken puzzled it over. He wasn't sure where I was heading. "I suppose so." "Could it be that when Sandra told you that you looked nice, she might have just been trying to be friendly?" "No." "So you had never seen her compliment anybody else in the office?" He paused. "Well, yes, she does say nice things sometimes to people, but I mean, I'm the only guy there, so it's different." This was so not my thing. I just wanted to hop on the table, knock him upside the head, and be done with it. "But it is possible that you might have misinterpreted Sandra's comment." It took a few more seconds, and then he finally said, "It's possible." Hallelujah. "Suppose there were a man working in your office. A much larger, stronger man. Let's say a render. He came into the office wearing a new leather jacket. You had a friendly chat, you complimented his jacket, and that night you woke up with the man standing over you, nude and holding a bouquet of roses." Kenneth's eyes went wide. "But I'm not gay." "It's not about being gay, it's about being confronted by someone larger and stronger than you are when you are at your most vulnerable. If you were to find this dude standing in your bedroom, would you be upset?" "Hell yes, I'd be upset. I'd tell him to get the fuck out." But she didn't tell me to get out. If she had said, "Ken, get the hell out," I would have left. She shot me 8 times. Oh, screw it. She's smaller and weaker than you are. She woke up, saw you naked and ready for action, and probably thought you were going to rape her. She was scared, Ken. You scared her half to death. She didn't have anything to be scared about. I wouldn't have done anything. She didn't know that. You already broke into her house, so you have no respect for her property. What would make her think that you would respect her as a person and just walk away if she told you to leave?" Muscles played along Ken's jaws. "That's the way the shapeshifters do it. Everybody knows that you didn't encourage the Beast Lord, but he broke into your apartment and you didn't shoot him." The audience got so quiet, I could hear myself breathe. "So that was it. That was what Jennifer was after. I see." My voice went quiet. "Is that why you decided to appeal directly to me?" "Yes." "Who suggested it?" "My alpha. Jennifer wanted to embarrass me. Well, if she expected me to wilt, she'd be waiting until hell sprouted roses." I turned and looked at Jennifer. She smiled back at me. Half a second to clear the desk, 2 seconds to cross the room, and I could be sinking my fist into her face. Cure all her ills and mine. I had no idea that Clan Wolf's alphas kept such a close eye on my relationship with the Beast Lord. I'll have to check under our bed tonight to make sure no little wolf spies are hiding under there. Somebody snorted and choked it off. Do you know what I did after I discovered the Beast Lord in my apartment? Ken realized he was on shaky ground. No. I put a knife to his throat, I said. And I changed the lock on my door. Besides that, I had encouraged the Beast Lord prior to him breaking in. I flirted with him, I kissed him, and I paraded around in front of him in my underwear. I was almost done. I just had to keep from pummeling Jennifer for a little bit longer. Did Sandra ever do any of those things? No. Let's get it all out there. Did she ever make out with you in a hot tub or offer to serve you dinner naked? My face must have gotten darker, because Ken gulped. No. I turned to George. Does the Code of Pack Law have anything to say about courtship? George cleared her throat. Article 5, Section 1 states that no member of the pack may eat or assault another member with the intention of forcing sexual congress. What's the punishment for rape? I asked. Death, George answered. Ken turned white. Your actions can be construed as a prelude to sexual assault. It's alarming that your alphas didn't realize that, since it's their job to know things like that and impress that understanding onto the members of their clan. Is forced mating common in Clan Wolf? The audience turned to look at the Wolf alphas. Daniel startled. Jennifer clenched her teeth. Ken showed all the desperation of a man trapped on a chunk of ice in the middle of a raging river. No. So your alphas do not encourage rape, to the best of your knowledge? No. Very well. I'm ready to rule. I looked at Sandra. You may say something if I would like. She shook her head. I looked at Ken. You acted like an idiot and got 8 bullets for your trouble. Count yourself lucky that she didn't shoot you where it counted. If it had been me, I would have cut off your head and filed a police report after you were done bleeding out on my carpet. Suck it up, learn from it, and move on. You get nothing. Apologize to Sandra for scaring her and then causing her a load of embarrassment by having this matter dragged before the pack assembly. He stared at her wild-eyed. I'm Sony. This proceeding is over. I glanced at the Wolf alphas. Would the alphas of Clan Wolf please see me on their way out? The auditorium cleared in record time. I leaned back in my chair. Daniel and Jennifer approached my desk. Both of my Buddhas moved closer. Jezebel, Barabbas, leave us, I said. The fewer witnesses we had to this, the better. Barabbas reversed his course in mid-step and went out the door. Jez hesitated, snarled something under her breath, and followed him out. Just me, Jennifer, Daniel, and George. It's been fun, I said. The game ends now. What game? Jennifer asked. I shrugged. You have 3 choices. First, you can quit fucking with me and walk away. Second, you can challenge me, and I'll kill you. It would be good for me. I need the practice. Jennifer bared her teeth. Daniel put his hand on her forearm. I could take her alone. Both of them with magic down would be hard. Third, you can keep pestering me, in which case at the next pack council I'll move for your removal. I can do that, can't I, George? Yes, you can, George said with a big smile. On what grounds? Jennifer snarled. Incompetence. I'll cite this proceeding as evidence. This matter concerned 2 members of the Wolf clan, which placed it under your authority. So either you didn't know how to deal with it, or you didn't want to deal with it, due to laziness or due to actively condoning rape. Either way, you should be removed and an investigation must be launched into the mating practices of the Wolf clan. They'll find nothing, Daniel said. 500 wolves, of which there are probably at least 150 couples? How do you think they'll react to having their mating rituals examined? You can't do that. Jennifer spun to Daniel. She can't do that. Technically, she can, Daniel said. It's over, Jennifer. You can't win. Jennifer's eyes went completely green. What the hell would you even know about being an alpha? You're a human. The only reason you're here is because you're fucking Curran. Nice. I don't know much, but I'm learning fast. I rose. And I'm here because I killed 22 shapeshifters in 2 weeks. I've earned my place. How many challenges did you have, Jennifer? Oh, that's right. None. Enlighten me, how did you become an alpha again? I turned to Daniel. Help me out here. Who was she fucking, Daniel? Was it you? It must be especially good for you, because that's the only way you'd have gone along with this for so long. I barely saw Daniel move. 1 second he was standing there, loose, and the next he clamped Jennifer in a hug. It was a very careful hug, it looked gentle, but I could tell she couldn't move an inch. We apologize for any offense to the consort. We meant no disrespect, he said. Apology accepted. Stop talking like I'm not here, Jennifer ground out. We'll look forward to working with you in the future, Daniel said. With your leave. Please. Have a pleasant evening. Daniel moved, and Jennifer moved with him. Together they walked out of the auditorium. I waited until the door closed and fell into my chair. George stared at me. Oh my freaking God. I can't believe she went that far. I closed my eyes. Are you okay? I'm tired. My knee is hurting again and I'm trying to teleport myself upstairs. Kate, you can't do that. I know. But I'm trying very hard. Let me know if I start fading. Sadly, teleporting didn't work. I climbed the stairs, got into the shower, washed off the dirt and blood, and put on clean clothes. The rooms felt empty without Curran. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom for a while and looked at the bed. I didn't want it all to turn out to be one big lie. A small part of me wanted to leave. Just leave now, without any explanations and disappointments. Disappear. That way, if this was a lie, I'd never know. But then I didn't run from my challenges. I met them straight on and bashed my head against them, until it left me hurt, bloody, and dazed. I hugged myself. When I was with Curran, he filled the empty space. If I was sad, he'd make me laugh. If I was pissed off, he'd invite me to spar. I was forgetting what it was like to be on my own. And I was on my own. Aside from Roland, there wasn't another human being this screwed up for thousands of miles. If tomorrow I woke up and Roland waited on the keep's doorstep, I would die. Pretty quickly, too. Evdokia was right. I had all the training with the sword I would ever need, but when my father and I met, the fight wouldn't be decided by the sword. I needed magic training and a lot of it. And I had no idea how Curran would react to it. Hey baby, you don't mind if I practice turning a vampire inside out on the keep's grounds, do you? Please ignore the torturous screams of your people when things go horribly wrong. It was one thing to know you had mated with Roland's daughter. It was another thing entirely to have your nose rubbed in it. Ultimately, I didn't have to figure out whether Curran truly loved me. All I had to know was whether I loved him enough not to care why he was with me. I knew the answer. I just didn't want to admit it. If he called right now, hurt, I would find him and save him, even if it cost me my life, whether he loved me or not. This was all sorts of screwed up. No, I was wrong. If he was with me because he needed me to fight Roland, I had to leave. I couldn't stay here, sleep next to him in this bed, touch him, kiss him, knowing that he didn't truly love me but was bound by the need for survival. I would still love him, but I couldn't stay. Had he laid it out for me from the start, before I had a chance to fall in love, I might have joined forces with him anyway. I wouldn't have slept with Curran, but an alliance with the pack would have strengthened me, and he and I might have gone for some sort of business arrangement. It was too late now. I wanted love or nothing. I stole my pillow off the bed and curled up on the couch, tapped in a spare blanket. Eventually he'd come home. Then we'd talk. Chapter 13. The alarm went off at 6 a.m., signaling the end of night and the absence of magic. My back and sides had decided to develop an ache overnight. I rolled off the couch, feeling every knot and snarl in my muscles, pulled on my sweats, and padded downstairs to the gym. 40 minutes later I felt much better. I still didn't know where Curran and I stood, but for now it couldn't be helped. I still had people to kill and a doomsday device to find. I made the trip to the guard desk. Any messages for me? Curtis, an older dark-haired werewolf, offered me 2 scraps of paper. There is also a message from the Beast Lord, consort. It's in your private box. You can access it from your quarters by dialing 1000. He called but didn't talk to me. Chicken? Envin did he call? 12 minutes past midnight. Why didn't you wake me up? Curtis looked uncomfortable. He instructed us that you shouldn't be disturbed. Should I be pissed off because he didn't want to talk to me or touched because he'd thought about letting me rest? I wasn't sure. I glanced at the top scrap of paper. The message stated that the trackers had found Julie's scent on the outskirts of the city. At least she hadn't been kidnapped. The second message had a number and a name. Roman. I took my scraps of paper, headed upstairs, and dialed 1000. Curran's voice filled the room. Hey. It's me. I landed in the chair. Hearing him was like coming home in a downpour and finding the lights on and the house warm. I was in so deep, I couldn't even see the surface anymore. They said you're asleep. I'm glad you're home safe. I'm stuck in some hellhole in the south side. Leslie's been running all over the city. No rhyme or reason to it. We'll catch up to her eventually. She can't run forever. And when they did, there would be a bloodbath. I thought about what you said. Fair enough. I do things this way because it usually works and I've done them this way for a long time. But I wouldn't want it done to me. Ha! I'd won one. But we agreed that we wouldn't do the not talking thing and you hung up on me twice. If our agreement changed, I didn't get the memo. He had me there. Anyway, I'm getting pretty sick of chasing the render around, so I'm going to catch her tomorrow and come home. I want to know if we're cool. I'll you to call you at work when I get done. Bye, baby. I played the message again. It didn't say anything different. He wanted to know if we were cool. That made 2 of us. I dialed the number on the message from Roman, whoever he was. A familiar male voice answered. Hello. Ha. The Volve. Morning. You should give the staff back to me. I can come to your office and pick it up. I promise, no tricks even. Nobody will die. You got that right. Are you going to be a hardest about this? He asked. I'll trade you the staff for Adam Carmen. No. Those are my terms. He heaved a dramatic sigh. We could do this like civilized people. But no, now I'll have to go to your office and unleash plagues on things, and set things on fire, and condemn things. Nobody wants that. Just give me the staff and we'll call it even. I am trying not to be a bad guy here. As soon as the magic wave hit, I'd have to reinforce the wards, just in case. I'd taken him down, but it was mostly luck and surprise. This time he would be ready. An hour with Carmen, and you can have your stick back. Court Pobiri, you are a stubborn woman. You're a pagan. Saying devil take you is a Christian curse. How does this work exactly? That's a funny thing about Christianity. When the dead gods priests came to Europe, they made all the old gods into devils. So technically when I am saying court, I'm appealing to the black one. Anyway, I'll see what I can do. Wait. When you snagged Adam from his workshop, Did you take the thing he built with you? Roman paused. Hypothetically, if we had taken such a thing, it would no longer exist. It would be as if it had never been built. An urban legend? So is it? A legend? If Fae had gotten hold of device, they would have destroyed it by now. Not so much. He hung up, starting the day with a philosophical debate with a priest of the embodiment of all evil. It could only go downhill from here. I took a shower, got dressed, got a sandwich, and went down the stairs, eating it on the way. No shapeshifters assaulted me and tried to take my food. No wolf alphas sprung any surprise attacks. Nobody even offered me a bouquet of headless roses. The lack of drama was downright disheartening. Outside, the sunrise split the horizon, sudden and bright, like a gush of blood from a knife wound. Both of my vehicles were idling in the yard. The boy wonder had started my car for me and now waited by his jeep. He wore a dark hooded sweatshirt and beat-up jeans. If you didn't see his face and didn't pay attention to the broad shoulders, you'd think he was just a kid, 15, maybe 16. Knowing Derek, he did it on purpose. The younger he appeared, the less his potential opponents would think of him. Except he was filling out. Another year at this rate, and he'd have to update his wardrobe. Thanks for starting the car. He grinned, a quick flash of teeth. Where is the bane of my existence? He knows the time. I'm not his nanny. What did you think of him? Not much. He's a spoiled baby. He shrugged. You give Budas a young male and they fall over themselves to pamper him. A side door opened and Ascanio emerged, followed by a familiar plump woman. She looked to be in her early 50s, with greying hair rolled into a bun, and a kind face, like a young grandmother. You half expected her to